You are lying still, eyes closed, breathing softly, the weight of your body sinking into the bed. The room is quiet. Outside, the night holds its breath. There is no need to see anything. There is only the slow rhythm of your breath and the quiet knowledge that above you, in the deep dark, the moon is moving. Tonight's science is simplified for a quiet telling, so details may be left out and errors are possible. You have seen it before, sometimes a thin sliver, sharp as a fingernail clipping against the twilight sky, sometimes a full, glowing disk, hanging like a lantern hung by unseen hands. You have watched it grow, then shrink over days and weeks without wondering why. And now, in this stillness, you do not need to wonder anymore. The reason is simple and quiet and always true. The moon does not make its own light. It never has. What you see when you look up, the glow, the curve, the pale silver, is sunlight borrowed, reflected, returned. Sunlight strikes the moon's surface and bounces back toward Earth. Half of the moon is always lit. Always, not sometimes, not most of the time, always. That half faces the sun wherever the moon is in its path around Earth. The other half remains dark, untouched by direct sunlight, sleeping in shadow. But what you see from where you lie on your back, beneath blankets, under a ceiling that feels like the inside of a shell, is not the whole moon. You do not see all of it at once. You never have. You only ever see the part of that sunlit half that turns toward you. As the moon moves through its orbit, the angle changes. The side that faces Earth shifts slightly each night. One evening, you catch a sliver just enough to know it's there. A few nights later, more, then half, then all, then less again. That is why the shape changes. Not because something blocks it. Not because Earth casts its shadow across the moon's face. That happens only rarely in eclipses, and this is not that. This is geometry. Simple, slow, silent geometry. The sun shines. The moon travels. You watch from a fixed point on a spinning world, and what you see changes as the angles between you, the moon, and the distant sun shift with time. When the moon is new, when it sits between Earth and the sun, the side lit by sunlight is turned away from you. It faces the sun while its dark side faces Earth. You cannot see any of the illuminated half. The moon disappears near the sun's glare, hidden in daylight's brightness. There is no glow, no curve, just absence. But then slowly, the moon begins to move ahead in its orbit, not fast, not suddenly, but steadily, as if pulled by a quiet hand. Each night, you catch a little more of that sunlit edge. A sliver forms, thin, faint, almost like a memory of light. This is the waxing crescent. The word means growing. It is not magic. It is movement. And here now, this is where the quiet wonder begins. Even when only a sliver remains bright, you sometimes see the rest of the moon's face, dim, soft, ghostly, like a breath on glass. Not glowing with sunlight, not shining, but there. a pale wash of gray filling in the dark part of the crescent. You may have called it moonlight before, but it is not direct sunlight. It is earthshine. Sunlight strikes Earth, your home, your blue and white world, and bounces off clouds, oceans, land. Some of that light travels upward into space. It reaches the moon. And there, on the side turned toward you, it reflects again. Back to your eyes. The dark part of the crescent is not empty. It is lit by a gentle echo, sunlight that once warmed your skin, your trees, your streets, now returned from the sky. You see it most clearly in the thin days after new moon or just before it returns. When the bright sliver is too narrow to dominate the whole view, and the rest of the disk waits patiently in shadow, not darkness, but dimness. A soft glow, not enough to cast a shadow on your floor, not enough to read by, but there, faint, persistent. It is the same light that once touched your face as you walked outside at dusk. It bounced off your window pane, or the surface of a puddle, or the white wall of a house, and traveled for more than 300,000 kilometers through empty space, not in a straight line, but bouncing, scattering, diffusing, until it met the moon's dusty surface again. And there, on that airless rock, it reflected once more, back to you. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to know it does. And now, as you lie here, eyes closed, listening to your breath, you can feel it not with sight, but with quiet certainty that the moon is not alone in its silence. It is bathed in light from Earth. The crescent grows, the sliver widens. Each night, more of the sunlit half becomes visible. First quarter, exactly half of the illuminated side now faces you. 1/4 of the entire lunar sphere, not because the moon is cut in half, but because you are seeing a perfect right angle between Earth, moon, and sun. The light falls across its face like a sheet drawn taut. The terminator, the line where day meets night on the moon's surface, runs straight from pole to pole. Shadows lengthen along the craters. You can imagine them, even without sight. Deep valleys catching no sun, high ridges glowing white at their peaks. And still, in those early crescent nights, when the bright edge is just beginning to widen, you see that faint glow on the rest. Earthshine, always there, a whisper of home returning to its satellite. The moon continues. It moves through waxing gibbous, more than half lit now, nearly full. The curve becomes a bulge. The dark part shrinks further. And still, in those quiet hours before sunrise, if you were awake and looked up, you might see the dimness lingering on the edge, earthshine holding its breath. A full moon comes next. The moon is opposite the sun as seen from Earth. Its entire sunlit side faces you. No dark portion remains to be lit by earthshine. All light comes directly from the sun. And in that moment, when the full disk hangs like a mirror held up to the night, There is no echo, only direct radiance. But after full, the cycle turns. The moon begins its slow retreat. The illuminated side shrinks. Waning gibbous. Third quarter, again half lit. But now it is the other half, the left side instead of the right if you are in the northern hemisphere. You do not need to know which side, only that the shape changes. And then waning crescent. The bright sliver returns, narrower now, fainter, and again the rest of the moon is there, softly glowing, earthshine returning as it always does when only a thread of sunlight remains visible. It will fade soon. The crescent will thin to nothing. The moon will vanish near the sun. And then, after a night or two without sight, it will return again, a new sliver in the western sky just before dawn. And you, lying here now, eyes closed, not needing to see, know that even when the moon is gone from view, it still carries your world's light. Even when it seems dark, it is not truly dark. It holds your sunlight. Now you breathe out slowly. The night continues. Above you, the moon travels on. The crescent fades again, thinner than before, a hairline of light curling over the edge of darkness. You do not see it clearly, your eyes are closed, but you know its shape because the moon has shown it to you many times in this same quiet way across nights that have slipped into sleep and returned like tides. The sunlight is now striking only a sliver, almost too narrow to hold, yet still, the rest of the sphere glows. Not with its own light, never that, but with what Earth has given back. You are not looking at the moon's surface in detail. You do not need to. You feel it, the quiet return of reflected radiance, a gentle afterglow carried across space like a sigh passed between two still bodies. The land beneath your window is dark. The trees are shadows. But above them, suspended in the vastness where no wind stirs, the moon holds the warmth of your world's daytime, even now when your sky has turned to night. There is no thunder here, no echo, only light traveling slowly, patiently, as if it had all the time in the universe which it does. The sunlight that left Earth hours ago, bouncing off oceans and clouds, over deserts and forests, through the thin veil of atmosphere, now reaches the moon's night side, not brightly, not sharply, but softly diffused, scattered by countless molecules, by drifting ice crystals, by the hazy glow of cities and stars alike. It is not a beam. It is not a spotlight. It is an ambient whisper, a low hum of photons that have wandered far and found their way back. You might think the moon's dark side is empty, that it sleeps, but it does not sleep. It waits not in stillness, but in motion, circling, turning, carrying with it the memory of your planet's glow. The light that touches it now has already passed through your room, through the curtains, through the glass of a window you closed before bed. It has danced off the ceiling, brushed against the edge of a bookshelf, skimmed the surface of water in a glass left on the nightstand. And then, after hours of wandering, it climbed into the sky, unseen by anyone, and found its way to the moon. The crescent grows narrower still. The light that remains is pale, almost translucent. It clings to the edge like frost forming on a pane, but you do not see only that sliver. You sense the rest, the vast darkened curve, not as absence but as presence. A shadow filled with borrowed radiance. Earthshine does not illuminate in color. There are no blues or whites or golds here, only tone. A faint luminosity, like the memory of a candle seen through thick paper. It is the moon's own night, lit from within by something it once received. And you here on your bed, warm beneath blankets, breath slow, and even are part of what makes this glow possible. Not as an observer, not as a thinker, but simply as a body on a planet that reflects light. You are not looking up. You do not need to. The moon is looking back, not with eyes, not with thought, but with surface, with dust, with rock that has held the echo of your world for billions of years. The curve thins further. Soon it will be gone. The sun and moon will align again, so closely in the sky that one hides behind the other. Not by shadow, not yet, only by position. The moon moves into its unseen phase. But even then, when you cannot see it at all, it is still there. Still catching your world's light, still carrying it. You do not need to know how long the photons have traveled. You do not need to count their journey. Only that they came, that they returned. And now, in this moment, as your body sinks deeper into rest, the moon continues its slow arc, not for you, not against you, but with you, always with you. And when it returns again, a new crescent in the dawn's first light, you will not be surprised. You already know what waits on its darkened face. Not emptiness, not silence, but your own sunlight, gently given, softly held, endlessly returned. The crescent has nearly vanished, but the dim glow lingers, not fading, not dissolving, but settling like dust on a windowsill after rain. It does not brighten, it does not waver, it simply is. A quiet presence where you expected absence. The moon, now almost invisible against the deepening blue of twilight's last breath, still carries your world's reflection, not as a mirror, but as a membrane. Thin, porous. Alive with the slow drift of photons that once touched your skin, your pillow, the curve of your wrist as you turned beneath the sheets. These are not signals, not messages, just light, ordinary, unremarkable sunlight that found its way into space, bounced off water and soil and leaves, and climbed upward until it met the moon's surface where no one watches, no camera records, no voice speaks its name. You do not see the full sphere anymore. You see only a sliver, sharp as a fingernail clipping, clinging to the edge of darkness. But that darkness is not empty. It holds the echo of everything your planet has ever given. The glow you perceive is not moonlight born from the sun alone. It is moonlight remade by Earth's gentle hand. a second-hand radiance, a borrowed hush, and it does not demand attention. It asks for nothing but stillness. The moon continues its path, not toward you, not away, but in a slow circle that has no beginning and no end as far as your eyes can tell. Each night, the angle shifts just slightly. The sun's light strikes the lunar surface from a new direction. What was once hidden becomes visible. What was bright now fades. But the dark part, the vast unlit curve, never truly goes black. It always holds something of you. Even when the crescent is gone, even when the moon rises as a mere suggestion in the morning sky, it still receives your world's light. The same light that warmed your face at noon, that glinted off wet pavement after rain, that slipped through the slats of blinds and pooled on the floor beneath your bed. It all travels upward, unfelt, unnoticed, until it meets a rock that has no memory but still holds. You think of darkness as nothing, but here, in this quiet space between stars, darkness is not absence, it is storage. The moon's night side is a vast, silent archive, not of words or images, but of light softened, scattered, diluted by distance and time. Each photon that reaches it has traveled farther than any thought you've ever had. It passed through your breath. It brushed against the edge of a curtain. It lingered in the air above a cup of tea left to cool. And now, hours later, it finds its way to a surface where no foot has stepped, no wind stirs, and yet somehow it is felt. The phases shift because you are moving. Not the moon, not the sun, but your position on Earth turning slowly beneath their silent dance. You do not walk toward the light, you turn into it. And as you turn, so too does your view of the moon change, not because it changes, but because you see it from a different angle each night. The illuminated half is always there, always exactly half. But what you can see of that half grows and shrinks like the tide of your own breath, slow, steady, inevitable. And when the crescent returns again, thin as a sigh, pale as a dream, it will not be new. It will be familiar, because you have seen this shape before. Not in books or charts, but in the quiet hours between sleep and waking, when the world is too still for thought and your body remembers what your mind has forgot. That the moon does not shine on its own, that it reflects, that it holds, that even when invisible, it carries you. There are no words to describe how long this has been happening. No number that measures how many times Earth's light has climbed into space, touched the moon, and returned as a whisper in your night sky. It does not matter. You do not need to know, only that it happens, always, without demand, without witness. The last sliver of crescent is now barely there, a thread of silver against the black, thinner than a spider's leg. And still, beneath it, the darkened arc glows faintly, not with its own light, but with yours. The moon does not know you are watching. It does not care if you sleep or wake, but it keeps holding your light anyway. And as you drift deeper into rest, your breath slowing to match the rhythm of distant worlds, you feel it. The quiet certainty that somewhere above, in the cold and silent air, a rock is glowing with the memory of your home. Not because it was meant to, not because it was asked, but because light, once given, does not easily forget its way back. The crescent fades further, thinner now than the edge of a feather caught in still air, and still the dim glow beneath it lingers, not as an afterimage, but as a quiet echo of your world's presence. The light that touches that shadowed curve has traveled farther than any sound you've ever made, bouncing once off the oceans, twice off cloud edges, 3 times off frost on window panes, each reflection softening it further until it becomes something barely there, enough to be felt, never enough to be named. You do not see this light as something separate from yourself. It is the same light that fell across your shoulder as you turned in bed hours ago, the same light that glowed faintly on the ceiling when the street lamp outside flickered once and then steadied. The moon does not choose to hold it. It simply receives what reaches it, like a still pond catching the last rays of a sunset long gone. There is no hurry here. No clock ticks above you. No calendar turns. Only the slow turning of your world, carrying you beneath the silent passage of the moon as it moves between earth and sun, always half-lit, always unseen in full. The part that remains dark is not empty. It holds what was given. Each photon that finds its way there has wandered through your atmosphere, bent by air, scattered by dust, softened by humidity, each one altered just slightly before it strikes the surface where no wind ever stirs, no plant grows, no voice echoes. And still it glows, not brightly, not boldly, but with a patience older than any name you know. You think of night as absence, but here, in this quiet space between earth and moon, night is full of light that has been given away, forgotten, released, yet never lost. The crescent may shrink until it vanishes entirely from view, but the shadowed half remembers. It holds the glow like a secret kept too long to speak aloud. And when the moon returns again as a sliver before dawn, you will see it not just as a curve of light, but as a whisper carried back, your world's breath made visible in stone. The sun does not know that its light reaches Earth first. It does not care whether those rays touch skin or sea or soil, but they do. And from every surface they meet, some portion is sent upward again, not in beams, not in flashes, but as a slow, diffuse return, like the sigh of a room after someone has left it warm. That glow rises. It climbs through layers of air that have no weight but still hold memory. It travels on paths invisible to you, through space where stars are too distant to notice, until it meets the moon's night side. And there, in that silent place, it finds something to rest upon. The moon does not reflect all of it, only a fraction. But even that small return is enough to make darkness feel alive. enough to turn shadow into something tender, enough so that when you look up and see only a sliver bright against the black, you know, beneath it the rest is glowing, not with its own fire but with yours. You do not need to understand how this happens. You do not need numbers or diagrams or words for the mechanics of reflection. You only need to feel it, the quiet truth that even in your deepest sleep, your world continues to shine upward. The moon does not ask for permission. It does not wait for applause. It simply exists within the geometry of light and orbit, receiving what is offered, holding what arrives, returning nothing but stillness. And yet, somehow, you feel it, a warmth that was never meant to reach you but did. The crescent becomes smaller still, a thread, then a thought, then almost nothing. And still beneath it the dark arc glows faintly, not because it should, not because it must, but because light, once set free from your world, does not vanish easily. It lingers, it drifts, it finds its way. And you here in your bed, eyes closed, breath slow as tides, are part of that journey. Your warmth, your stillness, the quiet rhythm of your breathing, it all rises, unasked, into the night. The moon carries it without knowing. And when you wake tomorrow or the day after and see that same sliver again, you will not think of phases or orbits or science. You will remember, even in darkness, something remembers you. The sliver fades further, thinner than a breath held too long, and still the shadow beneath it holds its quiet glow, not fading with the light, but deepening into something more intimate. You do not see the source of that glow, only its echo. It is not the sun's direct gift, nor the moon's own emission. It is what your world lets go softly, endlessly, that finds its way across the void and settles like dust on a windowsill no one wipes clean. The moon does not turn toward you to receive it. It simply moves, as it always has, along its path, and in that motion, the dark side turns gently into the stream of what Earth has released. You think of light as something that burns out, but here it lingers, not as fire, not as flame, but as a residue, a faint aftersigh carried on invisible currents. There is no rush to this return. No clock marks its arrival. It travels slowly, diffused through the atmosphere's thin veil, scattered by molecules you cannot see, bent around particles of salt and pollen, cooled by the night air above your roof, above the forest, above the river that sleeps beneath its own blanket of mist. And still it climbs, not in a rush, not in a burst, but as a slow drift, like smoke rising from a fire long since reduced to embers. You do not notice this when you are awake. You see only the bright edge, the sharp curve against black. But now, with your eyes closed and your body still, you sense it not as sight but as presence. A warmth that does not touch your skin, yet settles in the space behind your eyelids. The moon is not a mirror. It does not reflect cleanly or completely. Its surface is dry, cracked, covered in fine powder that scatters light in every direction. And so the earthshine that reaches it is not bounced back like an echo in a canyon. It is absorbed, then re-emitted, grain by grain, over minutes and hours, until what returns to you is not a sharp image of your world, but its softened ghost, a memory made visible in gray. And still, even when the crescent disappears entirely, when the moon slips between earth and sun, invisible against its glare, you do not lose it. You feel its absence as a quiet pause in the sky, like the moment before a song begins again. The geometry does not break. It simply turns. The half that was lit now faces away. The half that was dark now turns toward you. But even then, even when no curve of light remains to be seen, the earthshine still falls. It is always falling. It has never stopped. You are unaware because your eyes cannot find it, but your body remembers. Your breath still rises. Your warmth still drifts upward. The moon does not need your notice to hold what you give. And when the next sliver returns, not as a promise, but as a quiet fact, you will see it again. Not just as light, but as a bridge, a thin line of brightness over a field of dimness that glows with your world's hidden radiance. You do not need to name it. You do not need to measure it. You only need to be still long enough to feel the quiet truth. You are part of what makes the moon glow in its darkened hours. Not because you shine, but because you exist. Because you breathe. Because your planet, heavy with life and air and memory, gives away more light than you know. The sun does not care whether that light returns. It sends its rays without question, without aim. But Earth holds them briefly, gently, and lets some slip back into the sky. And the moon, turning slowly through its endless circuit, catches what it can. Not as a recipient of glory, but as a quiet keeper of what was given. You are not separate from this exchange. You never were. The air above your head holds fragments of sunlight that once warmed your skin. The trees outside your window released moisture that now drifts upward, scattering photons in its wake. Even the silence you keep now, your stillness, your closed eyes, your slow exhale, adds to the glow that rises toward the moon. Not as noise, not as signal, but as a gentle pressure of presence. And so the shadowed half continues to shimmer, not because it is lit by stars, not because it is alight with mystery, but because you are here, because you live on a world that gives light even in its sleep. The crescent will grow again, then shrink, then vanish, then return. And each time, beneath its edge, the dark will glow. Not because it should, but because you are still breathing. The moon does not rush. It moves with the patience of stones settling into bedrock, turning once for every 29 nights, each rotation a slow roll through light and shadow. You do not see it turning, not in real time, but you feel its rhythm in the quiet between breaths. The curve of light that returns after darkness is not sudden. It does not leap from nothing. It grows from a whisper, a thinning of absence, as if the sky itself were holding its breath and then exhaling just enough to reveal the edge of something ancient. That edge is not sharp. It blurs where it meets the dark, softened by distance, by dust, by the slow diffusion of sunlight that traveled all the way from your world and found its way back again. You have seen how the crescent bends, how it curls like a fingernail clipped too short or the rim of a cup left upside down on a windowsill. But you have not seen what lies beneath it. Not with your eyes, yet your body knows. The dark portion is not empty. It holds the echo of your days, the light that passed through clouds above your head, the glow that spilled from street lamps and kitchen bulbs, the warmth that rose from sleeping cities carried upward in invisible currents. That light does not vanish when night falls. It lingers. It rises. It finds its way past the atmosphere's edge, where no bird flies, no wind sings, and there is only silence and vacuum. There it meets the moon, not as a spotlight, but as a mist, a faint haze of photons drifting like pollen through still air. And when those particles strike the lunar surface, they do not bounce. They sink in. They settle into the regolith, the fine, powdery dust that covers every hill and crater, and are held there for moments longer than you can count. Then, slowly, they are given back, not as a mirror would give back an image, but as soil gives back warmth after sunset. The moon does not reflect earthshine like glass. It breathes it out. You might think the dark side of the crescent is cold, but it is not truly. Even in its shadowed half, it holds the memory of your world's glow. You cannot see it with your eyes, but if you could press your palm to that surface, where no foot has ever stepped, you would feel a lingering warmth not from the sun but from earth, from your breathing, from the slow drift of heat rising off oceans and forests and sleeping children. The moon does not need brightness to be touched by life. It only needs you to exist. And so it turns again. The crescent widens, not because the sun has changed its mind, but because your viewpoint has shifted. You are no longer looking at the same angle. Your position on Earth, spinning gently beneath the moon's orbit, now allows a little more of the sunlit half to come into view. But even as that bright sliver grows, the dark portion does not fade. It deepens. It holds its glow. Because earthshine is not dependent on how much sunlight falls directly on the moon, it depends only on whether Earth, from the moon's perspective, is showing its lit side. And it always does, except for one moment when the moon passes between you and the sun. Even then, the light finds a way. The atmosphere bends it. It spills around the edges of your planet like water over a stone. And though the crescent vanishes completely, the dark face still holds its faint luminescence, not enough to see in daylight, not enough to wake you from sleep, but there. Always there. You are not meant to notice. That is the quiet design of it all. The moon does not ask for your attention. It does not glow brighter when you look. It does not dim when you turn away. It simply continues turning, receiving, releasing as it has for billions of nights. The phases change because your angle changes, not because anything on the moon moves, not because it is being covered or uncovered by shadow from Earth, only by light, only by geometry, only by the slow, steady orbit that carries it through the arc between darkness and brilliance. And still, beneath each sliver of gold, there is gray, not absence but presence. A whisper you carry in your bones. You do not need to name it. You only need to be still. And breathe. The moon does not hurry. And it waits for you. The crescent grows, but not by force. It does not push its way forward like a tide-breaking shore. It simply arrives, each night a little more of the sunlit curve slipping into view as if the dark were learning how to let go. You do not see the motion. You only notice when the line between light and shadow has shifted just enough that the edge feels different, the curve sharper, the glow wider, the boundary where day meets night on the moon's face now resting in a new place. It is not the moon moving closer to the sun. It is you, turning slowly beneath it, your eyes rising from the pillow, your body still warm under blankets, your breath slow and steady as the sky above you reorients itself, not with suddenness, but with the quiet rhythm of a planet breathing. There are nights when the crescent is so thin it seems like a scratch on glass, barely there. And yet, even then, the dark part does not vanish. It holds its own light, faint, cool, as if the moon were remembering what it looked like before the sun woke up again. That glow does not come from the stars. It comes from you, from your oceans, your clouds, your cities blinking awake in their scattered constellations of lamps. The earth is bright from above, more so than any other world nearby. Even at night, when your side turns away from the sun, it still glows, not with fire but with reflection. And that glow travels upward, past the thinning air, past the silence where satellites drift like forgotten thoughts, until it reaches the moon's dark hemisphere. You might think that if the sun is not shining directly on that part of the moon, then nothing could touch it. But light does not need direct paths to find its way. It bends, it scatters, it lingers in the haze between worlds. The Earth sends out photons like a sigh, billions of them, soft and scattered, and they fall upon the lunar dust as if they had always meant to land there. There is no thunder to announce it, no flash to signal its arrival. And just the slow accumulation of gentle illumination, so subtle that your eyes cannot catch it unless you are very still, very patient, and very far from the glare of streetlights. And when you do see it, the gray belly of the crescent glowing faintly, you are not seeing something new. You are seeing what has always been there, Earth's own light returned. The moon is not a mirror. It does not reflect cleanly, but it holds, it absorbs. And then, in its own time, it gives back, not as a bright coin tossed into the dark, but as warmth left on a windowsill after sunset. The waxing crescent becomes first quarter. Then, slowly, the curve grows fuller. The illuminated portion widens, and still the shadowed part remains, still touched by earthshine. It does not fade with the growing light. It deepens in contrast, but it does not disappear. Because earthshine is not a reaction to brightness, it is an echo of presence. Even when half the moon glows white under direct sun, the other half still carries the dim imprint of your world's glow. The geometry has changed. The angle between you, the sun, and the moon has shifted, but the connection remains. You are always casting light upward, even when you do not know it. There is a moment just before full moon when the entire disk seems lit, not because darkness has vanished from its face, but because the shadow has been pushed so far to the edge that it barely clings there. And still, in those final hours before the moon becomes fully bright, the dark margin holds its faint glow. You might not notice it. Most people don't. But if you lie very still and let your eyes adjust, letting the world around you soften into silence, you will see it. Not as a distinct shape, but as a presence, a breathing softness in the night. And when full moon comes, the entire face shines, not because the dark has been erased, but because the angle is perfect. The earth and sun are on opposite sides of the sky, and the moon floats between them like a stone held still in flowing water. At that moment, every part of its near side faces the sun directly. And yet, even then, if you could stand on the moon's far side, you would see your world hanging full and bright above you. You would feel its light falling upon you, not as daylight, but as a gentle radiance, like the last glow of embers in a hearth. But you are not there. You are below, wrapped in blankets, watching from Earth. And when the moon is full, you see only brilliance. The earthshine has vanished, because now, from the moon's perspective, your world is dark. Your side faces away. The light you send upward ceases to reach it. And so the cycle turns again. The moon begins its slow retreat from fullness. The bright half shrinks, not because it is being swallowed by shadow, but because your viewpoint has tilted just enough that less of the sunlit curve remains visible. Each night, the illuminated portion becomes smaller. And still, in the darkened part, the part now facing away from the sun, you see the same faint glow. Earthshine returns. It does not wait for permission. It does not need a signal. It simply rises, like mist over quiet lakes, like breath on cold glass, like the warmth of a hand pressed to your forehead when you are half asleep and do not know if it is real or dream. You do not have to understand why it happens. You only have to be here. and still, and breathing. The waning gibbous rises later each night, a slow drift across the darkening sky, its light still generous but no longer absolute. You notice how it hangs lower than before, as if the heavens have settled into a quieter rhythm. The curve of brightness grows thinner with each passing hour, and the shadow that creeps along its edge is not empty. It carries within it the same quiet glow you saw in the crescent weeks ago. It does not vanish when the moon wanes. It simply changes position, as if following the turning of a great silent wheel. The sun still lights half of the moon, always, but now your eyes see less of that light because you are no longer aligned to catch its full sweep. The angle has shifted again, not suddenly, not sharply, but with the steady patience of orbit, like the slow turn of a page held between two fingers. And in the dimmer portion, where sunlight does not reach, there is still a presence. Not darkness as absence, but darkness as something held, something that remembers. Earth's light travels upward, through air thinning into space, bouncing off clouds and oceans, off frozen fields and city lights too distant to name. It finds the moon's night side, not with force, not with brilliance, but as a whisper returning after a long silence. You do not see it because you are looking for brightness. But if you let your gaze soften, letting the edges of vision blur into the night, you feel it more than you see it. A pale haze along the curve where shadow meets light. Not a glow from within, but a reflection from afar. As though Earth, in its sleep, is still dreaming of the moon and sending that dream upward just to keep it company. The third quarter arrives, and now exactly half of the moon's face is lit, yet it is the opposite half from before. The light does not move across the disk like a tide. It reorients itself with the geometry of space. You are standing in one place, looking up at a sphere turning in its orbit, and your perspective changes as surely as if you had walked around a statue in a garden. What was once bright is now shadowed. What was dark is now touched by sun. But even here, where half is lit and half is not, the unlit portion still holds the echo of Earth's glow. It is always there, this quiet light, not because the moon chooses to carry it, but because you are always shining upon it, whether awake or asleep. The waning crescent returns, thin as a fingernail clipping against the dark. The sun has moved so far ahead that only a sliver of its light kisses the edge of the moon's face. And yet, there it is again, the rest of the disk, nearly invisible, still faintly luminous. Not black, not empty, a ghost of your world's radiance, returned like an old song hummed in another room. You might think that with so little sunlight falling on it, the moon would be entirely dark. But you know now, it is never truly alone. Even when the sun forgets to light its face, Earth remembers. The crescent grows thinner still. Each night, a little less of the illuminated arc remains. The shadow deepens, not because more has been taken away, but because what is left is so narrow that it seems to tremble on the edge of vanishing. And in that narrowing space, between the sharp line of daylight and the vastness of night, earthshine lingers like a breath held too long. It does not demand attention. It does not compete with brightness. It simply waits, patient as dust settling after a storm. You watch it from your bed, eyes closed now, then open again, not to see more clearly, but to feel the shape of the night. The moon is no longer a symbol, no longer an object you name or measure. It has become a rhythm you carry in your breath, the slow turn of light and shadow, the quiet return of what was once lost. And even when it disappears from the sky entirely, when it becomes new again, hidden near the sun, you know it is still there, still touched by Earth's glow, even if no one sees. The cycle does not end. It only begins anew. The crescent slips lower each evening, closer to the horizon where the last light of sunset lingers like a sigh against the trees. You do not need to rise to find it. Just wait in stillness as the sky deepens beyond blue into violet, then into the soft indigo that holds no stars yet. The moon is there before they appear, a sliver so fine it seems drawn with a pencil's edge, barely there at all. And still, the curve behind it, the part turned away from the sun, does not vanish. It lingers in shades too gentle to name. The color of cooled ash over porcelain, the pale gray of linen left on a windowsill overnight. This is earthshine again, not bright enough to cast a shadow, not loud enough to be called light, but present as the warmth of a blanket you forgot you were wearing. You might imagine Earth from above, a blue and white marble spinning in darkness, its surface catching sunlight and scattering it in every direction. Not all of that light escapes into space. Some falls on clouds like silk stretched thin over oceans. Some glances off ice fields frozen silent beneath polar nights. Some reflects off the glassy sheen of city streets still warm with the day's heat. It is not a focused beam. It is not directed. It is simply what happens when a world breathes under a sun. Light spills, bounces, drifts upward in all directions, and some of it finds its way to the moon's dark face. Not because it was meant to, not because anything chose it, but because space holds no barriers between things that are near. The crescent grows thinner still. Each night, the illuminated arc shrinks by a fraction so small you would not notice unless you were watching for it, like the slow retreat of tide from sand or the way frost fades from grass before dawn. The shadow rises, not as an invasion, but as a settling, a quiet claiming of what was once lit. And still the rest remains, not dark, not empty. A memory of your world's glow, carried across the vacuum like a name whispered too softly to be heard by ears, but felt in the bones. You lie there and let your breath slow. The moon is not watching you. It does not know you are here. but it holds the echo of everything Earth has ever been under sunlight, every storm that broke over the Atlantic, every desert wind lifting sand into air, every quiet room where someone once looked up and wondered why the dark part of the moon was not truly black. That light is still traveling. It has already crossed the distance. It has already touched the lunar soil, bounced off ancient craters untouched for eons, and returned, not as a signal, not as a message, but simply as presence. The third quarter has passed. The fullness is gone. What remains is the leanest version of itself, a curve that could be broken by a single breath. And yet the whole face is there, not in brightness but in softness, in the way your eyelids feel when you close them after too long in sunlight, not burned, not dazzled, but tenderly aware of light even when it is gone. The moon does not need to be bright to be known. It needs only to be near. You begin to notice how the air feels different on nights when earthshine lingers. Not colder, not clearer, but quieter, as if the sky itself has lowered its voice, as though the stars are holding still, waiting for something to settle. The moon does not shine with its own fire. It carries what it is given. And Earth gives it this faint glow, not because it must, but because light, once released, never truly leaves. It travels farther than you think. The crescent becomes a thread, a hairline of light against the velvet dark. You could miss it entirely if you looked away for even a moment. But when your gaze returns, when you let yourself be still again, you see it. Not just the sliver, but the whole disk, breathing in pale silver, as though the night itself is holding its breath to keep it from fading. And then it vanishes, not with a crash, not with drama, but like a sigh released into air. The moon slips below the horizon, gone until morning. You do not see it again for days, but you know it has not ceased. It still turns, still reflects, still carries Earth's quiet light across the silent distance between worlds. You close your eyes. And in the dark behind your lids, you feel it, not as an image, but as a rhythm, a pulse older than names, a cycle that does not ask to be understood, only to be witnessed. The moon is always there, even when you cannot see it, even when it has no light of its own. It carries yours. The sky holds its breath longer now, as if waiting for something that has not yet come. The moon is gone from view, but you feel its absence like a quiet space between heartbeats, not empty but waiting. It is still there, moving silently through the dark, turning slowly on its axis, always showing one face to Earth, never changing its posture, never faltering in its rhythm. The sun still shines upon it, as it always does, illuminating half of its surface with a light that has traveled for 8 minutes and 20 seconds, long enough for you to blink twice, long enough for your thoughts to soften into silence. That same light falls now on the side turned away from you, bright and unbroken, untouched by night or longing. And yet, somewhere in that unseen half, where shadows pool like ink in a still pond, there is no true darkness, only the faintest return of what Earth has sent back. You do not see it now, but the light you once saw on the crescent's belly, that gentle wash, that ghostly glow, is still traveling. It left the surface hours ago, bouncing off ancient dust, slipping past mountains older than any living thing, rising into space as if carried by invisible hands. And somewhere in that vastness, it finds its way again, not to your eyes, not yet, but to the curve of your world, where oceans and clouds and forests catch it once more, hold it, soften it, and send it out again like a sigh returned. You think of how light behaves when it has nowhere else to go. It does not vanish. It lingers. It bends around edges. It settles into creases. It finds the smallest openings, and in those places it returns. The moon is no different. Even when its bright edge has slipped below your horizon, even when your eyes cannot find it, the earth still shines upon it, not with brilliance, not with fanfare, but with the quiet persistence of a candle left burning in an open window. You close your eyes again, and this time you do not try to picture anything. You let your thoughts grow heavy like stones sinking into deep water. The moon is turning. It always turns. Its days are long, 2 weeks of sunlight, 2 weeks of shadow. But even in the longest night, when no one on earth can see its face, there is still a glow upon it, not from the sun directly, not from any star you know, but from your own world, held up like an offering. And that glow, though faint, does not fade with distance. It travels across 384,000 kilometers of empty space as if it were nothing at all, as if the vacuum between worlds were merely a curtain drawn lightly aside, not a wall built to keep things out. The light returns, not as a mirror's sharp reflection, but as a memory made visible. Soft, blurred, barely there, like the echo of a song you heard once in another season. You feel it now, even without seeing the weight of that return. It is not loud. It does not shout, but it is constant, like the slow rise and fall of your own breath, like the way your blanket settles around you when sleep begins to pull you under. The moon carries this light because it cannot help but do so. It has no choice in what it receives. It only reflects. And still, even now, as you lie here with eyes closed, the earth is sending its light upward, through clouds that shift like slow rivers, through mist that curls above quiet lakes, through the thin air over snow-covered hills and silent cities where lights have long been turned out. That light rises unseen, unacknowledged, and finds its way to a world that does not speak, does not thank you, does not even know your name. And yet, it is received. The crescent will return. It always does. Not because it is owed, but because the dance continues, Earth turning beneath the sun, moon circling Earth in its slow, steady arc. And when it comes again, Thin as a whisper, you will see it, not just the sliver of sunlit edge, but the whole face, softly lit from within, as though the night itself has learned to glow. And you will not wonder why. You will only remember how. The air is still around you. The room holds its warmth. Your body sinks deeper into the mattress, and your thoughts grow slower, not fading, not disappearing, but spreading out like ink on damp paper, darkening gently, quietly, without resistance. Somewhere beyond the ceiling, beyond the stars, the moon moves. And it carries you with it. The moon is still moving, though you do not feel it. Its path through space does not rush, it drifts, steady as a breath held too long before release. Each night, its position shifts just slightly against the stars, not by leaps or jumps, but by small, patient steps that no clock measures and no eye catches unless you watch for weeks. And with every step, the angle between Earth, Moon, and Sun adjusts. Not enough to feel, not enough to notice, but enough so that what was once hidden begins to glow. You remember how, only a few nights ago, the crescent was thin as a fingernail clipping, sharp against the dark, bright where the sunlight kissed it. Now, even that edge has softened. The curve is wider, but still partial. And yet, beneath its luminous arc, there remains the faintest suggestion of roundness, not illuminated by direct sun, not glowing with force, but alive with a different kind of light. That glow does not come from above. It comes from below, from your world, turned toward it like an open palm. The oceans reflect it in silver ripples that stretch for miles. Clouds scatter it into diffuse halos. Ice fields hold it longer than soil or rock ever could. Even the quietest forests, where no lamp burns and no road runs, still catch enough of what the sun has given to Earth and send a little back. It is not bright. It does not demand attention. You would miss it if you were looking for something loud. But when your eyes have grown used to darkness, when your mind has learned to wait, it appears like a thought returning after you had forgotten you lost it. The moon's surface, where this light lands, is dry and dusty, full of craters that hold shadows deeper than any cave on Earth. Yet even there, in those hollows untouched by the sun for 2 weeks at a time, this borrowed glow settles. It does not illuminate the sharp edges or define the ridges. It merely breathes across them, like mist over stone after rain. You think of how light travels, not as an arrow shot from a bow, but as something that spills, pools, slips into corners. The Earth is round. Its surface curves away beneath you, and yet still, from every point where day meets night, some fraction of sunlight escapes upward, reflected, refracted, diffused, and finds its way across the void to meet another world. And because the moon moves in a circle around us, not tilted wildly, not wobbling out of rhythm, it always turns toward that glow at just the right time. Even when only a sliver faces the sun, the rest still receives what Earth offers. Not enough to see clearly, not enough to cast shadows, but enough to whisper back. There is no magic in this, no mystery beyond physics you cannot feel, the way light bends around dust, the way distance dulls brilliance without stealing it entirely. The moon does not choose to glow dimly. It simply receives what comes its way and holds it as long as it can before letting go into darkness again. You close your eyes once more. You do not need to imagine the scene. You are already inside it. Beneath you, Earth turns gently. Above you, the moon glides slowly through space, not pulled by force, not guided by will, but carried forward by motion that began long before you were born and will continue after all names have faded. The crescent grows wider each night now. The sunlit edge stretches farther across its face. But still, in the shadows behind it, there is light, soft, silent, unclaimed, and it does not fade because Earth still shines. You are lying here still. Your breath slows further. Your limbs grow heavy with rest. And somewhere beyond sleep's threshold, that same light continues to rise from your window, from distant lakes, from the rooftops of towns you've never seen, climbing upward through air so thin it barely remembers being air, and finds its way across the endless dark. It reaches the moon not as a shout, but as a sigh. And the moon holds it, not because it must, but because that is what moons do. The crescent thickens just a little more each night, and with it the shadowed portion grows narrower but not darker. It remains faint, persistent, like the last breath of daylight held in the hollow of a shell. You do not see this light as color nor as shape. It is absence softened by something that still lingers. The surface beneath it does not glow, it hums. A quiet resonance, not of sound but of presence. The moon's face, half turned to sun, half cradled in the echo of your world. There is no sudden shift when the sliver becomes a bow, then a curve, then nearly a half circle. It happens slowly as hours fold into one another as your breathing settles deeper into the mattress beneath you. The light that reaches the unlit side does not arrive all at once. It gathers, first in the upper rim of the shadowed arc, then along its lower edge, like dew forming on grass after midnight. It does not rush. It does not compete. It simply fills the spaces where direct sunlight has stepped away. You imagine how this light travels, not as a beam, but as a sigh released from every surface that holds warmth. The rooftops of cities you've never walked through, the silent fields beyond them, the frozen lakes in northern forests where no footprints mark the ice. From each of these places, photons rise, tiny, countless, scattered by air and water and dust, and drift upward, not toward any goal, but because that is how light behaves when it meets a curve. The Earth does not aim its glow at the moon. It does not intend to illuminate what lies beyond. Yet still, some of it finds the way. And because the moon moves in a steady circle, neither falling nor fleeing. It meets this faint return every night as reliably as dawn returns after sleep. The crescent grows wider now, and with each passing evening the dark portion shrinks, but not into nothingness. Even when only a sliver remains untouched by direct sun, even then, that shadowed half is never truly black. It carries the memory of Earth's light like an imprint pressed into velvet. You do not notice it unless you stop looking for brightness. When your eyes have learned to rest in darkness, you see how the moon does not vanish behind its own silhouette. It lingers, not with fire, but with a whisper that has no voice. The dust on its surface holds this glow longer than rock or soil ever could on Earth. It is fine and dry, and it scatters light without absorbing it fully. Each grain becomes a tiny mirror, catching what comes, holding it for just long enough to pass it along. You think of how quiet the moon must be, not silent but still. No wind moves across its plains. No waves lap at its edges. Yet here is light traveling through that silence, not as a signal, not as a message, but simply because space allows it. There are no clouds to block it there. No mountains to cast longer shadows than the ones already carved by the sun. The glow from Earth does not need a path. It finds its way through the emptiness between worlds like a thought that refuses to leave your mind. And so the cycle continues, not as a story with beginnings and ends, but as a rhythm you feel more than hear. The moon moves through its orbit, turning slowly toward the sun, then away, then toward again. Each phase is not a new thing, but an old one returning in slightly different light. The crescent that was thin last week becomes broad tonight. Tomorrow it will be broader still. But even when it nears fullness, you remember. There were nights when this same face was nearly dark, and yet still held the glow of your world. You do not need to see Earth from above to know it shines. You only need to look up, on a night when the moon is thin, and wait. The air around you grows heavier with sleep. Your eyelids no longer feel like skin. They are the weight of twilight settling over quiet hills. The moon, outside your window, moves imperceptibly, so slowly that even if you watched all night, you would not see it shift. But it does move. And with each step along its path, the angle changes just enough to let more sun fall on one side and less on the other. Yet in every phase, whether bright or dim, whether sharp-edged or soft-faded, there is always this: Earth's light, rising like a tide from below, reaching up, not to claim, but to caress. And the moon receives it. Yea, not because it must, but because that is what moons do. The moon does not pause between phases, though it feels as if it does, like a breath held just long enough to make you wonder if it will ever release. You watch the curve of light grow thinner again after fullness, and it seems impossible that such a wide disk could shrink so gently into nothing, but it does. Not by fading out, but by turning away. The sun still shines on half, always half, and Earth still catches what spills past its own edge, sending it back in quiet arcs. You see the crescent now as a wound closing, not because anything is lost, but because the angle has shifted. The light that once painted the entire face now lingers only where the curve turns toward the sun, while the rest remains folded into shadow. And yet even there, where no direct sun reaches, the surface does not go dark. It holds what Earth gives, soft, scattered, patient. You think of how the oceans reflect sunlight in waves, how snowfields glow under moonlight, how even a wet sidewalk at dusk can catch the sky's last light. But none of that is like this. This is not reflection off water or ice or glass. This is dust, ancient and dry, lifted by no wind, stirred by no footstep, simply holding what comes. It does not shine brightly. It does not sparkle. It glows with the patience of something that has waited 1,000 nights for this moment. The same glow, always the same, just dimmer now, just less certain. You do not need to know how far Earth is to feel its presence here. You only need to remember that when you stand on your side of space, looking up at the moon's darkened half, you are seeing a mirror made of silence. The light you see was born in daylight over cities and forests, over oceans that stretch farther than any map can show. It bounced off clouds, slipped between trees, skimmed the edges of mountains, and then, some small fraction of it escaped into the black. No lens gathered it. No telescope aimed for it. It simply drifted, as light does, until it met the dust on the moon's far side. And there, in that stillness, it found a place to rest before returning to you. The crescent grows narrower now. The sliver of brightness is thinner than a fingernail, and the shadowed part stretches wide across the face. But even so, the dark is not empty. It has texture, not of color or shape, but of presence. You see it as a faint blush against the night, like the memory of warmth left on a pillow after someone rises. The moon does not turn its back on Earth. It turns slowly, steadily, in a circle that takes nearly 30 nights to complete, and every step along that path changes how much sun you see, and how much of your world's light finds its way back. You do not need to understand orbits to feel this rhythm. You only need to be still long enough for your eyes to forget what bright means. When the moon is just a thread of silver, hanging low in the western sky after sunset, you might think it is barely there. But if you wait, if you let your pupils open wide and your mind quiet, you will see that the rest of it is still present. Not as form, not as shape, but as feeling. As the ghost of a face you once knew. The light from Earth does not illuminate with clarity. It hums, it whispers. It settles into the craters like fog on grass, soft, slow, and without hurry. And when the crescent becomes so thin it seems to vanish altogether, you will see that even then the moon is not gone. It lingers just beyond sight, a faint smudge against the dark, a breath held in the sky. The sun has moved too far ahead now. Its light falls on the side turned away from you. But Earth still glows, still shines. It still sends its quiet reflection into space, where it meets the moon's dust and is carried back, not as a signal, not as an answer, but simply because the laws of light do not choose when to stop. They go on, even when no one watches. You are asleep now, or nearly. Your breath slows. The room grows heavier with night. Outside, the moon moves through its cycle, turning gently away from the sun toward darkness, then back again, always in motion, never in hurry. And though you cannot see it anymore, even when your eyes are closed, you know, somewhere above you, in the silence between worlds, Earth's light still travels, not to be seen, not to be known, but simply because it can. The crescent has slipped below the horizon, but the quiet glow remains, not in your eyes, but in the space behind them. You do not need to see it to know it is there. The moon still turns, still carries the echo of Earth's light across the void, even when no one looks. That faint luminescence does not fade with distance. It only becomes softer, more patient, as if time itself had learned to breathe slowly. It moves through the sky like a thought you forgot you were holding, unspoken, unacknowledged, but never lost. You feel the night deepen around you. The air grows stiller. The weight of darkness settles into your bones, not as absence, but as presence, thick with the quiet hum of things that continue without notice. Above, the moon is now a memory in motion. Its illuminated edge has shrunk to nothing more than a suggestion, a whisper of brightness along the curve where sun and shadow meet. But even here, in this nearly invisible phase, the dark side still holds the reflection of your world, not as an image, not as a copy, but as a lingering warmth, like the last breath of sunlight on a stone long after dusk. The sun has moved far ahead now, its light falling only where you cannot see. Yet Earth, still bright with clouds and seas and cities sleeping under their own lamps, continues to shine upward. That light travels not in beams or arrows, but as scattered photons, gentle as dust motes drifting through an open window. Some of them strike the moon's surface not with force, but with a quiet insistence, like footsteps on snow too soft to make a sound. They do not illuminate boldly, they settle. They pool in the hollows between rocks, in the craters no telescope has named, in the dust that has lain undisturbed for centuries. And then, slowly, as if remembering its way home, some of that light turns back, bounced, diffused, softened by the air above your head, and finds its way to your eyes, even now, even when the moon is almost gone from sight. You do not need to measure how far it has traveled. You only need to know that what you are seeing, the faint glow on the unlit half, is not the moon's own light. It is yours. Yours from morning walks, from windows left open in summer, from the way lamplight spills across a kitchen counter after midnight. It is the light of quiet rooms and closed curtains, of rain tapping gently on rooftops, of the last ember in a hearth long extinguished. It traveled up through the atmosphere, past the stars that do not blink, past the silent satellites that glide without purpose or name, until it met the moon's surface. And there, in that stillness, it was held for a moment before returning to you, as if the sky had learned to keep secrets and then gently give them back. The cycle continues. The moon moves along its path, turning slowly away from the sun, drawing closer each night to the moment when it will vanish entirely, when no sliver remains, when only darkness fills the circle where light once lived. But even in that absence, the connection does not break. Earth still glows, still reflects, still sends its quiet echo into space. And though you may close your eyes now, though you may drift deeper into sleep, the moon still carries that light, not as a signal, not as a message, but simply because it is there, and because light, once released, does not know how to stop. You feel the rhythm in your breath, in slow, even pulses, the same rhythm that moves the moon through its endless turn. There is no need to track it, no need to name each phase or count the nights. You are part of the same stillness now, the same quiet between worlds. The light you saw tonight was never meant only for seeing. It was meant for remembering, for feeling in the dark that even when something seems gone, it is not truly lost. It has simply turned its face away for a while, just for a while, and is waiting to return. The sky holds its breath. The moon drifts further into shadow, and still, faint as the sigh of a sleeper turning in bed, the earthshine lingers. A whisper against the black, a memory of home carried across empty space, not because it must, but because it can. The moon, now nearly invisible, hangs just above the horizon where the last warmth of day still lingers in the air, not as heat, but as a quiet residue, like the memory of a hand that has let go. You do not see its edge clearly anymore. It is too thin, too close to the sun's fading trail. But you feel it there, present not by brightness, but by absence. The dark part of its face is no longer empty. It holds something softer than shadow, something that does not belong to night alone. That glow, faint as a breath against glass, comes from below, from the world beneath your pillow, from the rivers that flow without sound in the dark, from the fields where grass still remembers the sun's touch even when it cannot see it. You are looking now at the moon not as an object in the sky, but as a mirror turned upward, a surface that does not create light, but holds what is given. The sun gave its fullness once, and now Earth gives what remains. Not all of it, only the portion that slips past clouds, that filters through leaves still trembling from evening wind, that bounces off windows where someone left a lamp burning just to ease the dark. That light rises, not in streams or waves, but as individual particles, each one drifting like pollen caught in an updraft, each one seeking its way into space with no destination but the possibility of being seen. And when it reaches the moon's surface, it does not strike with force. It settles like snow on a roof after a long storm, like dust that has fallen from a bookshelf and now rests undisturbed for years. The terrain below receives it gently. The highlands, where rocks have stood silent since before any name was spoken. The Maria, those ancient plains of cooled stone, smooth as old porcelain under a dim lamp. There is no thunder here, no rush. Only stillness holding stillness. The crescent you see, thin and sharp, is not the whole story. It is only the edge where sunlight still dares to touch. But beneath it, in the hollows between mountains that you cannot name, in the valleys buried under layers of fine dust older than any forest on earth, the light from your world lingers. Not enough to cast a shadow, not enough to reveal a crater's rim, just enough to soften the black, not with color but with presence. As if the moon were breathing slowly, and this dim glow was its exhale. You do not need to know how many photons arrive per square centimeter. You only need to feel that something has traveled from your world, your quiet rooms, your half-remembered dreams, and returned to you, changed by distance, softened by time. It is the same light that warmed your skin an hour ago, now reborn in the sky as a whisper. The moon continues its journey. Each night it moves farther from the sun's glare, turning slowly toward the dark side of its orbit. And still, Earth glows, not brightly, not urgently, but steadily like a hearth kept alive with embers. The light that rises does not ask to be seen. It simply climbs. It passes through layers of air you cannot name, past the highest clouds that drift without purpose, past the silent stations that orbit without sound, until it meets the moon's face. And there, for just a moment, it is held. And then it returns, not as a signal, not as a message, but as an echo that never learned to fade. It finds your eyes when you are half asleep, when your thoughts have softened into stillness, when even your breath has slowed to the rhythm of the night. You do not understand how it works. You do not need to. You only know that what you see is not borrowed from above. It is returned from below, from the world where you sleep, where lights go out one by one, where silence gathers like a blanket over rooftops and trees. The moon carries it, not as treasure, but as habit, as if the sky had learned to hold onto kindness, even when no one was watching. And so you lie still, eyes closed now, not because you must, but because the quiet has become too deep to ignore. The crescent fades further. The earthshine dims, not because it is gone, but because the moon is turning away again, moving slowly toward the dark, toward the moment when even this faint echo will vanish. But even then, Earth will still glow, and the moon will still carry its light. Because that is how it has always been. Not by design. Not by purpose. But simply because light, once given, does not know how to stop. The crescent grows thinner, not because the moon has lost its way, but because it is turning its face gently toward a shadow that does not belong to Earth. The sunlight still falls, unchanged, unyielding, as it always has since before your ancestors knew the names for night or hunger or longing. Half of the moon remains lit as it must, no matter where it drifts in its slow circle. But now, from where you lie, only a sliver catches your gaze. The rest is dark, not empty, not dead, but filled with something quieter than absence. It is the glow that does not come from above. It comes from below, from the blue and white world beneath you, turned inward now, wrapped in its own darkness. That light travels upward past the last birdsong of dusk, past the thin veil of air where stars are hidden by the weight of your breath, until it reaches the moon's night side, not as a blaze, not as a flame, but as a sigh made visible. You do not see it with the same eyes that find the bright edge. You feel it with the part of you that remembers being small, when the dark was not something to fear but something to rest inside. The surface beneath your gaze is not black. It is a soft gray, like linen left in the rain and then hung out to dry before sunrise. There are no sharp lines here, no sudden contrasts. Just a slow fading, like ink dissolving in water, or the last warmth of tea held too long in a cup you do not wish to finish. The light that paints this dim half is not direct. It does not leap across space with purpose. It bounces, it reflects. It slips from cloud to cloud over oceans you will never sail, from city lights flickering behind drawn curtains, from the glow of a single window left on in a house where no one walks anymore. It gathers there on earth, and then it rises, not as an offering, but as a habit, as if the planet itself could not help but shine back. The moon receives this light without recognition. It does not know that the photons came from your kitchen, or the highway outside town, or the glow of a screen left on in a bedroom where someone sleeps with their eyes open to the ceiling. It only knows what it always has, that some part of the sky is brighter than others. And so it returns it, this borrowed glow, not as an echo, not as a memory, but as something natural, inevitable, like rain falling after a long, dry season. The dark portion of the moon does not feel shadowed. It feels remembered, as though, in its silent journey, it carries with it the quiet hum of your world, the rustle of sheets, the distant train, the breath of someone else sleeping nearby, and holds it gently, as one might hold a folded letter long after the words have been read. You watch it now, this faint luminescence, and you do not wonder why it is there. You only feel how it settles over your thoughts like a second blanket, heavier than silk but lighter than thought. The moon does not move quickly. It moves as time moves when you are half asleep, not in steps but in sighs. Each hour, the sliver of sunlight grows narrower and the earthshine widens, not because more light is sent, but because less remains to be seen. And still, Earth glows. Still, it sends its quiet pulse upward, not to be seen, not to be known, but simply because it can. Because after billions of years, this has become the rhythm. Sun lights one half. Earth reflects on the other. The moon, caught between, becomes a mirror that forgets it is only reflecting. There are moments when you might mistake this glow for a trick of your eyes, when fatigue bends perception and the dark seems to pulse with something just beyond recognition. But it is not illusion. It is physics made tender. It is light, traveling farther than you can measure, returning not as command but as caress. The moon does not choose to hold it. It holds because there is nothing else to do. Its surface, dusted in fine particles older than any tree, catches the glow like a hand catching snowflakes, not with intention but with texture. Each grain, each tiny hill, each buried crater rim absorbs and re-radiates what it receives. The light does not vanish. It lingers. And so you lie here, eyes closed now, not because you are asked to sleep, but because the night has become too soft to resist. The crescent is nearly gone. Only a thread of brightness remains, like the last stitch in a seam being undone. And beneath it, the rest is still there, faint, patient, faithful. Earth's light returns again and again, not because it must, but because it cannot help itself. The moon carries it not as proof, not as message, but as a habit written into the bones of the sky. You do not need to understand how far it travels. You only know that it does. And that, somewhere between your pillow and the edge of space, something gentle is still being passed along back and forth, again and again, in silence, in darkness, in the quiet between heartbeats. The air around you has grown still, not because the wind has stopped, but because your body has learned to breathe in time with the slow turn of the moon. It does not rush. It does not pause. It simply moves, and in its movement, the curve of light grows thinner, not fading, but thinning, like a thread pulled gently through fabric until only the faintest strand remains. You feel it more than you see it now. That sliver of sunlit edge, barely there, hanging above the horizon like a whisper too soft to carry beyond your eyelids. And beneath it, the dark still holds its glow. Not darkness as absence, but darkness as vessel. The surface, pocked and ancient, catches what Earth sends, not in bursts, not in flashes, but in a slow seepage of photons, each one having traveled from your city's street lamp, from the window of a hospital ward where someone watches the clock, from the glow of a single candle left burning on a windowsill long after the flame has dimmed. These lights rise, not as signals, not as prayers, but as quiet spills of energy rising through the atmosphere like mist over a lake at dawn. The moon does not know their origin. It only knows that some part of the sky is warmer than others. And so it returns them, not as reflection, but as repetition. A pattern written into its rock and dust, repeated across centuries, unchanged by time or thought. You imagine the light traveling upward, not in a straight line, but in countless paths, each one bending slightly as it passes through layers of air that are denser near your feet and thinner above your head. Some photons scatter off water vapor. Others bounce off particles of pollen, of smoke, of salt carried from distant oceans. They rise not in unison, but in a slow tide, like the breath of a sleeping city rising into the night. When they reach the moon, they do not strike it with force. They settle, like dust on an open book left on a table for years. Each particle of lunar soil, each tiny ridge and crater wall holds them briefly, absorbing their warmth, then giving back their glow in all directions, as if the surface itself were dreaming. And from where you lie, eyes closed, this returned light does not come as brightness. It comes as presence, as a softening of shadow, as the quiet knowledge that even when the sun is gone from view, Earth still speaks, still shines, not for anyone to hear, but because it has always done so. The crescent grows narrower each night. You do not count the days, you feel them. In the way your blankets grow heavier as the air cools. In the way your thoughts slow, not from exhaustion, but from rhythm. The moon is not disappearing. It is becoming something else, a ghost of itself, still holding the echo of light. And still, Earth glows. Still, it sends its quiet pulse upward, not because it must, not because it was meant to, but because after billions of years, this has become its nature. To reflect, to return, to hold what it receives, even when no one is watching. You do not need to see the moon clearly to know it's there. You feel its presence in the stillness between your breaths, in the space behind your closed eyelids where shapes form without sight, shapes that move slowly, as if weighted by gravity from another world. The dark side does not ache for light. It carries what it has been given and lets it linger, like a hand that holds a warm stone long after the fire has died. And you are still here, still breathing, still listening to the night, not with your ears, but with your silence. The moon will be gone soon, not vanished, but hidden behind the sun again. It will return, as always, a new sliver of light against the dark. And when it does, Earth will be waiting, with its own quiet glow, ready once more to paint the shadowed half in something softer than starlight. You do not know how long this has been happening. You only know that it is still happening now. And you are here, lying still, to witness it, even if only with your breath. The crescent has thinned further now. a whisper of silver pressed against the dark like the edge of a seashell held to your ear. You do not need to open your eyes to know it's there, not because you hear it, but because the night holds its breath differently around it. The air feels thinner where the light is absent, as if the darkness has learned to settle deeper in the spaces between stars, leaving only this faint rim of illumination to mark where the moon still turns toward Earth. And still, the shadowed part does not vanish, it lingers, not as absence, but as a canvas waiting for return. Earth's glow rises again, not from one place, not from a single city or ocean, but from everywhere at once. From frozen fields that hold the last warmth of afternoon, from forests where leaves exhale moisture into the cool air, from rivers that breathe out steam like slow sighs, from the countless windows still faintly lit in homes where someone sleeps with curtains half drawn. The light does not aim for the moon. It simply escapes, spilling upward through gaps in clouds, through cracks in the atmosphere's veil, rising without purpose except to rise. And when it reaches that distant surface, it finds no eyes to receive it, no hands to catch it. It only meets rock and dust, ancient and patient, which absorbs its quiet warmth and sends it back as something older than memory. You feel this not with sight but with stillness. The moon does not glow because it is full. It glows where the sun has left it, and yet, even there where no direct light falls, Earth answers, not loudly, not brightly, but enough. Enough to make the dark side feel less like a void and more like a memory of light, held in the curve of its own shape. The crescent narrows, yes, but so too does your awareness of time. Your heartbeat slows not because you are tired, but because the rhythm of the night has become your own. There is no need to measure the days when each breath matches the slow turn of the world beneath you. The moon's orbit carries it farther from the sun in your sky, not by distance, but by angle. You do not see its motion. You feel its passage in the way shadows lengthen across your ceiling, in the way the edge of your blanket grows colder as midnight deepens. The illuminated sliver is now a thread, so fine you might mistake it for a trick of the wind or the ghost of a cloud passing between you and the stars. But it is real. And so is what lies beside it. That dim, glowing half soft as old parchment, lit not by the sun's direct hand, but by the reflected sigh of your own world. Earth does not know it shines on the moon. It does not calculate its angle or measure its light. It simply reflects as it has always done, because to be illuminated is to return something, even if only in small amounts. The oceans give back the sun's gold. The snowfields scatter its white. Even your own skin, warm beneath covers, sends out infrared pulses no eye can see but that the moon still receives. It collects them all not as signals, not as messages, but as texture, as tone, as the quiet hum of a planet breathing. You do not need to understand how it works to feel its truth. The crescent will vanish soon, swallowed by the sun's glare, hidden behind its brightness for a few nights. But when it returns, it will come again with that same soft glow on its dark side, not because anything has changed in the heavens, but because Earth still remembers how to shine, and the moon still remembers how to hold it. The sky grows darker now as the night deepens. The stars are sharper overhead, clearer than they were hours ago when the air was heavier with warmth. But the moon is not brighter for it. It is quieter, smaller, a sliver of memory against the vastness. And still, the shadowed part glows, not because it should, not because it is meant to, but because after billions of turns, this is simply what happens when a planet loves its satellite enough to light even its hidden face. You do not need to name it. You do not need to explain it. The dark half does not ask for recognition. It only asks that you notice, when the world is still, that light can come from more than one place, and that absence never truly owns the night. The crescent is thinner now than a fingernail clipping, almost gone. And yet the glow remains. The crescent is gone now, not vanished, not lost, but folded into the dark like a breath held too long and finally released. The moon still moves, still turns, still carries its silent burden of reflected light across the same path it has traced for time without name. You do not see it, but you know it is there. Just beyond the edge of sight, just past the point where starlight begins to feel like memory. The sun's direct gaze has passed over it entirely now, leaving no trace on its near face except the echo of what was once lit. And still, the dark side does not go cold. Earth continues its quiet work, not in effort, not in purpose, but because it is made of things that reflect. Clouds drift above you, thick with moisture, and even as they blur the stars, they catch the sun's last warmth and send it upward, scattering it in 100 invisible directions. The oceans, vast and slow, shimmer with the same light that once touched your skin before sleep came. They do not know they are lighting the moon. They simply rise and fall, and in their motion, they give back what was given to them. The air above you grows thinner now, cooler, as if the night has drawn a long breath and is holding it. The wind has stilled, not from silence, but from surrender. Even the trees outside your window no longer creak with movement. Their branches rest like tired fingers against the black. And somewhere beyond them, beyond the roofline, beyond the horizon where the last trace of daylight dissolved into violet, the moon hangs unseen, but not unlit. The light that reaches it now is not a beam. It is a sigh. A slow exhalation from an entire planet, stitched together by every dewdrop, every ripple, every patch of snow still clinging to distant northern hills. That light travels upward, not in straight lines, but in whispers, in glances, in the way dust particles catch and scatter color long after the sun has left the sky. It finds its way to the moon's dark face not because it was aimed there, but because space is full of things that bend, that linger, that return what they touch. You do not feel this light on your skin. You will never measure it with instruments. But when you close your eyes, as you are doing now, you remember how darkness is never empty. It holds the afterglow of everything that passed through it. The moon does not glow because it has been struck by sunlight. It glows because Earth, in its turning, in its breathing, in its endless, unconscious generosity, sends back what it cannot keep. Even when you sleep, your body gives off heat, not as a signal, not as a plea, but simply because warmth escapes where it is held. The moon receives this, not as data, not as meaning, but as texture, as warmth carried on invisible waves, soft as the inside of a seashell pressed to an ear. The next few nights will be black above you. No curve, no sliver, just stars and the deep blue of night without marker or measure. The moon will pass between Earth and Sun, not hidden by shadow, not erased by eclipse, but simply turned away, its illuminated half facing entirely toward the star that gives it life. And still, the planet below does not stop shining. It continues to reflect across oceans, across forests, across sleeping cities where lamps are dimmed but not extinguished. The moon, in its unseen phase, receives all of it. The flicker of a street lamp on wet pavement, the glow of a window left open on the third floor, the faint warmth rising from a child's blanket as they dream. It collects these things without counting them, without knowing their names. And when the first thin arc returns, when the crescent reappears like a secret whispered back into the sky, it will not come alone. The dark side will still be there, still glowing, not because it should, not because it is supposed to, but because this is how things are now. Earth lights its moon even when no one watches, even when no one remembers, even when the night is too deep for anything but breath and silence. You do not need to see it to know it is true. The air cools further now, settling like dust on a windowsill that has not been touched in years. Your eyelids are heavy, not from tiredness, but from alignment. As if your body, in its quiet way, has matched itself to the slow rhythm of the turning world. The moon does not rush. It does not hurry toward fullness or fade into darkness with urgency. It moves as a thought moves, slowly, inevitably, without resistance. And you lying here, wrapped in stillness, are moving with it, not by choice, but by belonging. The light that returns to the moon is not new. It has traveled before. It has passed through your window, bounced off your ceiling, kissed the edge of your pillow. Now it climbs, gently, endlessly, through layers of air that do not question its purpose. It finds the moon's face where no sunbeam dares to land and settles there not as brightness but as presence. You are not watching this happen, but you are part of it. And so you sleep. The night holds everything. even what cannot be seen. The air around you thickens just slightly, not with moisture, but with the weight of things unseen. The moon, though invisible to your eyes, still holds within its surface the quiet echo of light that once touched your world. It is not a memory in the way you remember a voice or a face. It is more like the lingering warmth on a blanket after someone has risen from bed, not traced by touch, but felt in the hollow where their body rested. That warmth was never meant to stay. It simply could not help but linger. You do not see it now, but the earth continues to glow, softly, universally, as if it were made of something more than rock and water and air. The oceans, still turning beneath you, catch what little light remains from distant cities, from passing cars, from the slow blink of a lighthouse far down the coast. That light does not vanish when it strikes the sea. It shatters into 1,000 tiny reflections, each one dancing just below the surface, then rising, gently, imperceptibly, as if drawn upward by something older than gravity. It climbs, not as fire climbs wood, but as breath rises from lips after a long sigh. It passes through clouds that do not block it, because they are not barriers, they are filters. The light bends where the water droplets gather, and it spreads, not in beams, but in haze. A veil of borrowed radiance, thin as the edge of a pearl. And above it all, where no eye looks, the moon receives this, not as a gift offered with intention, but as a consequence of being near something that shines. The surface there is not bright. It does not gleam or glitter. It absorbs, then releases, not in color, not in heat, but in a quiet, diffuse glow. A whisper made visible only because the night around it is so deep. You have felt this before without knowing it. On nights when you woke just after midnight and saw the faintest outline of your own hand against the wall, lit not by lamp or moon but by something else, the room itself breathing light back at you. That was earthshine, though you did not name it then. It was simply the way darkness held on to what had passed through. Now, in this silence, the same thing happens on a scale too vast for thought. The land beneath you, forests still sleeping, fields wrapped in dew, highways empty of motion, all of it sends up its small contributions. A single window left open in an attic where a curtain moves with the night breeze. A neighbor's porch light, amber and low, burning because someone forgot to turn it off. The glow from a screen, dimmed but not off, casting pale blue over a sleeping face. None of these are meant for the moon. None were made to travel that far, but space does not ask permission. It carries what is given, even when no one intended to give it. The crescent returns, not as a promise, not as a signal, but as a reminder. The thin arc of sunlight on its edge is bright because it is direct, pure, unfiltered, and yet the rest, the vast, dark curve that stretches from horn to horn, is not absent. It is full of what Earth gave back. You do not need to know why this happens to feel it. You only need to be still enough to notice that even in absence, there is presence. Even when nothing seems to shine, something is always shining, just not for you. Not directly. The moon does not change because it wants to. It changes because the angles shift, not suddenly, not dramatically, but like the slow turning of a page in a book no one is reading. Each phase is simply another way of seeing what was always there, half lit by sun, half touched by earth. And when the next crescent comes, when you see it again, thin as a fingernail clipping against the twilight, you will not think of orbits or geometry. You will feel it, deep in your bones, like the quiet comfort of knowing someone is still awake somewhere, just for you. The night deepens further now. The stars do not blink more brightly. They simply become more certain. And the moon, though hidden, remembers every flicker. It carries them all. You are sleeping now. So it keeps shining for you. The crescent lingers longer than you expect, not because it resists, but because the angle holds. The sun's light grazes the edge of the moon like a fingertip brushing the rim of a cup filled with dark water. You do not see the whole surface, only the sliver that turns toward you, sharp and bright as a blade struck by dawn. But beneath it, where shadow pools thick and deep, something else stirs. Not movement, not life, but reflection. The earth, vast and quiet below, sends back what it cannot keep. Not all of it, not even most, just enough. A softness that clings to the curve of the moon's dark face, like the memory of a touch after hands have parted. You do not need to know how much light is lost along the way, how much vanishes in clouds, absorbed by trees, swallowed by asphalt, to feel its presence. It reaches anyway. Traveled through vacuum, through the cold between worlds, it arrives not as signal but as sigh. The moon does not ask for it. It does not need it. But it receives it, not as light meant for eyes, but as light that simply cannot help but go on. There is no brightness here, not like the crescent's edge. This is a different kind of seeing. Not sharp, not defined, just a suggestion of shape, a ghost of sphere. It does not glow with its own fire. It glows because something else once did and then let go. The oceans below reflect it, not in waves or splashes, but as a global shimmer, a slow pulse across kilometers of still water. Forests hold their breath and return what little they catch. Cities, now darkened, still leave behind the echo of lamps, of screens, of distant windows that never quite turned off. These are not signals sent. They are accidents of being alive. And space does not discard accidents. It carries them quietly, patiently, as if holding a child's forgotten scarf in its hands. You have seen this before in the pale glow on your ceiling when the moon was new and the room was dark. You thought it was the street lamp outside, or perhaps the refrigerator light left open, but it was not. It was Earth, turning its face to the moon as you turned yours to sleep. The same light that brushed your eyelids through the curtain now travels upward, past the thinning air, beyond the silence of satellites, until it finds a surface too far away to notice, but still remembers how to receive. The crescent will fade. That is its nature. The sun moves just a little further each night, tilting the angle so that less and less of the lit side faces you. And with each passing evening, the dark portion grows, not because it gains weight or depth, but because the light retreats. Yet even as the bright arc thins, even as it becomes narrower than a fingernail's curve, the earthshine does not vanish. It does not flicker out like a candle. It softens, it spreads. It becomes the shape of the whole moon again, not in brightness, but in presence. You do not need to understand why this happens to feel its truth. You only need to lie still and notice that even when the moon seems almost gone, it is never truly absent. Even when you cannot see its face, you can sense its weight, the way a sleeping body still fills the space of a bed. The light that returns to it does not come from heaven. It comes from below, from your own world, from your own quiet nights, from the small, unspoken things that linger after you close your eyes. The moon does not change because it wants to. It changes because the sun keeps turning and Earth keeps spinning, and the path between them is a slow dance without music. There is no beginning, no end, only this, half lit by fire from afar, half cradled in the glow of home. And when you wake again, if you wake, the crescent will be there. Not as a sign, not as a message, but as a quiet companion holding the memory of your light even while you sleep. The air grows colder now, not with wind but with stillness. The night has no hurry. It does not rush to bring morning. It lets the moon drift, let the earthshine linger, let your breathing slow into rhythm with something older than thought. You do not need to know how far the light travels. You only need to feel that it did. And so it continues, this quiet exchange between worlds you will never touch, between lights you will never name. The moon carries them all, even now, even here, even as your eyelids grow heavy with sleep. The dark part of the moon is not empty. It is full of what Earth gave back. The air holds the scent of damp earth, not after rain, but after stillness. Long nights when nothing stirs above or below, when even the wind forgets its name. You feel this in your ribs, as if the quiet has weight, as if it presses gently against your skin like a folded blanket left on the edge of the bed. The moon is not bright now, not truly, but neither is it gone. It lingers at the edge of vision, a faint smudge where darkness remembers light. You do not need to look for it. It finds you anyway. The curve that remains is thinner than the ridge between two closed eyelids. A sliver drawn by someone who forgot how hard they were pressing. And still, the shadowed half glows, not with its own fire, but with what was given. The earth does not shout to be seen. It offers quietly, a sigh of city lights through cloud, the slow glow of open windows in towns too tired to turn off their lamps, the faint shimmer of snow-covered fields catching whatever remains after sunset. These are not signals meant for space. They are simply what happens when people live beneath the same sky. And so it travels, this borrowed light, not as a beam or a signal, but as drift. It rises through layers that grow thinner with every kilometer until there is no air left to scatter it, only silence and vacuum stretching wide enough to hold entire lifetimes without moving. The moon does not reach for it, it waits. As you wait, eyes closed, breath even for sleep to come. The light that returns has traveled farther than any bird flies in a season, longer than the time between one heartbeat and the next when your mind drifts just before falling under. It crosses empty space as if it were nothing at all, as if distance meant less than silence. And then it meets stone. The same surface you know from photographs, cracked with ancient impacts, dusted fine like ash left after a fire long cooled. This is where the light lands, not in brilliance, not in color, but as a soft wash, barely there. You might think it's imagination, that your eyes are tricking you into seeing something that isn't real. But no, it was always here, always has been. Even when the sky above was clear and bright with stars, even then, the dark part held this ghost light, waiting for someone to notice. You did not need to know its name to feel it. You only needed stillness. The sun does not pause in its journey across the heavens. It moves steadily forward, each night tilting just a little more beyond your horizon, pulling away from where you stand. And with every passing evening, less of that direct light falls on the side turned toward you. The crescent shrinks, not because it is being eaten or hidden, but because the angle has changed. But even as its brightness fades to nothingness at the edge, the earthshine remains. It does not blink out like a bulb unplugged. It thickens slightly in tone, spreading across the shadowed face until the entire disk becomes visible again, only dimmer than mist on glass. Not lost, but transformed. A memory made luminous. You do not see this during daylight hours, not because it isn't there, but because your eyes are full of other things. Blue sky too bright to hold ghosts, clouds too white to carry shadows, the sun itself too loud for quiet light to speak. But at night, when everything else has gone still, you notice how gently the moon returns what was given. It is not magic. It is geometry made gentle by time. The earth reflects, not perfectly, not cleanly, but enough. Enough that after midnight, when your room is dark and you are nearly asleep, you feel it. A presence in the window, a shape against black, glowing with something borrowed from below. The moon does not change its face out of choice or need. It turns slowly because everything moves. Earth spins beneath your pillow. The sun burns far beyond reach, and between them, the moon drifts along an invisible path that has no beginning and will have no end. Its phases are simply moments caught in a dance too slow for human hands to follow. And still, you notice it. You do not need to understand why Earth glows at all. You only need to know, when you close your eyes, the moon holds what little light was left behind by your world. Your breaths, your silence, your unlit rooms, and gives back something softer than dawn. The night deepens now, not with cold, but with patience. The stars above do not hurry. Neither does this quiet exchange between worlds that never touch. You are small here, but you belong to both sides of it. Your light is still traveling upward. And the moon, still carrying it. The air in your room holds no motion, no draft to stir the edge of the blanket, no whisper from outside to remind you that anything moves beyond this quiet. And still, the moon drifts. Not through sky, not through wind, but through angles. A slow turning of perspective, so gradual it could be mistaken for stillness if you did not know how deeply things are always moving. You feel the weight of sleep settling, not as a force, but as a gathering, like dust on a windowsill that no one has wiped in weeks. The moon does not hurry to show you its face. It shows only what the light allows. You do not see it now, but the earth beneath you glows. Not with fire, not with electricity, not with anything bright enough for daylight, but with reflection. With the soft return of sunlight that kissed your skin hours ago, bounced off your rooftop, slipped between trees, caught in clouds like a sigh held too long, then lifted into the dark above. That light travels upward, not in a rush, not in a shout, but as a slow tide rising from all places at once. It reaches the moon's night side not as a beam, but as a haze, a veil of warmth given back by oceans that have cooled, by forests that have slept, by cities turned quiet, by fields where no foot has walked since dusk. And there, on the far edge of the shadowed curve, it meets stone again. The same stone that held sunlight only days before when you saw a sliver bright as a fingernail clipping. Now it receives something softer, a whisper of colorless radiance, not from above but from below. It does not illuminate the moon's surface with clarity. It does not cast sharp edges or define craters. It simply makes visible what would otherwise vanish, a pale outline like the memory of a face in fog. You do not need to name it to feel its presence. You only need to have been still long enough for your eyes to stop searching for brightness and begin noticing absence. The curve of the crescent grows thinner each night, not because light is being taken away, but because the angle between sun, earth, and moon shifts just a fraction more. A turn so small it takes days to notice. A tilt so gentle it feels like time itself has slowed its breath. And still, the earth glows. Still, it sends back what it was given. Not in equal measure, not as a mirror, but enough. Enough that when you glance up, even through half-closed lids, the dark part of the moon does not feel empty. It feels held, as if something unseen is cradling it. You are lying here, breath slow, body heavy, and the moon carries your world's leftover light. Not as a gift given in full, not as a promise kept, but as a quiet echo passing from one sphere to another without fanfare, without witness, without need for understanding. You do not have to know how much of the sunlight is reflected back, how many photons skim off your pillow, off the book beside you, off the cold tile floor to reach that distant rock. You only need to feel it. The weight of a borrowed glow, carried across emptiness, returning softly as sleep returns to you. There are moments when even the brightest stars fade from view, not because they have gone out, but because your eyes have adjusted to something quieter. The moon is not brighter than those stars, but it is closer. And its light, the part you see and the part you don't, has traveled through your atmosphere once already. It has brushed against your air. It has touched your weather. It has been warmed by your land, cooled by your night. And now it comes back to you. Not as a signal, not as a message, but as a rhythm, the same one that pulls the tide of breath in and out of your lungs, the same one that slows your pulse when the room is dark enough. The moon does not change its shape because it wants to. It changes because everything moves, and movement, when left undisturbed, becomes a kind of poetry. You do not need to count the days between crescents. You do not need to track the path across the sky. You only need to know that when you close your eyes, the moon is still there, not as an object in the dark, but as a presence made of memory and light given back. And now, the silence deepens further. The earth continues its slow spin beneath you, turning away from the sun, turning toward night again. The moon continues its wider circle, neither chasing nor fleeing. And between them, this gentle exchange, this quiet return carries on. You are not watching it, but you are part of it. And that is enough. The air around you is still, cool against your skin, and the moon above carries that same quiet temperature, not because it is cold in itself, but because it holds no heat of its own. It reflects what was never warm to begin with, sunlight that traveled for 8 minutes before touching its surface, then bounced again, this time through the vacuum between worlds to reach your window. You do not feel its passage as warmth, only as a faint silvering along the edge of your eyelids. The crescent remains thin, narrower than the curve of a spoon's back, and yet the dark portion beneath it is not empty. It does not vanish into blackness. It lingers, not because you imagine it, but because Earth, in its fullness, sends back what it once received. Not all of it, never even half, but enough. Enough to make the unseen side feel real. Enough to remind you that light does not disappear when it is no longer bright. It simply becomes something else. You do not need to know how many photons are scattered from your ceiling, from the curve of your shoulder, from the folded fabric of your blanket before they leap into space and strike the moon's night side. You only know that when you look up, though your eyes are closed, the memory of that glow stays with you. It does not demand attention. It does not call out. It simply waits, like breath held just a moment longer than necessary. The sun still shines on the far side of the moon as it always does. Half of it is lit always, no more, no less. But from where you lie, the angle has shifted again. A fraction smaller, a slower turn. The bright sliver grows thinner not because light fades, but because your perspective changes ever so slightly with each passing hour. And still, the earth glows. You have never seen it from above. You cannot see it as a whole. But you feel its presence in the dimness of that crescent's shadow. It is not a mirror. It does not reflect cleanly or fully. It scatters, it diffuses. The oceans, the clouds, the snow-covered hills, all of them catch the sun's light and send back a softened version, like a sigh turned into vapor. That vapor rises, escapes the atmosphere, drifts through space, and finds its way to the moon's dark hemisphere, not as a beam, not as a flood, but as dust motes in an unseen wind. And when those particles strike the lunar surface, they do not blaze. They do not dazzle. They simply make visible what would otherwise be lost. The night deepens further around you. The room holds its breath. Outside, the moon continues its slow orbit, not rushing toward fullness, not fleeing from darkness, but moving in a circle so vast it takes nearly 30 days to complete one turn. And through every phase, whether the bright curve is wide or narrow, it carries with it the echo of your world. Not as a signal sent by intention, not as a message meant for anyone, but as an accidental gift, given without thought and received without question. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to feel how gently it does. The light that returns is not the same as the light that left. It has passed through your sky, brushed against your weather, touched the breath of every living thing below. It carries no name, no origin, no owner, only the quiet imprint of a planet turning in darkness, sending back its own version of sunlight, not because it must, but because it can. And the moon, silent and distant, accepts it. There is no reason for this exchange to continue. There is no force that compels Earth to glow so faintly into space. No law that demands the moon receive it. Yet here it is, again and again, each night, in each crescent, in every waning sliver. A whisper of your world returning to itself, carried across emptiness, softened by distance, made gentle by time. You are not watching this happen, but you are breathing with it. And that is enough. The air around you grows heavier, not with weight, but with stillness, the kind that settles when even the faintest rustle of sheets has ceased to matter. Outside, the moon continues its quiet passage, no faster now than it was an hour ago, no slower than it will be tomorrow. The crescent thins further, not because the sun has dimmed, nor because the moon has turned away, but because you are looking from a different angle, one that shifts imperceptibly with each breath you take. And still, the dark part glows. It is not fire. It is not reflection in the way glass reflects a lamp. It is something older, something more patient. The earth does not shine like a lantern held up to the sky. It glows as a stone holds warmth long after the sun has set behind it. You feel that warmth on your skin when you step outside at dusk, but you do not think of it as light leaving the ground. Yet it does. Every patch of grass, every window pane, every ripple on a lake catches what remains of daylight and sends it upward. Not in beams, not in arcs, but in quiet, scattered pulses, like the last sigh of a day too tired to speak. That glow travels. It slips through the thinning air above your head, past the highest clouds, past the silent satellites that drift without notice. It does not hurry. It does not announce itself. It simply moves, as light always does, straight, steady, unbothered by what lies below or ahead. And when it reaches the moon's night side, it finds a surface untouched by direct sunlight, bare and dusty, waiting. There is no brilliance here, no sudden burst of color or sharp edge of contrast, only a softening, a dimming so gentle it could be mistaken for memory. The lunar dust absorbs what little comes, then releases it again, slowly, unevenly, like fabric woven from mist. You cannot see the path this light took. You cannot trace its journey through vacuum. But you know it was carried, not by wind, not by water, but by the quiet persistence of photons that once touched your eyelids, your pillow, the curve of your wrist as you turned in sleep. And so the shadowed half becomes visible, not because something has been lit, but because something has been returned. The moon does not glow with its own light, and yet here it is, a pale ghost of a world you know, suspended against black. It does not ask to be seen. It does not need your gaze to exist. But when you look, when even the smallest part of your attention drifts upward, it answers, not with brightness, but with presence. The angle changes again, not dramatically, not suddenly, just enough that the bright edge becomes thinner still. The crescent narrows like a sigh drawn out over minutes. You do not need to measure it. You do not need to name the phase. It is enough that you feel its shape in your bones, the curve of a finger curled inward, the arc of a breath held just before release. And still, the earthshine remains. It does not flicker. It does not fade with clouds or storms below. It endures because the earth itself endures, not as a fixed thing, but as a living surface that never stops catching and releasing. Even now, in this hour when your eyelids are heavy and your thoughts have slowed to driftwood on still water, someone else's night is turning toward dawn. Somewhere, snow glows faintly under the last stars. Somewhere, rain falls on a roof and sends up steam that rises into the dark. Somewhere, a window catches moonlight and reflects it back, not as a mirror, but as a whisper. That whisper travels upward. It does not know where it is going. It only knows how to move. And when it reaches the moon's night side again, when those scattered photons find their way across the empty space between worlds, they do not strike with force. They settle like ash on water. They make visible what would otherwise vanish. The soft, forgotten half of a sphere that turns in silence, always half-lit, always half-hidden. You are not watching this happen, but you are here. And that is enough. The room holds its shape around you. The bed remembers your weight. Outside, the moon continues, not toward fullness, not away from it, but simply moving, as all things move when they have no need to hurry. The light that returns does not come for you. It does not carry meaning or message. It comes because the earth glows and because the moon is there to receive what is sent. There is no contract between them, no promise made, no force required. Only the slow, patient turning of two bodies in space, one giving light without knowing it, the other receiving it without asking why. And you lying still, breathing deep, are caught in the middle of that quiet exchange. Not as an observer, but as a part of what makes it possible. The air grows colder now, not from outside but from within. Your body has slowed. Your mind has softened. The edges of thought have blurred into breath. And still the crescent glows. Still the shadow holds its light. Still the earth sends back its own version of day, quietly, endlessly, without expectation. You do not need to understand why this happens. Only to feel how gently it does. The curve grows thinner still, not by loss, but by shift, each passing hour tilting the angle just enough to let more of the unseen side slip into shadow. You do not see it move. You only notice when the line between dark and dim has softened further, as if the edge of light had been brushed with a feather dipped in milk. The bright sliver remains, narrow as a thread pulled tight between two worlds. And beneath it the rest, still there, not gone, not hidden by absence. Simply touched by something quieter than sunlight. The earth does not shine like a lamp. It does not flare or pulse. It glows as a surface might glow after dusk, when warmth lingers in stone, when damp grass holds the memory of afternoon, when the last warmth of day rises not as heat but as reflected light, scattered and softened by clouds, oceans, forests, cities that never fully sleep. That light travels upward, not in beams, not in arrows, but as a slow diffusion, like dust stirred from an old book left open on a windowsill. It finds the moon's dark side not because it is called, but because space allows it to wander. You do not need to imagine the distance. You only need to feel how long it takes for anything to cross it. A photon that leaves your skin at midnight may still be traveling when morning comes to another hemisphere. When it reaches the moon's night face, it does not strike with urgency. It lingers, bouncing off a crater rim, slipping between pebbles of ancient dust, catching on the edge of a shadowed ridge where no sunlight has touched in centuries. There is no sound, no echo. Only the quietest kind of presence, light returning to the place it once left. The crescent does not need this glow to be seen. It would still be visible as a thin arc, sharp and bright against black. But without earthshine, the rest would vanish. Pure shadow, absolute and empty. Instead, it holds a memory of day. A whisper of blue sky, of snowfields cooling under stars, of rivers reflecting the last glow before night fully claims them. The moon does not paint this light onto itself. It receives it passively as a stone receives rain. And when you look up, when your eyes, heavy with sleep, lift just enough to catch that pale glow, you are seeing something that was never meant for you. It is not decoration, not symbolism, not myth dressed in starlight. It is physics made gentle. The earth reflects. The moon receives. The space between them holds nothing but the quietest kind of connection, not through force, not through will, but because both exist within the same field of sunlight, and because light, once sent, does not always stop. The air around you has grown stiller now. Not silent, there is still the rhythm of breath, the rustle of sheets, the distant hum of a heater settling into rest. But the world outside your window has slowed to match it. The moon moves with that same patience. It does not hurry toward new phase, nor resist it. It simply turns as the earth turns beneath you, as the stars turn above. And every night, without fail, the same light returns, not because it is summoned, but because it cannot help but follow the path laid by gravity and geometry. You do not need to know why this happens. You only need to feel how quietly it does. The crescent grows narrower still. The earthshine dims, not because Earth has dimmed, but because your angle has changed. The curve of light becomes a hairline, then a thread, then almost nothing. And yet the shadow remains faintly visible, not black, not empty, but brushed with the softest gray, like the inside of a seashell held to an ear that no longer listens. Somewhere below, a tree sheds its last leaf. It falls slowly, caught in air too still for wind. The leaf does not know it is falling toward night. It only knows how to fall. And when it lands on damp earth, the ground receives it without sound. So too does the moon receive what is sent. The light that returns carries no message, no story, no name, only the memory of a surface of water, of ice, of soil that once held sunlight and let it go again. You are not watching this happen, but you are here. And that is enough. The air around you thickens with stillness, not from absence, but from too much quiet settling into its own shape. The crescent has become a sliver so thin it seems less like a moon and more like a breath held against darkness, a pause between two exhales of the night. You do not need to count the days to know it is nearing end. The light that clings to its edge does not tremble, it simply exists, as if it had forgotten how to fade. And beneath it, where shadow gathers like velvet folded over stone, the earthshine lingers, not bright enough to name, not dark enough to disappear. It is not a glow you see with your eyes alone. It is something your body remembers before your mind catches up. The warmth of a closed curtain at dusk, the coolness of linen against bare skin after sunset, the way a room holds the last warmth of sun even when the window faces away. The moon does not choose this light. It cannot refuse it. It is simply there, caught between two sources that never speak but always listen. Earth, turning slowly beneath you, reflects what it has held. The pale blue of ocean under cloud, the white glare of ice sheets sleeping in polar night, the dim green glow of forests exhaling carbon into air too heavy for stars to pierce. That light travels upward, not as a signal, not as an offering, but because photons do not know how to stop once they have begun their journey. They strike the surface and scatter. Some vanish into atmosphere. Others bounce back, drifting through space like fallen feathers caught in a slow wind. And when one of them meets the moon's night side, it does not announce itself. It settles not with heat or color, but as a whisper of brightness, barely enough to lift the edge of shadow. You do not see this process unfold. You only see its result, a faint luminescence where no direct sun has touched in weeks. The surface beneath it is unchanged. Craters still lie deep. Mountains still rise sharp and cold. Dust still rests undisturbed since before your ancestors walked upright. But now, for a moment, the darkness is not absolute. It holds a memory of blue. Not the blue of sky you knew today, but the blue that exists when light has left the air and only its echo remains on water. That same echo climbs upward, crosses the void, kisses the lunar night, and returns to you as something softer than dream. The curve grows thinner still. The earthshine follows it downward, retreating like tide pulling from a shore no one walks anymore. It does not vanish suddenly. It does not flicker or fade in stages. It simply becomes less visible, not because it is gone, but because your angle has shifted again. You are looking at the moon now from a slightly different place on Earth's curve. The light that reaches you has traveled farther through space, bounced off more surfaces, passed through more layers of atmosphere. Each journey dims it a little. Each reflection scatters its color, and still it remains. You do not need to know why this happens. You only need to feel how gently it stays. The air in your room has cooled now, not with chill, but with the quiet weight of late night. Your breath comes slower. Your body sinks deeper into the mattress as if pulled by gravity that is no longer just physical. The moon does not pull you. It simply exists, wherever you are, wherever Earth turns beneath you. And every time your gaze lifts, even unconsciously, even in sleep's half-light, you find it still there. A thread of light, a breath of shadow, a reflection returning home. There is no ceremony to this, no music, no voice calling out across the dark. Only the slow turning of two spheres, one spinning on its axis, one circling around it, and between them, light that has traveled farther than any thought can carry it, and yet still arrives softly enough to be held in a sleeper's dream. The crescent is nearly gone now. The earthshine clings to the last sliver like frost on glass at dawn, barely there, but unmistakable if you remember how to look. You do not need to understand why it lingers. You only need to feel its presence as something that does not ask for your attention, but gives it anyway. The night deepens. The horizon beyond your window holds no shape anymore. Trees are outlines without leaves. Buildings are suggestions of edges. And above them, the moon, now a hairline of brightness with a ghost behind it, is still turning. You do not need to watch. But you are here. And that is enough. The last sliver of light tightens like a thread pulled too fine, so thin it seems to dissolve if you blink but doesn't. It holds. The earthshine beneath it is thinner still, a breath held in the dark, not fading because it must, but because space has stretched between you and its source until even memory feels distant. You are not watching it fade. You are remembering how it came to be, not as a signal, not as a sign, but as light that once touched your world, your oceans, your clouds, your quiet rooms, and then traveled upward, untouched by intention, unguided by purpose, simply because photons do not choose where they go. They follow the curve of reflection, the angle of incidence, the geometry of spheres turning in silence. The moon does not call for it. It does not need it. Yet there it is, a glow born from your own sky, returning to cradle its night side like an old song half remembered. You do not hear the light move. You only feel how slowly the curve of shadow advances across the surface, how each hour nudges the edge farther into darkness, as if time itself were smoothing the border between day and night with a slow, invisible finger. The crescent becomes less than a fingernail's width, less than the gap between two closed eyelids. Still, the earthshine lingers, not bright enough to name, not faint enough to dismiss. It is the color of old porcelain left in moonlight, of milk spilled on stone and dried into haze, of the inside of a seashell held too long against your ear. You know it was once ocean, but now it is only echo. The earth far below turns without pause. Continents slide beneath clouds that drift like smoke over sleeping cities. Rivers reflect nothing now. Forests hold their breath. The oceans, vast and dark, still ripple with the ghost of daylight, scattering photons into the vacuum where no one looks. And those photons, countless as grains of sand in a closed hand, climb upward, not all at once, not in waves, but one by one, each carrying a tiny piece of your world's light, each finding its way to the moon's unseen face. There is no chooser among them, no selector, only physics, the curve of the earth, the angle of the sun, the distance between spheres. The moon receives them as it always has, as it will when you are gone, and the air still holds the scent of rain, and the tide still hums against shorelines that have forgotten your name. You do not need to know how many photons arrive each second. You only need to feel the weight of their journey, the way they travel for more than a second before touching the lunar dust, the way they bounce without sound, without heat, without purpose beyond being light that was once something else. The surface beneath the earthshine does not glow with warmth. It does not shimmer or pulse. It simply exists in a dimmer version of itself, craters still deep, ridges still sharp, regolith still fine as powdered bone. But now, for this moment, it is touched by your world's memory. Not illuminated, not lit, but softened. As if the earth had whispered to the moon and the moon remembered how to listen. The crescent narrows further, so thin now that it might be a scratch on glass or the edge of a thought you can't quite hold. The earthshine beneath it is barely more than a suggestion, a veil drawn over shadow. You do not see its shape clearly. You sense it instead as warmth in your chest when you think of home, though you are already there. As the quiet before a sigh. As the space between two heartbeats where nothing happens, and yet everything has already happened. The moon continues its slow arc across the sky, not because it must hurry, but because it is moving through the same geometry that has held for billions of years. The sun still shines on half of it. The earth still reflects light upward. You still lie here, breathing slowly, eyes closed, body sinking deeper into the quiet. And somewhere above you, in the cold dark where no voice echoes, a sliver of brightness holds fast, not because it is strong, but because it is gentle. The earthshine fades now, not with a sigh, but with patience. It does not fight the coming night. It does not beg for attention. It simply becomes less visible, because your position on earth has shifted again, and the light that once reached you now travels through more air, over more hills, past more trees, before it finds your eyes. Each journey dims it further. Each layer of atmosphere takes a little more color, a little more strength. And still, it remains. Not as proof, not as wonder, but as fact. Light that left your world returns to the moon, and in its return, it does not change the moon, but changes you. You do not see this transformation. It happens beneath thought, beneath awareness. in the place where sleep begins, not with a drop, but with a letting go. The crescent is nearly gone now. The earthshine has become a breath on glass, a memory of light that was never meant to last. And yet it stays, just long enough for you to feel it, just long enough for your body to remember how to rest. You do not need to see it anymore. It sees you. The air between you and the moon grows heavier with each passing minute, not because it thickens, but because your body has begun to forget it needs to hold itself up. Your breath slows into something older than thought, deeper than memory. Above you, the last sliver of sunlight on the moon's edge softens further, not vanishing but dissolving, as if the light had been stitched into the dark with thread too fine to see. The earthshine, now a whisper beneath it, does not flicker. It does not tremble. It simply becomes less distinct, as though the world below had turned its face away just slightly, and in doing so, allowed the moon to rest. You do not need to know how far that reflected light has traveled, from your window, through the atmosphere, across the silent gap, bouncing off oceans that no longer ripple beneath it, off forests that have long since stopped rustling with the wind of daytime. It travels as if guided by a rhythm older than names. The moon receives it not as a signal, but as an echo, a quiet return of what was once given. There is no urgency in this exchange. No clock ticks between the moment the light leaves your world and the moment it touches the lunar surface. Time does not count here. Only distance matters, and even that is measured not in miles, but in stillness. The crescent has disappeared now, not because the sun has moved, or because the moon has turned its face away, but because the angle between you, the earth, and the light has shifted just enough to make it vanish from your sight. But the earthshine remains, barely, a ghost of illumination that lingers where vision fails. You do not see it clearly anymore. You feel it instead as a quieting in your bones, as the way your eyelids settle like leaves on still water. The moon is no longer a thing you observe. It has become part of the dark around you, not as an object, but as a presence. A silence that holds shape. The sun still shines on half of it. Always. That does not change. The earth still sends back its glow soft, scattered, indirect, but present. And the moon, in its slow orbit, carries both without choice, without complaint, without need to be seen. You do not see the curve where light ends and shadow begins, not anymore. But you know it is there. You feel the edge of it in the space between your breaths, in the way your fingers have loosened on the sheets, in the quiet that has settled over your thoughts like dust on an old bookshelf. The earth's reflected light does not come from one place. It comes from every surface that holds warmth. The rooftops still holding heat from afternoon, the rivers that gleam faintly under starlight, the clouds that drift between you and the moon, scattering what little they catch. The light is made of all these things, woven together in a glow too dim to name. It reaches the moon not as brightness, but as memory. And the moon holds it, not as treasure, but as habit. There are no words for this, no rituals, no stories told around fires, only physics, the geometry of spheres, the path of photons, the quiet return of light that was once yours. You do not need to understand how it works. You only need to feel how it feels, to be held in a rhythm you cannot control, but can still belong to. The sky above is empty now where the crescent was. Only darkness remains, but not the kind that swallows. This darkness carries something else, a faintness, a whisper of return. Your eyes are closed. Your breathing has slowed. And somewhere far above, in a place where no one speaks and nothing rushes, the moon continues its turn, not because it must, but because this is how it has always moved through the dark. The earthshine is gone now, truly gone, not erased, not lost, simply returned to the air from which it came. And still, you feel it. Not in your eyes, but in your silence. And that is enough. The night deepens. You do not stir. The moon does not hurry. The light will find its way back again when the time comes, not because you ask for it, but because the world remembers how to turn. And so do you. The air around you is cool, not with the chill of wind, but with the quiet of deep night, the kind that settles into skin like velvet left on a windowsill too long to remember warmth. You do not move. The moon does not move either, not in any way that matters now. It drifts, as it always has, along its curve through space, turning slowly, endlessly, carrying with it the faint echo of your world's glow. There is no sound where it is, no breath, no heartbeat. Only light, traveling without hurry, finding its way back to a surface that does not ask for it, but holds it anyway. You think of the earth now, not as a place you live in, but as a source, silent and vast, sending out what little warmth remains after sunset. The oceans, still breathing with tides you cannot feel, reflect a glimmer. Forests, sleeping beneath layers of shadow, give back the last rays that kissed their leaves. Even the cities, far away and quiet now, hold pockets of light, street lamps dimmed to half, windows shuttered but not quite closed, that scatter photons into the upper air. These are not beams, not flashes, not signals, just remnants. Gentle, scattered, pooled in the high atmosphere like mist caught between stars. And from there, they drift outward, not toward you, but toward the moon. It does not seek them. It does not pull them closer. They simply arrive, carried by the same vacuum that holds your breath at bay. They land on the lunar surface not as illumination but as suggestion. A whisper of color where none should be, a softness in the gray. The dark side of the crescent, still there though unseen, is not truly dark. It carries this faint return, this borrowed glow, not as a mirror but as a sponge. It absorbs what little comes its way and holds it, just long enough to blur the edge between night and near night. You do not see it clearly now. You never did, really. But you know it is there because the shape of the moon feels different when it is there. Not brighter, not sharper, but softer around the edges, as if drawn with charcoal that has been smudged by a thumb too tired to press hard. The sun still lights half. Always, that does not change. What changes is how much of that light you can see from where you lie, how much of it is turned toward your eyes, and how much is held in shadow. And when only a sliver remains visible, the rest does not vanish. It waits. There are no boundaries between dark and dim. No line drawn by any hand, just a gradient, a slow fade from brightness to absence with earthshine living quietly in the middle. It is not moonlight as you think of it, the sharp, silver glare of fullness, but something older, slower, more patient, a light that does not announce itself, that does not demand attention. It simply exists where it can. And so the moon continues its journey, not toward you, not away from you, but along a path written in gravity and time. Each day, each night, it moves a little further from the sun's direct gaze as seen from Earth, or closer to it. The change is small, imperceptible unless you watch for days, but over weeks the sliver grows, then shrinks, then grows again. Always following the same rhythm, the same geometry, where position alters perception and perception alters meaning. You do not need to track its motion. You only need to feel it in the stillness between your breaths. The way your body relaxes deeper into the mattress as if sinking into a tide that lifts without rising. The moon is not pulling you. It is simply there, always having been there, always moving as it must. And when you close your eyes, you are not losing sight of it. You are becoming part of its quiet circuit. The light from Earth does not travel fast, but it travels true. No obstacle blocks it, not clouds, not air, not distance. It bends slightly around the curve of your world, spills upward into space, and finds the lunar horizon. There it rests, on craters you have never named, on dust that has lain undisturbed for millennia. It does not warm the surface. It does not ignite anything. It simply makes the dark less absolute. And so the crescent returns, not as a promise, but as a pattern. A cycle written in angles and alignment, not in myth or meaning. You do not need to understand why it happens, only that it does. And that when you are still enough, quiet enough, you can feel its rhythm inside your own slowing pulse. The night thickens. The air grows heavier with silence. Your eyelids are full of darkness, not empty, but rich. filled with the memory of light that was never yours to hold, yet always returned to you anyway. You do not dream of the moon. You rest within its motion. And somewhere beyond the window, beyond the clouds, beyond the thin veil of atmosphere, the same photons, older than your thoughts, are beginning their journey back again. The light that returns to the moon does not come in a rush. It does not flash or flicker. It drifts, slow, steady, patient, as if carried on the breath of a world that has forgotten how to hurry. You are lying still, and somewhere beyond your closed eyes, Earth is glowing faintly, not with fire, not with stars, but with the gathered warmth of every sunset, every city glow, every ripple of ocean reflecting what it has been given. That light rises, not as a beam, but as a haze, a soft halo around the planet's edge, invisible from below, yet bright enough in the vacuum to touch the silent face of the moon. It finds the dark side not all at once, not with force, but like mist settling into a valley after rain. There is no sound to it, no movement you could feel, only the quiet transfer of photons, each one traveling for over a second before it lands where no eye watches, where no wind stirs, where time moves without witness. You do not need to imagine the surface. You only need to know that somewhere in the shadowed curve of the crescent, those photons are meeting dust older than any mountain you have ever seen. They kiss the regolith, fine as powdered bone, and for a moment they are held, not absorbed, not lost, just lingered over like a whisper caught between heartbeats. Then some of them turn again, bounced back into space, not with direction but with chance. A few find their way toward you, not all, not even most, but enough. Enough to make the darkness feel less like absence and more like memory. The moon does not choose this light. It receives it as it receives sunlight, as a consequence of position, not will. The angle is always changing. The curve of Earth's reflection shifts slightly each night, ever so subtly, as if the planet were turning its face just a little farther from the sun or closer again. And the moon, moving in its slow arc around you, catches different portions of that reflected glow. Not because it wants to, not because it is meant to, but because geometry does not ask permission. It simply is. You feel this in your breath, not as thought, but as rhythm. The same way you feel the weight of your own body against the sheets, or the slow pulse behind your temples. There is no urgency here. No need to explain why the dark portion glows faintly when the sliver is thin. It does because light bounces, because space holds nothing back, because Earth, even in sleep, still gives what it can. And when the crescent grows thinner still, when only a thread of brightness remains, you do not see emptiness. You see patience. The moon is not fading, it is resting. The part that glows dimly is not broken or incomplete. It is full, with light borrowed, returned, and gently offered again. As if the earth were holding its breath just long enough to let the moon remember it was once lit. You are not watching. You are being watched not by eyes but by physics, by angles that have held this pattern since before any living thing learned to name the sky. The light travels farther than your thoughts can follow. It takes more time than your heartbeat allows. And yet, here it is still reaching you. The sun still lights half. Always, that has never changed. You know this now not as fact but as certainty, like knowing the floor beneath you will hold your weight even when you are not looking. The moon turns and the earth glows, and somewhere between them, in the vast quiet where no sound travels, a single photon leaves your world, born from the glow of a lamp in a distant room or the last warmth of a sunset over an ocean, and begins its journey into the dark. It will not reach you again, not this one, but another will, and then another. And each one carries with it no message, no meaning, but only presence. The same presence that has always been there. The moon, the earth, the sun, not in alignment as a sign, but as an answer to a question never asked. You do not need to understand why this happens. It's only that you are part of it now. And so you rest. The light that lingers on the dark side does not come from above, but from below, from the curve of your own world, turned gently toward the moon like a hand cupping warmth after winter. Earth glows with the quiet radiance of land and sea still holding the day's heat, scattering sunlight in every direction, some of it rising into the black where no air carries sound. That glow is not bright. It never was, but it is steady. It does not flicker like flame or pulse like a signal. It simply exists, diffuse and patient, as if the planet were exhaling light instead of breath. And when the moon passes through that soft radiance, even in its slimmest shape, it catches what it can. Not all, never all, but enough to make the shadowed half feel tender, not empty. You do not see this glow because your eyes are trained for contrast, for edges, for the sharp line between light and dark. But your body remembers something deeper, that darkness is not always absence. There are nights when the crescent hangs low over the horizon, thin as a fingernail clipping, and you feel it more than you see it. Not with sight alone, but with stillness. The part that remains lit is sharp, brilliant in its curve, but the rest hums. A whisper of blue-gray, fainter than the last ember in a hearth long cooled, yet unmistakable if you stop searching for definition and simply let your gaze soften. The sun still shines on half, always. That has not changed since before time had names. The moon moves not quickly, not slowly, but with the certainty of something older than rhythm. Each night, its position shifts just enough to tilt a new angle toward Earth's glow. Sometimes the reflected light catches only the upper rim of the shadowed face. Other nights, it spreads wider, pooling near the terminator like mist over a lake at dawn. You do not need to track these movements. They are not meant for your counting. They are meant for your breathing. There is no moment when the moon forgets where it came from. not even at new phase, when its illuminated half turns entirely away from you, from Earth, from all watching eyes. Even then, somewhere in that unseen hemisphere, sunlight strikes the surface as always, and some of it bounces upward, not toward you, not yet, but into space, where it travels until it meets something else. And that something else is your world. Earth reflects more than just daylight. It reflects the glow of cities far away, the shimmer of oceans catching twilight, the quiet warmth of clouds holding heat like a blanket. All of it, every scattered photon, is sent outward in every direction, and some find their way to the dark side of the moon, not because they are called, not because they are wanted, but because space has no barriers, only paths, and light follows them. You feel this in your chest, not as thought, but as rhythm. The same rhythm that slows when you close your eyes. The same rhythm that matches the slow turn of your body beneath the sheets. The moon does not hurry to become full again. It does not mourn its thinness. It simply receives what is given, sunlight from above, earthshine from below, and holds both without choice. And so it turns, again and again, in its endless arc, not as a clock, but as a quiet companion. You are not watching it change. You are resting beside it. And in this stillness, the geometry between you becomes familiar, not because you learned it, but because your bones remember it. The angles have been here longer than language, longer than memory. They do not speak. They simply are. The crescent grows thinner now, and the earthshine dims with it, just as the light of a candle fades when the wick shortens. But even then, the shadowed part does not vanish. It softens. It becomes a breath held beneath the skin of night. You do not need to name it. You only need to feel how gently it lingers, as if the moon were dreaming of being whole again. And so you let go. The sun still lights half. Always. You know this now, not as truth told, but as truth lived. Though the dark is not empty. It is full, with light borrowed, returned, and held in silence. The air around you is cool, but your skin remembers warmth, not from the day's last rays, but from the quiet glow that lingers on the moon's hidden side. It does not shine with force, nor does it call attention to itself. It is a breath held in shadow, a sigh returned. You see only its echo now, the faintest trace of blue-gray across the curve where darkness has claimed most of the disk, but you feel its source as something deeper than sight. Earth holds light like a cup cradled between hands, and though it turns away from the sun each night, some of that captured glow still lifts upward, not in beams or bursts, but as a slow seepage into space, diffuse and patient. It travels without destination, drifting through the vacuum until it finds the face turned toward you, not by choice, but by orbit's steady hand. There is no rush here, no urgency to be bright. The moon receives this borrowed glow exactly as it receives sunlight from above, from beyond, and holds both with equal stillness. You do not need to understand how far the light has come to feel its presence. It arrives without noise, like the hush between heartbeats, like the moment when a sigh settles into sleep. The surface that lies in shadow is not empty. It carries the memory of illumination, not from the sun this time, but from your world. Oceans reflecting twilight's last gold, clouds diffusing city lights into soft halos, ice fields catching moonlight before it even leaves Earth's sky. These are not signals meant for the moon. They simply exist, and because light has no will to stop, some of them find their way. You do not see these sources clearly. You never have. But you feel how they gather in the dark, how the faint glow rises like mist from a still pond at midnight, rising until it meets something older than cities, older than fire. The moon does not choose which light to hold. It holds what reaches it. And so the crescent remains, not just as a sliver of sunlight, but as a frame for something quieter, the ghost of your own planet's radiance, returning like an old song half remembered. The angle shifts again, imperceptibly. The illuminated edge grows narrower still, and with it the earthshine softens, fainter now, more scattered, like dust stirred by a breath you didn't know you held. It does not vanish because it was never meant to be seen clearly. It is there as comfort, not as spectacle. You do not need to name it to feel its weight against your eyelids. The same way the pillow holds the shape of your head without asking why. The sun still lights half. Always, that fact has no voice, yet you hear it in the quiet between breaths. The shadowed portion is not absence, it is space filled with what was given and sent back. You are not watching a phase turn. You are resting beside a rhythm older than thought, light leaving Earth, traveling empty miles, touching stone that remembers sunlight from eons ago and returning just enough to remind you that nothing here is truly alone. The crescent becomes thinner still, almost gone, but even then the dark does not swallow everything. There is always something left to hold on to, not brightness, but presence. A whisper of blue-gray on the curve where night has claimed most. You do not need to look hard. In fact, looking harder makes it fade. Let your gaze go loose. Let your breath deepen. The moon moves slowly now as if it too is drifting toward sleep. And you are not watching anymore. You are part of the stillness that holds both light and shadow. Earth glows beneath its feet. The sun shines on half, always. And somewhere in between, a quiet glow returns, not because anyone asked for it, but because space has no walls. You feel this now, not as knowledge, but as rhythm woven into your pulse. No need to trace the path of photons. No need to measure angles or count days. You are here. The moon is there. And somewhere in that silent exchange between worlds, a little light finds its way home again. The curve of the crescent grows thinner still. not fading, not disappearing, but becoming more intimate, like the edge of a breath caught just before sleep. The light that remains is no longer a blade, nor a promise, it is a sigh held in stone. And within the dark, where the moon's face turns away from the sun, something stirs quietly. Not movement, not change, but return. Earth does not shout its glow. It does not call out to the moon with brightness or urgency. It simply is, oceans breathing in moonlight, forests holding the last warmth of dusk, snowfields catching the pale silver that slips through clouds like a whispered secret. And because light travels without memory, without purpose, some of it lifts, not as a beam, not as a signal, but as a gentle overflow, rising from your world into the quiet between worlds. It does not travel far, not in cosmic terms, just enough to brush against the dark side of the moon where no direct sun has touched for days. There is no fanfare in this encounter, no collision of forces, no dramatic alignment. Just photons, tiny, silent, countless, bouncing off water, off ice, off the soft glow of distant lamps and drifting upward into the stillness above your head. They do not know they are going to the moon. They do not know they will be seen again. They only know how to move forward, unstoppable, unhurried. And so they find their way. The stone that has spent days in shadow does not recognize them as foreign. It accepts them as it accepts sunlight, not because it is chosen, but because nothing in this space refuses what reaches it. The surface absorbs the faint return glow like a skin remembers warmth after a fire has gone out. There is no brightness here to dazzle, no sharp edge to define, only a softness, a grayish blush along the curve of the night side, barely there, almost imagined. It does not demand your attention. It asks only that you do not look away. And when you do not look away, when you let your eyes rest, heavy and open, the dim glow lingers, not as an object to be studied, but as a presence to be felt. Like the warmth of a blanket pulled up past your shoulders without thought. Like the way your pillow still holds the shape of your head even after you've turned. The sun still lights half. Always, that is the law that does not speak. The moon turns in its slow circle, and each day the angle shifts by a hair's breadth, so small you cannot measure it with your eyes, only feel it in the quiet between breaths. The crescent narrows further. The earthshine dims, not because it is fading away, but because less of Earth's glow now falls upon that part of the moon. The geometry changes gently, without hurry. The light that once touched the curve now touches lower, farther down, near the horizon of the lunar night. And still, it remains. There is no moment when the dark becomes total. Not even at new moon, when the thin edge vanishes entirely and the moon slips between you and the sun. Even then, somewhere in the sky's deep blue, before dawn, after dusk, the faintest echo lingers. You do not see it with your eyes, but your body knows. The air is softer that night. Your dreams feel deeper. something has been held. The cycle does not end here. It only slows. The moon will drift back into sunlight again, not in a rush, not with fanfare, but as naturally as the tide returns to shore without being asked. And when it does, the same light will rise once more, not from the sun alone, but from your world, rising like mist off a lake at dawn. You do not need to understand how far the photons have traveled. You do not need to name them. You only need to feel how they return, how something you gave away finds its way back, quiet and unchanged, like a letter slipped under a door long after you've forgotten writing it. The curve is almost gone now. The last sliver of direct sun has pulled away, leaving behind the dim echo, the Earth's glow, still holding on. And you are not watching anymore. You are breathing with the rhythm that holds both light and shadow together. The moon does not need your eyes to be whole. It only needs the dark to be quiet. And so it is. The sun still lights half, always. And somewhere between worlds, a little light finds its way home again. The dark between the stars holds its breath, not because it is empty, but because it is waiting patiently, quietly for the next turn of the curve to return. You do not see it coming. No clock marks the hour. No voice calls it forth. Only the slow drift of the moon beyond the sun's direct reach, slipping further into the shadowed arc of its own journey, where the Earth's glow begins again, not as a signal, not as an answer, but as a continuation. The air around you grows heavier with stillness. Your eyelids are warm. Your breath slows to match the rhythm of the night sky, where nothing rushes and nothing forgets. The moon is no longer a shape in the dark. It has become a memory held by light, not the sharp, white glare of sunlit rock, but something older, softer, like the afterimage of a candle you blew out hours ago. You remember its glow without seeing it clearly. The curve that was once a sliver now lingers only as a thought, a whisper along the edge of perception. And still, there is the earthshine, not a reflection in the way glass reflects, but a diffusion, a spreading, like mist rising from damp soil after rain. It does not come from one point. It comes from everywhere Earth shines upward, oceans, clouds, deserts, forests, all of it, scattered and pooled into a single, gentle radiance that climbs to the moon's dark side. You do not need to imagine the scale. You only need to feel how far that light has traveled, not in miles or kilometers, but in time. It left your world as sunlight on a lake at dusk, bounced off a ripple, lifted through the air, passed through the thin veil of atmosphere where no bird flies, and then, without pause, began its long fall toward the moon's silent face. It did not hurry. It did not call out. It simply arrived where it was always meant to go. The moon does not change because it is being seen. It changes because it moves, and you move with it, even in sleep. The angle between your eyes and the sun and the moon shifts by a fraction each night, imperceptible as the turning of a key in a lock long unused. Each day, the illuminated half turns slightly away from you, then slowly back again, not in stages, not in leaps, but as water rises along the inside of a bowl too wide to see the edges of. And when the crescent is nearly gone, when only the thinnest arc remains, you are still bathed in its echo. The earthshine does not brighten. It does not dim suddenly. It fades, like footsteps on snow after someone has walked away. You do not notice it leaving until you realize how quiet the dark has become, not empty, but full of something quieter than silence. There is no line drawn between light and shadow on that faraway face. No boundary, only a gradient soft as breath against skin. The sunlight kisses one edge, the earth's glow cradles the rest. They do not fight. They do not compete. They simply coexist, two sources of light, separated by 240,000 miles of stillness, holding each other in balance. You are lying still. Your body does not know how far away this is. It only knows that something ancient and calm is passing overhead, not as a visitor, but as a constant. The moon is not above you. You are beneath it. And the light that touches your skin now, even here in the dark of your room, has already traveled through that same quiet space, past the silent craters, over the dusty plains where no wind stirs, down into the hollows where shadows have lived for billions of years. The earth glows not because it is bright, but because it is alive with light. Clouds scatter it. Oceans reflect it. Ice holds it like a mirror turned upward. And every time you look up at that dim crescent, when your eyes are heavy and your thoughts have begun to loosen, you are seeing the echo of your own world rising from below. It does not matter if you close your eyes now. The light still travels. It always has. It always will. The moon will return to fullness, not because it is demanded, but because its path is true. And when it does, the same quiet glow will rise again on its dark side, not as a surprise, not as a miracle, but as an echo that never left. You are not watching anymore. You are becoming part of the stillness. And in this space between breaths, between thoughts, between the turning of worlds, you are held, not by sight, but by the quiet understanding that light, even when it seems lost, always finds its way back. The air in your room holds no sound, but it carries the memory of light, soft, slow, undisturbed. You do not need to see it to know it is there. The moon, still half-shadowed, still cradling the echo of your world, drifts higher now, not with motion you can track, but with the quiet certainty of a tide that has no shore to return to. Its thin crescent leans over the horizon like a sigh made visible, just enough curve to remind you that light is never truly gone, only folded into another shape. The dark part does not vanish because it is unseen. It remains, touched by something gentle, something borrowed. Earthshine does not shine brightly. It glows as if remembering how to be luminous. It is the reflection of your own sky, turned inward, returned across the distance like a letter written in starlight and carried on no wind. You are not looking up anymore. You have stopped trying to find meaning in its shape. The curve is enough. The dimness is enough. The fact that it holds any glow at all, when the sun's direct rays have turned away, is proof of connection, not power. The earth does not need to be brilliant to give back light. It only needs to exist. Clouds, even when they hide the stars, scatter sunlight into a diffuse haze. Oceans, still and dark as slate below, catch what falls and lift it upward again, not in flashes, but in a slow, steady shimmer that rises like steam from warm stone. Ice, frozen in silent plains far beyond your window, holds the light like a crystal cup filled with dawn. And all of it, every particle of reflected radiance, finds its way to the moon's night side, not because it is called, but because space does not refuse what is offered. There is no rush in this exchange, no urgency. The light that lifts from your world travels at the same pace as the light that falls upon it, constant, unbroken, unhurried. It takes more than a second to cross the void between you and the moon, more than a heartbeat, long enough for thought to dissolve into breath, long enough for the weight of the day to settle into your bones. And still it arrives. Still it lingers. You do not need to understand how it happens to feel its presence. The dark part of the moon is not empty. It is filled with the quiet hum of a world you sleep beneath. Your own atmosphere, your own oceans, your own clouds, all glowing faintly in the distance, sending back their warmth like a lullaby sung without words. The crescent grows thinner now, not because it is fading from sight, but because its angle has shifted. The sun's light grazes the edge of the sphere with less and less overlap, leaving more to be touched by Earth's glow. You are not watching this change. You do not need to. It happens whether your eyes are open or closed. The moon does not pause for observation. It does not wait for understanding. Its motion is not a performance. It is simply the way things move when no one is listening. And still you feel it, not in your mind, in your body, in the soft release of your shoulders, in the slow deepening of your breath. You are no longer seeing the moon as an object in the sky. You are feeling it as a rhythm, as a pulse that has been beating since before your name was spoken. The same light that warms your skin now once warmed the dust on the sea of tranquility. The same glow that cradles the dark side now will, in time, touch the face of someone else lying still, somewhere else, under another sky, breathing just as slowly. There is no end to this cycle because there was never a beginning you can name. The moon has always turned. The earth has always reflected. Light has always traveled. And you have always been here, beneath it all, held by something older than thought, quieter than memory. You do not need to dream of the moon. You are already inside its story, not as an observer, not as a witness, but as part of the light that rises from your world and finds its way back again and again and again. The crescent thins further, not by loss, but by angle. Each night a little more of its edge turns away from the sun's direct touch, and the dark portion expands with quiet certainty. What remains lit is no longer just a sliver of reflected sun, but a bridge between two sources, one distant and blazing, one close and soft. You do not see the earth when you look up, yet it is there, full and glowing in the moon's sky, pouring its borrowed light backward like water poured into an inverted cup. That glow does not blink. It does not flicker with clouds or fade with storms. It simply is steady as the pull of gravity, silent as the pause between heartbeats. The surface it touches on the moon is not warmed by heat, but by presence, the same way your pillow holds the shape of your head even when you rise. There is no sound to this exchange, yet it carries weight. The light that leaves your world travels for more than a second before it finds its way onto the lunar dark, long enough for a thought to dissolve into silence, long enough for your breath to fall into rhythm with something older than sleep. You do not need to know how far it has come to feel its arrival. The moon does not measure distance. It only receives. The curve of that thin crescent grows narrower still, not because the sun forgets, but because the moon moves along its path, turning slowly away from the light's direct reach. Its orbit is not a circle drawn in ink, but a slow turn through space, each degree shifting your view just enough to change what you see. Half of it always glows, always has, always will, but now only a sliver faces you, and that sliver holds within its curve the echo of everything below. The forests exhaling at dusk, the cities dimming their windows, the rivers still running beneath ice, all sending back their light like whispered secrets. The moon does not choose what it reflects. It only holds. And so the dark part, once empty, now carries the memory of your world, not as a picture, but as a presence. A glow that lingers where no sunbeam falls. You might think darkness is absence, but here, in this quiet corner of space, it is full, with everything you have ever known lifted upward and returned like breath after a long sigh. The transition from crescent to new moon is not sudden. It does not vanish with a snap or fade into nothingness. The last sliver of sunlit edge grows thinner than a fingernail's shadow, then thinner still, until it becomes less a shape and more a feeling, a hush where light once lived. And yet, even as the sun's direct rays turn their back, the earth's glow remains, not bright enough to name, but present enough to hold. You are not watching it disappear. You are witnessing its quiet return to stillness. There is no drama in this, no climax, only motion, steady, unbroken, indifferent to your eyes. The moon does not pause to be seen. It does not wait for you to notice the change. Its turning is not a performance. It is simply what happens when celestial bodies move through space without needing applause. And still, you feel it. Not in your mind, but in your bones. The same way you feel the weight of night settling over your sheets, the same way you feel your own breath slowing, deepening, becoming part of the quiet that fills the room. The moon is not above you anymore. It is around you. It is within the air you breathe. It is in the silence between thoughts. The new moon comes not as a void, but as a return to origin. No sliver remains. No glow lingers on its face. But even now, when it seems gone entirely from your sky, the Earth's light still reaches it, faint, diffuse, barely there. And the moon, though unseen, is not darkened. It is simply resting in the embrace of what it has always known. And you are resting too. The cycle does not end here. It only begins again, not with fanfare, but with the gentlest nudge of orbit and angle, the sun rising higher in the moon's sky, just a little more each night, touching once more the edge that was lost, turning darkness into sliver, sliver into curve, curve into half, half into full. You do not need to see it to know it is coming. The light will find its way back, as it always has. The sky above you holds no sign of it now, no curve, no glow, no trace of silver in the dark. But you know it is there, turning slowly, silently, just beyond sight. The sun still shines on its far side, bathing that hidden hemisphere in steady, unbroken light, while your world turns beneath it, casting its own faint radiance upward into the emptiness where the moon floats. That glow, soft as dust caught in a sunbeam through a half-closed curtain, is not strong enough to wake you, but it is enough to touch the unseen surface, to paint the shadowed face with something quieter than starlight, warmer than midnight. You do not see it, but your body remembers. The way the air feels heavier when the moon is near, even when it hides. The Earth's light travels farther than you think, not in speed, but in persistence. It moves as a whisper does, through vacuum and distance, without need for answer or echo. And the moon, though invisible to your eyes, carries that light like a secret held between breaths. You are not looking up anymore. You have stopped trying to find it. That is when you begin to feel its presence, not as an object in the sky, but as a rhythm in the dark. The same way you know dawn is coming before the window turns pale, before the birds stir, before your alarm hums to life, you know the moon is still there, even now, when it has become nothing more than a thought wrapped in sleep. Its orbit does not pause for your dreaming. It does not slow because your eyelids are heavy. It moves with the same quiet certainty as the rise and fall of your chest, as the pulse behind your temple, as the slow drift of thoughts dissolving into stillness. The sun continues its path across the heavens, turning the moon's day side ever so slightly toward you again, so slowly that no clock could measure it, no eye detect the shift. But it is happening. A fraction of a degree each night, a breath more of light, slowly being pulled back from the edge of shadow. There was a time when the crescent was wide enough to hold a whole landscape. The hills, the rivers, the rooftops, all reflected in that thin curve like a mirror made of mist. Now there is nothing left but the memory of shape. And yet, even without form, the glow remains. It does not vanish with the sliver. It lingers in the space where light once lived, not as an afterimage, but as a presence carried forward by the earth's quiet reflection. You cannot name it. You cannot measure it. But you know it is there because your body knows how darkness feels when it is not truly dark. When the night holds something beyond absence, something that does not shine, but still glows. The moon does not need to be seen to be whole. It does not need your gaze to complete its cycle. Its phases are not a story you tell yourself to make sense of the sky. They are simply the result of angles, of position, of light falling across spheres that move without intention or desire. And still, you feel it. Not because you understand it, but because you have learned to rest within it. The darkness between phases is not empty. It is full with everything that has been reflected and returned. Every sunset that ever warmed the clouds, every ocean that ever caught the light and sent it upward, every window left open in a quiet house, every sigh released into the cool air before sleep. You are not watching it return, you are letting it come. The next crescent will be small, smaller than last time, perhaps, but it will be there. Not because you wish for it, not because you remember how it looked, but because the moon keeps turning, because the earth keeps shining, and because light, even when faint, never truly leaves. You are not waiting for it to appear. You are waiting to forget that you ever stopped seeing it. The air in your room is still, but outside, beyond the glass, the night breathes with a rhythm older than sleep. The moon, though hidden from sight, carries the echo of daylight like a song hummed just below hearing, soft enough that your mind does not grasp it, but your body remembers its tune. You do not need to see the curve of light to know it is forming again, delicate as frost on a window pane, slow as the unspooling of thread from a bobbin left untouched for days. The sun still turns its gaze toward the moon, not with purpose, but with the same inevitability as gravity pulling rain downward. And the earth, beneath your closed eyelids, continues to glow, not brightly, not boldly, but steadily like a hearth kept alight by embers no one tends anymore. That glow rises, unbidden, into the dark and finds its way to the moon's night side, not as an intrusion, but as a return. A gift given without asking, received without acknowledgement. You feel it in your bones before you see it, a quiet presence, not of brightness, but of depth. The crescent is not yet born, but its shadowed face already holds the memory of light. It does not glow because it wants to. It glows because the earth, in its turning, has spilled warmth across its own hemisphere, and that warmth travels through space, through silence, through the absence of air, and settles on the surface you cannot see. There is no magic here, no mystery requiring names or stories. Only angles. Only distance. Only a sphere reflecting light from another sphere, which in turn reflects what it has received. The moon does not choose to be dim. It does not decide to carry the earth's glow. It simply is where it is, and the light finds it, as water finds cracks in stone, as breath finds lips when silence grows too heavy. The darkness between phases is never empty. Even now, while you lie still and your thoughts drift like leaves on a pond with no wind, the moon is being touched by something gentle, something that does not blaze but lingers. The oceans below you have cooled, their surfaces still holding the last warmth of sunset. Clouds have passed, leaving behind moisture that catches the glow like lace caught in moonlight. The forests exhale humidity into the air, and cities turn off their lamps one by one. But the light they gave up does not vanish. It rises. It travels upward through layers of atmosphere, thinning as it goes, until it becomes something too faint for eyes to name, yet strong enough to reach beyond the sky. And there, on the far side of the moon's darkened disk, that same light finds purchase, not in fire, not in color, but in texture. It paints the surface with a whisper of silver gray, not as a shape you can trace, but as a feeling you can sense when your breath slows enough to notice it. You are not looking for it. You are not waiting for it. You have stopped trying to name what is happening. And so, you begin to feel it, not as something distant in the sky, but as something woven into the quiet of your own stillness. The sun continues its arc across the heavens, and with each passing hour, the angle between Earth and Moon shifts by a fraction, so small that no clock ticks for it, no hand moves to mark it, but the change is real. The crescent will return, not as a sudden appearance, not as a signal or sign, but as a slow unfurling of light along the edge of shadow. It will begin as a hint, a thinning in the darkness, a softening where before there was only black. And when it comes, you will know it not because you saw it first, but because you no longer needed to look. The Earth's glow does not demand attention. It asks for nothing. It does not compete with stars or bright the horizon with urgency. It simply is constant, patient, quiet. And the moon receives it without resistance, like a child who has learned to sleep through the night and no longer needs to be rocked. The light that touches its face now is not the same as yesterday's, not even the same as an hour ago. But it carries the same essence, the warmth of home, reflected back across space, returned in a language older than words. You are not watching it happen, you are becoming part of its rhythm. Your breathing matches the slow turn of spheres. Your heartbeat echoes the passage of light between worlds. The moon does not need your eyes to complete its cycle. It needs only the sun to shine and the earth to reflect. And you, here in this quiet room, with your eyes closed and your mind softening, are part of that same stillness. The next crescent will be smaller than the last, or perhaps larger. There is no rule for size, only for position. But it will come, not because you believe it will, not because you remember how it looked last time, but because the dance continues. Because light does not forget where it has been, and because even in darkness there is always something returning. You are not waiting for morning. You are resting within the turning. The light that lingers on the moon's dark edge does not leap or flicker, it settles, like dust caught in a still room after the last footsteps have faded. It was never meant to be seen clearly, only felt at the edge of awareness, where thought softens into breath and breath becomes part of the silence between heartbeats. You do not need to know how far it has traveled to understand that it came from here, from the same place your thoughts return when they tire. The oceans still hold their warmth beneath the surface, even as the air grows cool. Rivers move slowly now, carrying no song, only the memory of rain. And above them all, the moon receives this borrowed glow, not as a gift offered, but as an echo accepted without question. There is no rush in this return, no urgency to complete the circle, no need to prove itself visible. The curve of shadow deepens slowly, as if the night itself were drawing a breath before exhaling light again. You feel it even with your eyes closed, not because you are imagining it, but because your body remembers what the sky has always done. Turn gently, patiently, without demand. The sun still shines on half the moon, as it always does. But now, from where you lie, that half is mostly hidden. Only a sliver remains lit by direct sun, thin and bright as a fingernail clipping caught in moonlight. And behind it, in the vastness of what seems empty, there is more faint, quiet, alive with reflection. You do not see Earth from here, you never have, but your world is still shining upward. Every window that has dimmed, every lamp extinguished after midnight, every fire gone to embers, all of it rises. Not as heat, not as sound, but as light that has learned how to drift. It climbs through the hush between air and sky, past clouds that have dissolved into vapor, past the thin veil where weather ends and space begins. And there, beyond the blue, it finds the moon's night side, not with force, not with brilliance, but like a hand brushing against skin too tender for words. The curve of shadow grows thinner now, as if drawn by a brush dipped in ink that is slowly drying. The crescent sharpens at its edge, but the rest, oh, the rest remains soft. a ghost of light, barely there, yet unmistakable. You could mistake it for a trick of memory or the afterimage left when you close your eyes too long. But it is real. It has always been real. And it does not care whether you name it or not. The moon does not turn to face you because you are watching. It turns because it must, because the dance between sun and earth holds it in place, like a leaf caught in an unseen current. You are not pulling it toward you with your gaze. You are simply still enough to notice that it is moving, not quickly, not loudly, but with the same rhythm as your own slowing pulse. The light that paints its dark side does not come from stars. It comes from home, from the blue-green world below, where forests sleep and cities dream in half-lit rooms, where children turn over beneath blankets, unaware that their world is glowing upward, sending a whisper into the void. And the moon, silent, ancient, unchanging in its path, catches it. There is no reason for this to happen, no law written in stone or code. Only geometry. Sun shines on half of everything. Earth reflects what it holds. The moon turns. And sometimes, when the angles align just so, the shadowed part remembers the light. You do not need to understand why. You only need to be here, to lie still, to breathe slow, to let your thoughts drift like dust in a sunbeam too faint to warm. The crescent will fade again, then return, and each time the dim glow behind it will be just as quiet, just as patient. You are not observing this. You are resting inside it. The night holds its breath. And so do you. The crescent grows narrower, thinner than a sigh caught between ribs, and still the shadowed half holds light, not its own, never its own, but borrowed, carried gently across the dark like a secret passed hand to hand in silence. You do not see Earth from here, but you feel it in the glow that lingers on the moon's night side, soft as breath on glass after a warm room has been left empty. The sun still cuts through space with its steady beam, illuminating exactly half of every surface it touches. The moon, the earth, the dust between them, and nothing more. That is all it does. It does not choose. It does not pause. It simply shines. And where that light strikes earth, some of it returns not as fire, not as signal, but as a quiet echo, scattered by clouds and oceans, caught in the slow drift of atmospheric haze, rising like mist from a field after rain. There is no force behind this return. No engine, no voice calling out. Only the curve of a world that reflects what lies beneath it. The glow of street lamps half drowned in fog, the flicker of a lantern left burning on a porch, the distant warmth of a kitchen window still open to the night. These are not stars. They are not signals sent with intent. They are simply light, ordinary, unremarkable, that has slipped free and climbed upward, finding its way to the moon's dark face as naturally as water finds the lowest ground. You do not need to measure this. You do not need to name it. The geometry is quiet, constant. The same angles holding since before your bones were formed, since before the trees that now sleep beneath you had roots deep enough to remember soil. The moon moves slowly through its path, turning without effort, always showing one face to Earth, never losing its balance. And each night, as it glides between sun and planet, the line between light and shadow shifts, not by accident, not by mystery, but because the 3 points, sun, earth, moon, are arranged differently now than they were yesterday and will be again tomorrow. The sliver of brightness grows thinner, then vanishes entirely for a breath, then returns again in reverse. The same process repeats, endless as the pulse beneath your eyelids. There is no beginning to this cycle, no end written in stone. It simply continues, like the rise and fall of your chest beneath the sheets. The earthshine does not brighten with effort. It does not shout its presence. It waits, patient, unassuming, as if it were never meant to be seen at all. And yet, when you notice it, there is no surprise, only recognition, as though something deep inside you has always known this glow was there, even when your eyes refused to see it. You are not watching the moon. You are being held by its silence. The light that lingers on its night side is not a remnant, it is a return. A reflection of everything Earth holds. The quiet hum of a refrigerator in an upstairs room, the glow of a clock radio on a dresser, the last ember of a candle blown out hours ago. These are not signals meant for space. They are simply light that escaped, light that did not know it was leaving. And now, miles above, it finds its way to a world that does not ask why it came, only that it is here. The moon does not glow because it remembers. It glows because the angles still hold, because sunlight strikes Earth and Earth gives back what it can. And the moon, still silent, turning, is there to catch it, not as a mirror, not as a screen, but as a surface that accepts what is offered without judgment, without expectation. You do not need to understand how this happens. You only need to feel it, the way your body settles deeper into the mattress when you realize you have been holding your breath. The crescent fades now, almost gone. Only the ghost remains. And still the dim glow lingers, not fading quickly, not vanishing suddenly, but dissolving slowly like sugar in warm tea. There is no rush to disappear, no need to be seen again before morning. The sun will rise behind you soon. It always does. But for now, the moon holds the night's quietest light, the one that came from below, not above. You are not looking up at it. You are resting inside its memory of home. The dark curve of the moon softens further, not because it is fading, but because the angle has turned just enough to let the last sliver of direct sunlight slip away. What remains is not absence, it is return. The same light that spilled over the rooftops where you once walked barefoot in summer, that pooled in puddles after rain, that caught on the edge of a teacup left on a windowsill, now travels upward, bounces off clouds and oceans and city lights too distant to name, and finds its way back. There is no path marked for it, no guidebook written in stars. It simply rises from Earth's surface like breath leaving lips in winter, invisible until it meets the cold air. And there, on a world that does not speak but only receives, it settles as a whisper of glow. You do not see this light because it is bright. You see it because you are still, because your eyes have learned to wait, not for movement, not for clarity, but for the quietest kind of presence. The moon does not ask you to look. It does not need to be seen. It only needs to be there, holding what was given. The earth is not a mirror. It does not reflect cleanly or sharply. Its surface is uneven, forests that swallow light, deserts that scatter it, oceans that catch and hold it like liquid glass. And yet somehow from all of this chaos, from all the tangled ways light gets lost or scattered or absorbed, there is still enough left to climb. Enough to reach a world 300,000 miles away, where no one lives, no one watches, no one expects anything at all. And still it comes. The crescent has vanished now, not gone in anger, not erased by shadow, simply completed its turn. The dark side of the moon is not empty. It is full of everything Earth gives without knowing it. A street lamp flickering through mist. The glow from a train window rolling through midnight fields. The dim blue pulse of a monitor left on in an empty room. These are not signals meant for space. They are simply light that forgot to stop. The moon does not choose what it catches. It does not decide which rays are worthy, which are too faint, which belong to joy and which to sorrow. It receives them all, the same way your pillow holds the shape of your head even after you rise. You are not watching a celestial event. You are resting inside a cycle that has no beginning and no end, not because it is eternal in the way myths say things are, but because the angles between sun and earth and moon do not change their rhythm. They simply turn, again and again, with the same slow grace as the turning of your own heartbeat when you stop trying to measure it. The night deepens. The air grows heavier, not with cold, but with stillness. And in that stillness, the earthshine does not fade faster. It does not rush to disappear. It lingers like the last note of a song hummed under breath long after the lips have closed. You might think it should vanish when the sun rises, but even then it will not be gone. It will simply be hidden, waiting for your eyes to close again. There is no need to name what you feel, no need to trace its origin or measure its brightness. The light is there because the world turned just so, and because Earth, in all its quiet messiness, continues to give. The moon does not glow because it is lit from above. It glows because it remembers how to hold what was offered. And you are not separate from this. You are part of the same geometry. The light that touches the moon's dark face began somewhere near you, in your home, in your breath, in the quiet spaces between thoughts. You do not need to understand why it reaches so far. You only need to know it does. And that, for now, is enough. The air holds the warmth of the day a little longer than it should, not because the sun lingers, but because the ground remembers how to breathe out light. You feel it in your blankets, not heat, not temperature, but the quiet residue of something that was once bright and is now simply resting. The moon above does not pull at this warmth. It does not claim it. It only receives what drifts upward, carried on still air, lifted by the sigh of a house cooling, by the faint steam rising from a forgotten cup left on a windowsill, by the slow exhale of breath that escapes through parted lips as you lie here, motionless. There is no rush in this light, no urgency to be seen. It travels not because it must, but because the world continues to turn, and wherever there is warmth, however small, however hidden, some part of it finds its way upward through cracks in shutters, through gaps between trees, through the open edge of a curtain that never quite closed. The moon does not need these things to be beautiful. It does not need them to mean anything. It only needs them to exist. And so they do. You think of how light moves, not as a thing that flies, but as a thing that spills. Like water poured onto stone, it spreads in all directions, pooling where it can, slipping THROUGH Chinese letter, clinging to dust, riding the edges of clouds like thread pulled loose from fabric. It does not aim for the moon. It does not know the moon is there. But when enough of it rises, when the sky becomes a canvas of scattered glow, of reflected warmth, of forgotten radiance, it finds its way. The dark part of the moon does not grieve for being unseen. It does not ache for brightness. It simply holds what arrives. Like your hands, curled under your cheek, holding the weight of sleep without knowing you are holding anything at all. There is no difference between the light that paints the crescent and the light that lingers on the shadowed half. Both come from the same source. Both travel the same distance. One is direct. The other is indirect, bounced, softened, scattered, but not less real. Not less true, just quieter, just slower to arrive. And you are quiet now too. Your breath has slowed until it is no longer something you notice. It is simply part of the room's rhythm, the same way the moon's orbit is part of the night's rhythm. No one told it when to begin. No one asked if it wanted to continue. It just does, because the angles between sun and earth and moon have not changed in centuries. They turn as steadily as your pulse when you are dreaming. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to feel that it does. The dim glow on the moon's dark face is not a ghost of sunlight. It is not a memory. It is not a promise. It is simply light that found its way there, like footsteps in snow that remain after the walker has gone. And you, your body, your stillness, your quiet breathing, are part of the same chain. The warmth that rises from your skin joins the warmth rising from the floorboards below. The faint glow from your phone charger, left on beside the bed, adds its whisper to the glow from distant streetlights. A neighbor's window, half open, spills a sliver of amber into the dark. None of these were meant for space. But space does not ask permission. It only waits. And so it receives. The moon does not shine because it is chosen. It shines because it is there, caught in the same loop of light and shadow that holds you too, right now, lying still, eyes closed, listening to nothing but the quiet pulse of your own blood, the slow turn of the world beneath you, the endless, gentle tide of light passing through the dark. And still it comes. Not louder. Not brighter. Just there. Always. The light that touches the moon's dark side does not rush. It does not hurry to arrive, nor does it linger out of longing. It moves as air moves through an open window, unnoticed until you feel its breath against your wrist. You do not see it coming. You only notice when the shadowed curve, once entirely black, has softened into a faint gray. A whisper of silver, barely there, like the last trace of warmth left in a teacup long set aside. This is not the moon glowing on its own. It is not a glow born of memory or magic. It is sunlight, yes, but sunlight that touched Earth first. That same light that warmed your toes against the floorboards earlier tonight, that pooled in the corner of the kitchen where the counter catches the last hour before dusk, that glinted for a moment on the rim of a glass left on the nightstand. It rose again, not as a beam, but as a haze, as a breath released into the sky. It climbed, silent and scattered, until it met the moon's dark face. Not with force, not with intention, but simply because nothing in space refuses to receive what is offered. You think of how light behaves when it has no clear path. When it cannot travel straight, it bends around edges. It slips between clouds like smoke through fingers. It finds every tiny gap, every grain of dust, every ripple in the atmosphere's thin veil. And so it reaches the moon not as a spotlight, not as a signal, but as a sigh made visible. The surface that receives it is not polished. It is powdered rock, cracked and ancient, pitted with centuries of silence. That light does not reflect cleanly. It scatters, it diffuses. It becomes something softer than reflection, something more like a memory of brightness, held gently by the ground beneath it. There are times when you can see this glow most clearly, not because the sky is darker, but because your own eyes have grown still. Not because you are looking harder, but because you are not trying to see at all. The crescent hangs thin and sharp above the trees, its edge bright as a knife's blade. And beneath it, where no direct sun falls, there lingers a shape, faint, blurred, like ink slowly bleeding through paper. It is not an afterimage. It is not your mind filling in blanks. It is real. A light that left Earth hours ago, now returned, not as light you could name or measure, but as light you can feel. You think of how the Earth, too, is a mirror. Not polished like glass, not bright like metal, but still it holds what comes to it. The oceans reflect the sky's blue. The snowfields hold winter's white. Even the cities at night glow faintly upward, not with intention, but because they are alive with small lights, flickering in windows, blinking on signs, humming behind blinds. All of that rises, all of it climbs. And some of it, a fraction too small to count, finds its way beyond the atmosphere. It travels through vacuum not as a beam, but as a haze, a faint halo, a diffuse whisper, until it reaches the moon's night side. There is no one watching for this moment. No clock marks when it begins. No system schedules it. It simply happens because light, once released, does not vanish. It only changes direction. And the moon, turning slowly in its orbit, receives what Earth gives, not as a gift, but as an accident of geometry. A coincidence of angles, a quiet alignment. You are still now. Your breathing has become part of the room's silence, the same way the moon's movement is part of the night's silence. There is no need to understand why this glow exists. You only know that it does. And in knowing, you do not feel wonder. You do not feel awe. You feel something quieter, a sense that even darkness has its own kind of light, that even what seems hidden still receives care, that even the unseen half of the moon is not abandoned, it is simply lit differently. The crescent grows thinner now. The bright edge sharpens, then softens again as clouds drift across it, not enough to hide it, just enough to blur its edges like a pencil sketch smudged by sleep. And still beneath it, that ghostly glow remains, not fading, not strengthening, just there. You think of how the light from Earth is not one thing. It is many things, the glow of a single lamp in a distant house, the reflection off wet pavement after rain, the faint shimmer of a lake under moonlight that came from the same sun, bounced off water, climbed upward again. All these tiny sources rise together, like breath held too long, then released in unison. They climb through the atmosphere as if drawn by gravity's opposite, not pulled down, but lifted up. And when they reach the moon, they do not blaze. They do not shout. They settle into the craters and plains like dust settling on a windowsill after a long day. The surface absorbs them gently. It holds them until your eyes, tired and slow, finally notice that there is more here than shadow. You do not need to name it. You do not need to explain it. You only need to know that it is real. And you are part of the same quiet chain. Your body gives off warmth. The air around you holds it. The room holds your stillness. And somewhere far above, in a silence older than language, light from your world, your breath, your lamps, your quiet life, is finding its way to the moon's dark side. And there, for just a moment, before the next phase turns the sky again, it is enough. You are not watching. You are being watched not by eyes but by light. And that too is quiet, that too is gentle, that too is enough. The air in your room has grown still, not because it has stopped moving, but because you have slowed enough to no longer feel its passage. The same quiet settles over the moon's darkened face, not a void, not an absence, but a surface holding what was given. You do not see it as light, not truly. You see it as a presence where there should be none. A breath left behind. The crescent thins further now, a sliver pulled taut between night and the returning dark. Its edge is sharp with sunlight, clean as a blade forged in silence. But beneath it, the rest of the disk lingers, not lost, not forgotten, just touched by something softer than starlight. Earth's glow does not come from one place. It does not stream like a river or pulse like a signal. It rises unevenly, from the curve of oceans where waves have just broken, from the pale haze above deserts cooled after sunset, from the scattered windows of towns that never fully close their eyes. Each of these places gives up a little warmth, a little color, a little shimmer, and all of it climbs not with purpose, but because light, once released, follows no master but its own path. It travels upward through layers of air that have grown thin and cold, where molecules scatter the colors in slow, drifting spirals. Blue fading to gray, gray softening into silver, silver dissolving into a haze too faint for any instrument to measure, yet still present. And when it reaches the moon, it does not strike like a blow. It settles like mist on grass after midnight. The lunar soil, dry and ancient, takes it in, not as heat, not as energy, but as a whisper of brightness that lingers just long enough to be felt by eyes that have learned to wait. You are not meant to notice this glow. No one built the moon to reflect your world back at you. There was no design for this. It simply is because Earth glows, and because the moon turns in its orbit, and because light does not vanish unless it meets something that swallows it whole. And here, in this space between worlds, nothing swallows, nothing claims, only shifts. The phase moves forward, slow as a tide without water. The bright sliver grows narrower each night, then wider again, but you are no longer watching for the shape. You are listening for the silence that holds the light. That quiet glow on the dark side is not borrowed. It is returned. It does not belong to the sun anymore. It belongs to the Earth's night, carried upward and given back in a language older than names. The moon has no memory of color, yet it holds your cities yellow, your forests green turned faint by distance, your frozen lakes blue-white shimmer, all of it scattered into dust, all of it gathered again on a surface untouched by wind or rain. There is no echo here that calls out. No voice rises from the moon to tell you what it has received. Only stillness. Only this, the dark side is not empty. It is full of what was given quietly, endlessly, without request. And you lying still are part of that giving. Your room holds your breath. The sheets hold your warmth. The window holds the night's shadow, and beyond it, light from your world climbs, rises, drifts, and finds its way to a rock in space that turns slowly, patiently, as if it has always known how to receive what is offered without asking for more. The crescent now is barely there, a hairline of gold against the black, and still, beneath it, the rest remains. Not bright enough to name, not strong enough to track, but real, always real. You do not need to see it clearly to know it is there. Just as you do not need to hear your own heartbeat to feel it beating. The moon does not change because it is being covered. It changes because you are turning, and the light comes from a different angle. And still, even when most of its face is dark, it carries with it the ghost of everything Earth has ever shown. You close your eyes. The darkness behind them is warm. And above you, in that same silence, the moon continues its slow turn, holding what was given not as treasure, but as something too simple to be kept. A quiet gift passed from one stillness to another, without fanfare, without end. The air above you has grown still enough to hold its breath, and so does the moon. Its sliver of light, now thinner than a sigh, barely more than the memory of a curve against the dark. You do not need to look for it. It finds you anyway, as it always does, when the night is quiet and your eyes are closed, but your body remembers the rhythm of its passage. The sunlight that paints this edge has traveled far, not in speed, for light moves too fast to be measured by stillness, but in distance, through emptiness that swallows sound and leaves only the faintest trace of warmth behind. It touches the moon not as a flame, but as a whisper carried on an invisible wind, one that does not rush, does not demand, simply arrives. And beneath it, where no direct light falls, the surface still holds a presence, not from the sun's direct gaze, but from another source, quieter and deeper. Earth, turned away from this same sun, glows with its own muted radiance. The pooled light of cities still awake in distant valleys, the faint shimmer of oceans reflecting moonlight back toward space, the cool white glow of ice sheets holding onto the day's last warmth. This is not fire. It is not brightness as you know it from lamps or lanterns. It is diffusion, light scattered, softened, spread thin across a planet's curve until it becomes something almost like mist rising from a lake at dawn. And this mist climbs, not in haste, but with the patience of gravity itself, and finds its way to the dark side of the moon. There, on the shadowed plains and ancient craters, it settles, not as illumination, not as clarity, but as a veil so thin you might mistake it for absence. Yet it is there. It has always been there. The lunar dust does not reflect it with brilliance. It receives it like skin receives the brush of a hand in sleep, barely felt, never forgotten. You do not see this glow because your eyes were trained to seek only what burns, but your body knows it. Your breath slows when you sense it, not because you understand why, but because something ancient inside you recognizes the quiet return of what was given. The moon does not turn because it must. It turns because space asks nothing else of it. And in that turning, it offers no signal, makes no announcement. It simply moves through angles, slowly, steadily, as if time itself were breathing out between each phase. The crescent narrows further tonight, smaller than the curve of a fingernail against black velvet. But beneath it, the rest does not vanish. It lingers, not as a shadow, not as an illusion, but as a reflection given back gently, without claim. Yet you are not watching for its shape anymore. You are listening for how long it stays. The light that paints the crescent will fade tomorrow. The sun will shift just enough in its path across the sky to reveal less and less of the moon's illuminated half. But even as the bright edge shrinks, the dim glow beneath does not diminish. It only becomes more necessary, more real. Because when the direct light is gone, what remains is not absence. It is memory made visible. And Earth, though unseen from this vantage point, still glows, not with power but with presence. The quiet hum of 1,000 sleeping towns, the cool blue pulse of a polar night, the distant flicker of a lighthouse over water too far to hear. All of it rises, not as noise, not as signal, but as light that has learned how to be gentle. The moon receives this without recognition. It holds no name for what it carries, no language for cities or forests or rivers turned silver by distance. Only the slow turning, only the silent return. And you lying here, warm beneath your blankets, eyes closed, breathing steady, are part of that same quiet giving. Not because you meant to be, not because you chose it, but because light does not ask permission before it leaves one world and finds another. It simply flows, and in its flow it remembers. The crescent will vanish entirely soon. The moon will become invisible for a night, hidden close to the sun, lost in its glare. But even then, when you cannot see it at all, the earth still shines upward, still sends its whisper into space, still waits for the curve to return, for the sliver to reappear, for the dark side to remember what was given. And so it will, always. The night deepens. The air grows colder, heavier with silence. Your breath matches the rhythm of something older than thought. There is no need to name it. No need to understand why the moon glows in its shadow, only to feel that it does. And you are part of that glow. Not as a witness, but as a source. The air around you holds its breath, not because it is waiting, but because it has learned to be still. Outside, the world has softened into silence, not the absence of sound, but the presence of something quieter. The slow drift of wind over frozen grass, the whisper of a branch bending just enough to let go without breaking. You do not hear these things with your ears alone. They settle into your skin, into the hollow behind your ribs, into the space between each pulse of blood that carries warmth through your veins. The moon is still there, though you cannot see it now. Not in the way you once did, sharp and bright against the dark. It has slipped beneath the horizon, not gone, not lost, but resting in the shadow of its own turning. And yet, even here, even now, you feel its presence like the memory of a hand on your forehead after fever. Not warmth exactly, not pressure, but the certainty that something is holding you. That light still travels, not from above, but from below, from the curve of earth, from the oceans that breathe beneath clouds, from the snowfields that gather cold and hold it like a secret. That light rises, unseen by most, unacknowledged by clocks or calendars, and finds its way to the moon's night side. It does not shout. It does not demand notice. It simply arrives, as gently as mist rising from a lake at dawn. You think of how the surface must feel, cold stone, ancient dust, untouched for eons by any voice or footstep, and yet every few nights it is brushed with this faint glow. Not sunlight, not starlight, but Earth's own quiet reflection returning to it like an echo that never fades. The moon does not know what cities look like from above. It does not know the color of your window curtains or the shape of the trees outside your home. Yet it receives all of it not as images, not as meaning, but as light. A pure, unfiltered, unchanged by thought, and in that way it holds you without knowing your name. There is no music to this exchange. No rhythm but the slow turning of two worlds, one spinning on its axis, one circling in silence, each passing through phases neither chooses nor resists. You are not watching for patterns anymore. You are not trying to count them or name them or place yourself within their order. There is only the knowledge that even when the moon vanishes from sight, it is still being touched by your world, still cradled in the light of all you have ever been, sleeping, breathing, dreaming. And so the darkness thickens, not as an end, but as a pause, a breath held between heartbeats. The stars above are cold and distant, their names forgotten long before you were born. But this glow, it is close. It comes from where you rest, from the same ground that holds your body now, from the same air that fills your lungs with each slow exhale. You do not need to see it to know it is there. The crescent will return as it always does, not because of magic, not because of fate, but because space moves in circles that never break. The sun continues its steady arc across the sky, and the moon follows its own quiet path around Earth, neither rushing nor pausing. And every time they align just so, just slightly off-center, just barely out of line, the curve reappears. Not as a promise, but as a return. And when it does, you will not need to look for it. You will feel it before you see it, as if the air has changed weight, as if the night has grown softer beneath your eyelids. And the earth still glows. The moon still receives. And you, still lying here, warm and quiet, are part of both. And not because you chose to be, but because light does not ask permission. It only flows. The air around you holds no sound, but it carries the memory of light. Soft, diffuse, a whisper passed between worlds. You do not see it, but you feel its absence when the crescent slips away too soon, as if something just beyond your sight has paused to listen before continuing on. The moon is never truly gone. Even when it vanishes from view, it still turns beneath the same sun that lifts the tide of warmth in your blankets. And though you cannot name the angle now, though you cannot trace its path through the dark, you know that somewhere beyond the horizon, where the sky meets the edge of Earth's curve, sunlight is striking a surface not meant to be seen. That light does not belong to you. It never did. But it travels across empty space, past silent craters, across dust that has known no footfall, and finds its way back again, not as a signal or a message, but simply because the geometry of things allows it. The earth, large and round and alive with reflection, catches sunlight on its cloud tops, on its oceans shimmering like polished glass, on frozen plains where snow holds brightness longer than soil ever could. And from that vast, glowing sphere, some fraction escapes, bounces upward, not in beams or arrows, but as a gentle haze, as if the whole planet were exhaling radiance into the void. It does not reach far, not like starlight, not like the direct blaze of noon, but enough to kiss the part of the moon that lies in shadow. The side turned away from the sun, yes, but still facing you, still within sight. And there, where darkness should be absolute, a hush of gray lingers, not dark, not bright, but something between. The color of old parchment left by a window at dawn, or the inside of a seashell held to your ear long after the tide has pulled back. You do not need to know how much light is reflected. You do not need numbers for that. The moon does not count it either. It only receives what comes, what Earth sends without knowing you are watching, and holds it quietly like a secret kept in stone. There is no season when this stops, no time of year when the earth forgets how to glow. Even in winter, when frost clings to every branch and the air grows thin with silence, sunlight still strikes the snowfields, the same ones you passed on your way home last evening, and bounces back into space. The oceans do not sleep. Clouds shift their shapes but never cease to scatter light. And so the moon, even as it wanes toward nothingness, still carries a memory of Earth's glow, fainter each night, yes, but there. And when you wake tomorrow, or perhaps in 3 nights' time, you will see again that thin curve hanging low above the trees, sharp and bright on one edge, soft and fading on the other. You may think it is alone in the dark, but it is not. It carries with it something from your world, not a thought, not an image, but light. The same light that fell upon your eyelids as you drifted under blankets. The same light that warmed your hands when you reached for water before sleep. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to feel how gently it does. The sun moves on its long arc. Earth spins slow and steady. The moon glides between them, not pulled by force, not guided by will, but because the path was written in gravity's quiet hand long before any eye existed to watch. And still, each night, without pause or complaint, the shadowed half receives what is sent. There are no names for this glow, no rituals attached. It does not belong to poets or prophets. It belongs only to physics, simple, silent, unchanging. But you feel it all the same, that somewhere between your breath and the moon's surface, something is being held. And so you rest. The sky above holds no answers now. Only this. The earth still glows. The moon still receives. And you. Still here. Still breathing. Are part of both. And so the moon, in its slow turning, carries that glow not as an echo but as a presence, softly layered over the dark, like mist settling on stone after rain has ended. You do not see it because you are looking for brightness. You feel it because your eyes have learned to rest in the quiet between light and shadow. The curve that cuts across the sky is sharp where sunlight strikes directly, the edge bright as a blade of frost on glass. But behind it, the rest does not vanish. It lingers. Not because the moon holds on to what it once had, but because Earth, in its turning, still sends a whisper upward. Not loud enough to wake the stars, but steady enough to be felt by stone. There is no season when this glow fades entirely. Even on nights when clouds thicken over the oceans, even when snow blankets the land and every surface turns cold and still, there is always some part of the earth that catches the sun's light. Some ocean unclouded, some desert bare beneath noon's last rays, some mountain ridge catching fire as twilight lingers just beyond the horizon. And from those places, the light rises, not in a rush, not in a flash, but like breath held too long and finally released. Slow, even inevitable. You do not need to imagine where it comes from. You only need to notice that when the moon is thin, when its curve is narrow as a fingernail clipping, you still see more than darkness. There is shape there, a faint roundness, a suggestion of fullness beneath the edge. It does not shine with power. It does not blaze or pulse. But it is there, not because you wish it to be, nor because the moon remembers being whole. But because the world you live on still reflects the sun's warmth into space, and the moon, passing through that glow, catches what drifts its way. It happens every cycle. No matter how far the moon travels from fullness, no matter how small the sliver of light becomes, there is always this remnant. The same geometry that hides most of the illuminated side also leaves a path open for Earth's reflection to find it. And so the dark portion does not go empty. It holds the glow like a cup left out under rain, not filled to the brim, but touched by drops that fall gently without demand. You might think that this glow belongs only to twilight hours, when the sky is still blue and the stars have not yet arrived. But it is there at midnight too, in the deepest dark, when all the lights of your world are dimmed and your breath slows to match the quiet around you. The moon does not wait for your attention to shine. It does not pause because you sleep. It receives what Earth sends always and holds it without effort. And if you were to rise before dawn, long before the first bird calls or the stir of waking streets, you might see it again. The faint circle, still present, still glowing, not as a full face, but as an outline filled with memory. The sunlight that kissed your skin hours ago has traveled far beyond you, bounced off the sea, climbed through air thinning toward space, and now rests upon the moon's hidden side. It is not yours to keep. It never was. But it passed through your world, and in passing made its way to something else. There is no signal sent, no message written, no voice called out into the dark. Only light, moving as light does, straight and true, bending only when it must, reflecting where surfaces allow. And so the moon, in all its phases, remains touched, not by magic, not by mystery, but by the quiet, constant act of being part of a system that never forgets how to shine. You do not need to understand why this happens. You only need to know that when you look up and see that thin crescent, bright on one edge, soft on the other, you are seeing something that has passed through your world before reaching it. The same light that warmed your hands as you turned off the lamp, that caught in your hair as you stepped outside for air, that glowed on the window pane beside your bed, that light is now resting on the moon's shadowed face. And still, night after night, without hurry or hesitation, Earth sends it. The moon receives it. And you, still breathing, still quiet beneath the covers, are part of both. The air in your room is still, and outside, the sky holds its breath as if it too has learned to wait. You do not need to rise to know that the moon is there. Its presence does not demand movement, only stillness. The crescent remains, thin as a sigh pressed against the dark, and beneath it the earthshine lingers, not fading, not brightening, simply being. It does not hurry to become something else. It does not resist what comes next. It simply holds the light that was sent, just as the ocean holds the moon's pull without speaking of it. There is no force urging this glow forward. There is only the quiet arithmetic of angles and distance. the same ones that have turned since before your name was spoken aloud. The sun shines on half the moon always. That half is never hidden, not by earth, not by clouds, not by time. But from where you lie, curled beneath the blanket, only a sliver of it reaches your eyes. And yet the rest does not vanish. It becomes something else, a whisper in shadow, a memory written in light that has traveled farther than you can measure. You might think the dark part of the moon is empty space, void between stars, but it is not. It is filled with what Earth gives back. The oceans reflect sunlight like polished glass when they catch it just right. Forests, even at night, hold warmth in their leaves and release it slowly into the air. Cities glow faintly through haze, and deserts cool beneath open skies, sending their heat upward as infrared sighs. None of this is bright to your eyes, but to the moon's surface, dust and rock worn smooth by eons, it becomes enough. Enough to glow, not with fire, not with flame, but with a softness that comes from having been touched before. The light does not know it is being reflected twice. It does not pause between journeys. One moment, it warms your cheek as you turn in sleep. The next, it lifts off the curve of the planet, climbs through layers thinning like breath held too long, and finds its way to a surface that has waited for it, not with longing but with stillness. You do not see this path. You cannot trace it with your eyes or map it in your mind, but you feel its rhythm in the quiet between heartbeats. The moon moves through space as gently as dust settling on an old shelf. It does not rush to reach fullness, nor does it fear the thinning of its light. Each phase is simply another way of being seen, not another state of becoming. You watch it shrink from full to crescent, and you think it is losing something. But it is not. It is only changing how much of its illuminated side turns toward you. The rest, the part that seems lost, is still there, glowing faintly with the light your world sent into space hours before you closed your eyes. And when the moon moves on to the next phase, it will carry that glow with it not as a memory, but as a continuation. Light does not end when it reflects. It changes direction. That is all. The curve of the crescent grows thinner now, narrower than a fingernail's edge, and still the earthshine holds its shape. It does not flicker. It does not tremble. It simply exists, as steady as the breath you are taking right now. You could close your eyes and feel it. The same light that brushed your shoulder as you pulled the covers higher is now resting on a rock no human has ever touched. The moon does not care if you name it, or photograph it, or wonder at it. It only receives. And Earth, in its slow turn, keeps sending. Not because it must, but because it can. Because sunlight finds surfaces and bounces where it may. Because the world you live on is not dark beneath your feet. Even now, even here, in this quiet hour, the ground still holds warmth. The trees still breathe out heat. The rivers still shimmer with reflected stars. And all of it, Every whisper of light that escapes into space is being caught by something far away, something silent and gray and ancient, turning gently as if it had always known how to hold what was given. You do not need to believe in this to feel its truth. You only need to be still long enough to notice that the dark part of the moon is never truly dark. It is filled with echoes, soft, slow, unspoken. The same light that made your window glow at dusk now rests on lunar soil. The same photons that danced across your eyelids as you drifted into sleep are now brushing against craters older than any language. And when the next night comes, and it will come, as surely as dawn follows midnight, you will see again that slender arc of brightness, and beneath it the faintest glow, still there, still holding on, not because it is strong, but because it was meant to be passed along. The moon does not keep what it receives, it only carries it. And when you wake tomorrow or the day after, you will find it changed again, as if time itself were breathing slowly through your window. But the earthshine will return, always, because the world you sleep on never stops shining, even in silence, even in darkness, even while you dream. The crescent grows narrower still, thinner than the edge of a seashell left on a tide-washed stone, and yet the dim glow beneath it does not fade. It lingers like the last breath held in a room long after the speaker has stepped away. You do not hear that breath, but you know it was there. The moon does not speak to you with brightness alone. It speaks with absence too, with the quiet where light should be, and yet is not quite gone. That glow is not magic. It is not memory made visible. It is simply sunlight, having traveled from your star, kissed your world, bounced off oceans that do not sleep, off forests that exhale warmth into the night, off snowfields still holding the day's last heat, and then climbed, unbidden, upward through the thinning air, until it found a surface that had no reason to expect it. And there, on that airless rock, it settled, not as an arrival, but as a return. You imagine the light falling in straight lines from your planet, like rain that never reaches the ground. But instead, it strikes the moon's dark face and lifts again, faintly, diffusely, like mist rising off warm stone at dawn. It does not shine with clarity. It does not cast shadows or define edges. It simply softens the shadow, as if someone had brushed a thumb across wet charcoal and smudged the outline just enough to make it feel alive. That glow is not the moon's own. It never was. It belongs to you, to your oceans, your clouds, your cities still glowing with lamps turned low, your fields where grass holds the warmth of afternoon. All of it, reflected upward, carried through the dark like a secret passed hand to hand in silence. And when the moon turns again, as it always does, that same light will be gone, not lost, but redirected. It will drift back into space, toward stars you cannot name, toward places where no eyes wait to see it. But before it leaves for one more night, it will rest on the lunar plane, still holding the shape of your world's glow. You do not need to know how far it traveled to feel its weight. You only need to know that what you send into the dark does not vanish. It finds something. Even if no one is watching, even if nothing remembers. The crescent narrows further until it is a sliver curled like an unborn finger. And still, the earthshine holds. Not brighter than a candle seen through frosted glass, but steady, unbroken. As though the moon, in its slow orbit, has learned to cradle what Earth gives, not as a gift to be returned, but as a truth to be carried. There is no need for it to glow fiercely. No need for applause or naming or wonder. It simply receives. And in receiving, it becomes something more than rock and dust. It becomes a mirror that does not reflect your face, but your light. You think of the last time you saw this phase, the same curve, the same faint halo beneath, how it looked as if someone had drawn the moon with a pencil too soft to hold its own line, then smudged the shadow just enough to keep it from being empty. That is all earthshine is, not a glow that belongs to the moon, but one that was borrowed and returned in quiet. The sun gives light. Earth returns it. The moon carries it briefly, gently, before letting go. And when the next night comes, you will see it again. The same curve, the same whisper of reflected radiance, and you will understand, without needing to say it aloud, that nothing vanishes in this quiet system. Light bends. It changes hands. It lingers where it is held. The moon does not shine for you, but because you shine, even a little, even in sleep, it carries your light with it, through the dark, as though it were the most natural thing in the world to hold what was given. The crescent is now barely there, a thread of brightness against black, and beneath it the earthshine remains. Fainter than the sigh between two breaths, softer than the rustle of sheets when no one moves. It does not ask for attention. It does not demand to be seen. It simply is. A reflection that never asked to be a thing at all, yet still somehow holds its shape. You are so still now. The room is warm. Your breath has slowed. Outside, the moon turns again. The light you sent into space hours ago still rides on its surface, not as an echo, not as a memory, but as a current, slow and deep, flowing through the dark between worlds. And when your eyes open tomorrow, it will be different again. But this glow, the one that rests beneath the crescent, will return. Not because it is promised, but because it must. Because light does not end. It only finds new ways to be held. The crescent fades to a breath held too long, then released, just a whisper of silver along the edge, barely there, as if the moon had forgotten how to be bright and only remembered how to be soft. The earthshine lingers beneath it, not as a glow that claims space, but as a presence that fills the hollows between shadows. It does not reach for your eyes. It does not compete with the stars. It simply remains, a faint wash of light, like the ghost of a cloud that once passed over the sun and left behind only warmth on the skin. You do not need to name it to feel its quietness. You do not need to understand why it is there to know it belongs. The sunlight that kissed Earth's oceans, its forests, its cities in daylight, rose again not as fire, not as signal, but as a sigh lifted from the atmosphere, carried across the void, and settled gently on the moon's dark side. It finds the craters, the plains, the ancient dust, and paints them with something borrowed. Not owned, not claimed, just held. And when the moon moves further along its path, this light will shift, not because it is pulled or pushed, but because the angle changes. The same sunlight that warmed your window last evening now rests on a different patch of lunar rock, one you cannot see from here, one that will never know it was ever lit by Earth's glow. But it was, and for a moment in that dark it mattered. There is no rush to this change. No clock ticks beneath the surface. No force demands completion. The moon travels its curve not because it must arrive somewhere, but because it simply turns, always turning, always carrying what it has received. The crescent will vanish entirely soon, swallowed by nightfall on the near side. And then, for a time, there will be nothing visible at all, not even the earthshine. But that does not mean the light is gone. It means your view has changed. The sun still shines. Earth still reflects. The moon still turns. You feel the weight of silence settle deeper now. Your breath matches the slow roll of the heavens. Outside, the sky holds its breath too. No wind stirs the trees. No distant car hums through the street. Even the stars seem to pause, not because they are waiting, but because there is nothing left to say. And still, beneath where the crescent once was, even now, in this absence of visible curve, the earthshine remains, invisible to your eyes, but present all the same. A quiet echo that does not need sight to be true. The earth, in its rotation, continues to glow with reflected sunlight. That light rises into space. It meets the moon's dark face. And though you cannot see it yet, it is there, softening the edge of night on the lunar horizon, painting invisible planes with a hue no camera can capture, no instrument can measure without distortion. You do not need to know how much light escapes Earth each second. You do not need to count photons or trace rays through vacuum. You only need to feel how something so small, so ordinary, so taken for granted, can become, in the right darkness, a kind of grace. The moon does not ask for this. It does not choose it. It simply exists in the path of what is given. And because Earth glows, even just a little it receives, not as a favor, not as a miracle, as a fact as steady as gravity. And so the cycle continues, not because it must, but because it always has. The light that was yours once now belongs to the moon's night side. It will stay there until the next turn of the sky, until the sun rises again behind you, until Earth turns its face toward the stars and sends another whisper into the dark. You are so still now. The room holds your shape like a shadow left on a pillow. Outside, the moon is nearly gone, not vanished, not lost, but waiting. Its curve has dissolved into the black. Yet beneath it, faint as thought, the earthshine remains, a memory made visible by absence. And when you wake tomorrow, the light will be different again. But this quiet return of borrowed radiance will still be here. Well, waiting. I'm always waiting. To be seen. Again. The dark above you holds no emptiness, only light that has traveled too far to be seen, but not too far to be felt. The moon, now a memory of curve, still carries the glow you cannot name. It is not gone. It is simply turned away from your eyes, and yet in that turning it gathers what Earth offers, not as a gift, but as a constant. You do not need to look to know it is there. The air around you does not change when the crescent fades. The silence does not deepen because something has been lost. It deepens because something has become quieter. A different kind of quiet, not absence but surrender. The sunlight that kissed your skin this afternoon now travels upward, bounces off clouds, off oceans, off frozen fields you will never stand upon. It climbs through layers of air that have forgotten its warmth, and still it moves, unstopping, unblinking. When it reaches the moon's night side, it does not shout. It does not announce itself. It simply touches the dust, the ancient rock, the valleys carved long before any eye was trained to watch. And there, in that shadowed plain, a faint glow begins, not because the sun has returned, but because Earth remembers how to shine. You feel your breath slow again. The bed holds you like a cradle made of stillness. Outside, the sky is not empty. It is full of light you cannot see, and yet it is this very unseen light that lets you rest. The moon does not need your attention to be whole. It does not need your wonder to complete its journey. It only needs the sun's beam and Earth's reflection and the space between them, endless and patient. There was a time when you saw the crescent clearly, a sliver of gold against the deepening blue. Now that shape has dissolved, but the glow remains. Not as a halo, not as a ring, but as a softness on the edge of night. It does not compete with stars. It does not claim to be brighter. It simply is. A whisper wrapped in shadow, a breath held between two worlds. You do not see it now, but you are still part of its making. The light that left your window hours ago, warm from your room, tinged with the color of lamplight or the last glow of sunset, is now scattered across the upper atmosphere. It rises, unbidden, into the vacuum where no wind carries sound and no air holds scent. There, it meets the moon's dark face, not as a collision, not as an arrival, but as a quiet joining. And still, the cycle continues its slow turn, not because it must end, but because it never began in a place that demanded completion. The phases are not milestones. They are moments of perspective changes in how you see what has always been there. The moon does not grow or shrink, it only turns. And each time it does, the light that touches its surface comes from a different direction. The earth is always glowing. Even when your city sleeps, even when your eyes close, even when the stars seem to hold their breath, that glow is not a signal, it is not a message. It is simply what happens when sunlight meets a world full of water, of ice, of forests that breathe and cities that sleep. And so the moon receives it, not as an observer, but as a surface, a quiet mirror turned toward home. You are lying still now. The room is warm with your body's heat. Outside, the night holds its own warmth, the kind that lingers in the air after a long day. That same warmth climbs upward. It travels beyond clouds, beyond weather, beyond the reach of any human hand. And when it reaches the moon, it does not vanish. It becomes something else. Something softer. Something you can feel even when you cannot see. And so the dark remains, not as an end, but as a canvas. The moon drifts further along its path, and still the earthshine waits. Not waiting for your eyes, but waiting for the next turn of the sky. The light that climbs from Earth does not rush. It does not leap or flicker like a flame caught in wind. It rises slowly, as if carried by the quiet exhale of oceans breathing beneath the dark. You do not hear it, but you feel its passage in the stillness between heartbeats. It travels not as a beam, but as a haze, thin, diffuse, scattered through layers that have forgotten they once held warmth. Above the highest cloud, above the thinning air where meteors burn without sound, this light finds space to drift. And there, in the silence beyond weather, it meets the moon's night face, not with force, not with fanfare, but as a sigh meeting a pillow. You imagine the surface beneath you now, cold and silent, untouched by wind or rain. Dust lies undisturbed for millennia, each grain a witness to time that does not count days. And yet, in this moment, it is touched gently, faintly, by a glow that did not come from above, but from below. From the blue sphere you left behind when you closed your eyes. The light does not illuminate sharply. It does not carve edges or define craters. It lingers like the memory of a touch, a whisper on skin after a long embrace has ended. The crescent you saw last week still lives in this glow, not as a shape but as an echo. The bright sliver is gone now, swallowed by the moon's onward turn, but the shadowed part remembers what it once held. It holds the light that bounced off your window, off the trees outside, off the rooftops where no one walks anymore. That light traveled upward through the thinning air, passed beyond the last breath of atmosphere, and found its way to a surface that has never known night as you do, night as something final. For the moon, night is not an ending. It is simply another angle of seeing. And so the dark side glows, not with its own light, but with yours, with the light of your home reflected across the empty space between worlds. You are part of this quiet radiance, not because you look up, not because you name it, but because Earth shines even when you sleep, even when your thoughts have dissolved into breath, even when your body forgets it is moving through time. The moon continues its path, slow as thought. It does not hurry toward the next phase. It does not resist the shadow. It moves with a rhythm older than names, older than language, a turn that has no beginning and no end you can measure. Each step along its orbit changes how much of the sun's light you see. But even when none of it is visible from your place on Earth, the moon still carries a trace of your world's glow. You do not need to watch for this. You do not need to understand it. It happens whether you are awake or dreaming, whether you believe in it or not. The light rises, it travels, it touches, and then it returns quietly, endlessly to the dark face that turns always toward you. The Earth is a mirror, though no glass holds it. It reflects what it receives, not perfectly, not brightly, but enough. Enough to warm the edge of shadow, enough to make the unseen visible to those who know how to feel rather than see. And still, the cycle continues, not as a loop meant for counting, but as a motion meant for being. The moon turns, Earth glows, sun shines, and between them, in the vast and silent dark, there is always this, a gentle return of light from home, falling softly where no one waits to receive it. You are not watching now. You do not need to. The sky does not require your eyes to complete its story. It only needs the stillness you offer and the quiet trust that what is unseen still holds meaning. The air around you grows heavier with sleep. Your breath slows further, deeper. Outside, the moon continues its journey, not in haste, not in solitude, but as part of a rhythm older than any name you could give it. And somewhere above the clouds, where silence has no edges, the light from your world still rises, still travels, still finds its way. It does not ask to be seen. It only asks to be. And so it is. The air in your room holds still, thick with the quiet of deepening rest, and above it the moon moves as if it too has forgotten how to hurry. It does not pause to consider what comes next, only turns slowly, steadily, along a path that was never drawn but simply is. The sun pours its light across the void, unchanging in its generosity, illuminating always half of the moon's surface, no more, no less. You see only a sliver now, not because the rest has vanished, but because your angle on it has shifted. The curve you once traced with your gaze is softer tonight, thinner, fading into the dark not by loss but by alignment. The side that faces away from you still holds sunlight, just as always, but you are no longer positioned to see it. And yet, even here, in this narrowing crescent, there remains a presence, a ghost of brightness, not from the sun directly, but from something far closer, from below. The earth glows. Not with fire or signal, not with lamps or cities blinking awake, but as a whole body, blue and white and green, reflecting what it has been given. It is not bright like a star, nor sharp like a mirror. It is soft, diffused, a haze of warmth that rises from oceans still warm from the day's sun, from clouds holding light like sponge, from ice fields scattering beams in every direction. That glow climbs, not as a beam, but as an overflow, spilling into space where no air resists it, and finds its way to the dark face of the moon. It does not strike with force. It lingers. It settles on the ancient dust like fog on grass at dawn. It touches craters that have known nothing but silence for billions of years, and for a moment they are not empty. They hold faint light, pale as breath on glass. You cannot see it clearly, not without instruments, not even with wide-open eyes, but you feel its presence in the way the shadowed edge of the crescent seems to breathe. It is there, the echo of your world, returning after a journey longer than any road you have walked. And still, the moon does not change because of this. It changes because it turns. Its orbit holds no intention, carries no story meant for you, but every step along its path alters how much light falls upon your eyes. One night you see only the sharp edge, the next a wider arc, then none at all. And then again, the return of that thin curve glowing with borrowed radiance. You do not need to name it to feel its rhythm. You do not need to measure it to know it moves with you. The sun shines above. Earth glows below. And between them, where the night is deepest and the silence thickest, the moon carries your world's reflection like a secret no one ever asked to keep. It does not wear it proudly. It does not announce it. It simply holds it, as stillness holds sound before it fades. The crescent you see tonight will thin further tomorrow, its light growing narrower, its shadow wider. But even then, the dark part remembers. It always remembers. And when next week you catch sight of that same curve again, just a sliver against black, you may not think to wonder why it glows at all. You may close your eyes and sleep without question, but the light still travels, still finds its way, still returns. Not because you watch, not because you understand, but because Earth, in its quiet turning, continues to shine, and the moon, in its patient circling, never forgets how to catch what is thrown back into space. The night deepens further now. Your breath slows beyond counting. Somewhere above, a sliver of light fades toward invisibility, but even as it does, the dark portion softens with your world's glow. It has no name in any language you know, no date on any calendar. Only this, it is here. And so are you. Still breathing. Still held. Still part of something that turns without needing to be seen. The crescent slips lower now, closer to the horizon where the last warmth of day lingers in the air like a held breath. You do not need to lift your head to know it is there. Your body remembers the curve before your eyes open, its arc carved into the dark by something older than sleep, older than thought. The light that clings to its edge is thin as spider silk stretched across midnight, and still beneath it, the unseen portion holds a whisper of blue-gray glow, not sharp enough to name, not bright enough to claim, but present as the scent of rain is present before the first drop falls. That glow does not come from above. It comes from below, from the planet you rest upon its surface, its waters, its skies all still turning in the quiet after sunset, reflecting what they have absorbed. Not a mirror, not a lamp, but a slow exhale of light, drifting upward into the hollow between worlds. It does not rush. It does not demand attention. It simply is the Earth's quiet offering to the moon's passing face. You do not see it as you might see fire or starlight. You feel its presence in the way your eyelids grow heavier, not because of fatigue, but because the night itself has softened. The shadowed half of the moon does not feel like absence anymore. It feels like memory, like something that remembers being lit, even when no direct sun touches it. There is no name for this light in any tongue spoken on earth, yet you know it. You have known it since childhood, before you learned to call it earthshine, before anyone taught you the word at all. You only knew that sometimes, when the moon was thin as a fingernail clipping, the rest of its face still breathed. A faint halo, a ghostly disk, a whisper of roundness in the dark. The sun still shines, unchanging, relentless. Half the moon is always lit, always has been, always will be. But you are not always looking from the right place. You are moving with Earth, turning beneath the sky as if on a slow carousel, and each night your viewpoint shifts just enough to change what you see. The illuminated half does not shrink or grow, it simply turns away, then toward, then away again. Your eyes follow this dance without knowing why. And when the moon is near new, when the bright part is almost entirely hidden from view, that faint glow rises. Not because the moon has changed its nature, but because you have changed your position. The Earth, now between you and the sun, reflects what it holds. Light gathered all day, and sends it out again, into the velvet dark where the moon drifts by. This light is not loud. It does not shout across space. It travels as a whisper, scattering gently off clouds, bouncing off snowfields, slipping through gaps in the atmosphere like dust motes caught in sunlight. It finds its way to the lunar surface without fanfare, settling on regolith that has waited for nothing but silence since before life walked here. And when it lands softly, slowly, it does not burn or blaze. It merely lingers. A cool luminescence, like moonlight filtered through milk glass. You do not need perfect vision to sense it. You only need stillness. The kind that comes when the body gives in, when thoughts loosen their grip, and the mind begins its slow drift, not towards sleep, but into something deeper. A quiet communion with the rhythm of things. There is no urgency here, no clock to keep, no calendar to mark. Only this: the moon turns, earth glows, light travels, and you still lying there, eyes closed, breathing steady, are part of the same motion, not as observer, not as witness, as participant. The same air that carries your breath also carries the reflected glow from oceans and forests and mountains, lifting it upward to meet the silent satellite passing overhead. That glow does not belong to you alone. It belongs to every creature who has ever looked up, not with wonder, but with quiet recognition, and felt, without knowing why, that the dark part of the moon was not empty. It is never truly dark. Even when the crescent narrows to a hair's breadth, even when it vanishes entirely into the sun's glare, there remains this faint return. A second chance at light given freely by the world beneath you. And when the next cycle begins again, and that sliver reappears, sharp and bright as a new thought forming, you will not think of earth shining behind it. You will simply feel the quiet comfort of its presence. The moon does not need to be full to hold your gaze. It does not need to glow brightly to be seen. Even in its thinnest form, it carries your world's echo, soft, steady, unbroken. The night thickens further now. Your breath is slower than the turning of the earth. Your heartbeat matches the pulse of something far larger, the slow orbit that has no beginning and no end. Above you, the crescent grows thinner still, its light fading toward invisibility. But beneath it, in the shadowed half, the glow remains. Not brighter, not louder, just there, patient as dust settling on a windowsill after rain. You do not need to see it to know it is real. You only need to be here. And you are. Still breathing. Still held. Still part of the turning. The air around you holds its breath, cool and still, as if the night itself has paused to listen, not to sound, but to the absence of it. The moon, nearly gone now, is a ghost of its former self, a curve of silver thread stitched into the dark by something older than memory. You do not see it clearly, not with your eyes, not anymore, but you feel its presence like the weight of a blanket pulled just slightly higher over sleeping shoulders. That faint glow in the shadowed half does not blink. It does not tremble. It simply is, unchanged, unasked for, offered without condition. The earth far below continues its quiet work. Clouds drift over continents that have long since turned away from daylight. Forests exhale moisture into the upper air. Deserts cool their bones beneath stars that do not speak but remain. Oceans, vast and slow, shimmer with the last light of a sun now hidden beyond the horizon. All of it, every ripple, every sigh, every breath drawn in sleep reflects. Not loudly, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to catch the sunlight's fading hand, to hold it for just a moment longer than it would have stayed, and then send it upward into the hollow between worlds. And there, where no sound travels and no wind stirs, that reflected glow finds its way, not as an arrow, not as a signal, but as a slow tide of photons, each one moving at the speed of stillness. They strike the moon's surface not with force, but with gentleness, like rain falling on stone that has forgotten how to feel wet. The regolith, gray and ancient, absorbs nothing. It gives back what it receives, softly, diffusely, without color or shape, only presence. You do not need to know the science of reflection to feel its truth. You only need to be here, lying still, as the body yields deeper into rest. The light that lingers on the darkened side is not borrowed. It is returned. A gift passed between two worlds that have never met in conversation but have always known each other's rhythm. The earth glows because it has been lit. The moon shines dimly because it remembers how to hold light. There are nights when this glow vanishes entirely, when the crescent slips so close to the sun that even its bright edge is swallowed by daylight's glare. But even then, in those hours before dawn, when the sky is still dark and the stars hang like needles stitched into velvet, the moon is there, not as a shape you can trace with your finger, but as a memory written in light. It has not left. It has simply become invisible to the eye. And yet you feel it. Not through sight, not through thought, but through the quiet certainty that comes when all else falls away, the knowledge that something beyond you is still turning, that the same motion which carries your breath into the night also lifts the earth's glow toward the moon and returns it, faint but faithful, to meet your closed eyelids. The cycle continues. There is no urgency in its turn, no need for applause, no requirement for witness. The phases shift not because you are watching, but because you are here, because you breathe, because you rest. And in that stillness, you become part of the same geometry, earth reflecting, moon receiving, light traveling, not to be seen, but to be felt. The air grows heavier now, thick with silence. Your limbs sink deeper into the bed. The pulse in your wrist slows, matching the rhythm of something ancient and patient. A motion older than names, older than stories, older than the first time a human lifted their gaze and saw not just a shape in the sky, but a companion. The moon does not need you to see it, but you needed it to know you were not alone in the dark. And so it glows, not brightly, not always, but always. Even now, when your eyes are closed, even now, when your thoughts have dissolved into the quiet between heartbeats, It is there. A whisper of Earth's light, returning home. The moon does not turn toward you, nor away. It only moves steady as breath through the silent arc that stretches between where the sun shines and where your world turns dark. You do not see its motion, but you feel it in the way the light changes. Not suddenly, not sharply, but like a slow exhale held too long until the air itself seems to pause. The crescent grows thinner now, its curve narrowing into a thread of brightness, barely there, so thin that if you blinked, you might think it had vanished. But it hasn't. It is still there, just as it was before your eyes opened this evening, and will be again when the night returns. Behind that sliver where the surface lies in shadow, the faint glow remains, not a reflection of stars, not a trick of memory, but Earth's own light returned. You do not need to know how far it has traveled or how many times it has bounced from ocean to cloud, from forest to city street, to understand that it finds its way. The moon does not choose to receive it. It simply holds what comes. I like a hand open in sleep, waiting for something familiar to rest upon it. There are nights when this glow is so faint you mistake it for the sky itself, just a softening of darkness, like mist rising from cool earth after rain. But if you wait, if you let your eyes soften as well, you will see it. The shape of the whole sphere dimly outlined, as though drawn in charcoal by a hand too tired to press hard. The bright edge is sunlight, direct and clear, the sun's gift, caught at the very rim of the moon's turning face. But the rest, that larger portion, the body of the crescent's shadow, is lit not by stars, not by fire, but by what you carry, your world glowing with remembered light. The oceans still shimmer, even now in the deep hours when no one watches. Clouds drift above mountains that have forgotten their names. Deserts hold warmth long after the sun has left them. All of it, every ripple, every shadow, every quiet breath drawn into lungs that know how to rest, reflects upward, not for attention, but because it cannot do otherwise. Light does not choose when to leave. It only follows its path. And so it travels, not as a signal, not as a message, but as a slow, steady return. A gentle tide of photons, each one moving without hurry, without destination, without need to be seen. They strike the moon's surface where no foot has ever pressed, where no wind has stirred dust for millions of years. The regolith does not question it. It does not resist. It simply lets the light settle as soil lets rain sink in. There is no brightness here, no sharpness, only a whisper of illumination, a ghost of day that never truly left. You could stand on that surface and not feel warmth. You could look up and see no blaze, but you would see Earth not as a disk, not as a planet, but as a soft glow, filling half the sky, steady and immense, like the inside of a shell held to your ear. And still, the moon moves. It does not pause because you are dreaming. It does not slow because your heart has softened into rest. Its orbit is not shaped by longing or memory. It is shaped only by gravity's quiet hand, pulling it along a path that has been written in stone since before the first human name was spoken. The phases shift because of position, not perception. Because of angles, not intention. You are not watching it change. You are simply here as it does so. And you are part of what makes its light return. There is no need to measure how far Earth's glow must travel. No need to count the seconds between reflection and reception. The path exists because space allows it. Because matter, even silent dust, holds onto light for just a moment longer than you expect. The moon does not know that you are asleep. It does not care whether your eyes are open or closed. But it keeps turning. And every turn brings its darkened side once more into the embrace of Earth's lingering radiance. You feel this now, not as thought, but as weight in your chest, as warmth beneath your eyelids, as the quiet knowing that something older than language is still moving outside, and you are held within it. The crescent will fade. It always does. The night will deepen. The stars will brighten. And yet the glow remains, fainter now, barely there. A memory of light, returned to a world that never asked for it but receives it anyway. And so you rest. And not because the moon has chosen you, but because you have chosen to be here, still, quiet, open, to receive what the night gives back. The crescent grows thinner now, not because the moon has moved farther away, but because its angle with the sun has turned just enough to hide more of what was once lit. You do not see less light because something is lost. You see less because the curve of shadow has widened slowly, patiently, like a breath held longer than before. The bright sliver remains, unchanging in its quality, still direct, still sharp, but now it holds less of the whole. And still, beneath it, the dim glow lingers. Not fading by degrees as if exhausted, but resting, as if it had never been anything other than this quiet return. You do not need to imagine Earth from above to feel its presence here. You only need to remember that light does not vanish when it leaves a surface, it travels and waits. The moon is not dark because the sun has forgotten it. It is dark where your eyes look, but not where the sunlight, long since fallen on your world, still rises in slow arcs across the lunar plains. There are craters there, unnamed, untouched by any human gaze, that catch this glow as gently as moss catches dew. The dust settles over them, not in silence, for space has no sound, but in a stillness so complete it becomes its own kind of music. The light that returns is not the same as what left. It is softer, scattered, diluted across oceans and continents, bent by clouds that do not know they are mirrors. It carries no heat you could feel, no color you could name, not blue, not gold, but a pale echo of all the colors your world holds at once. When it meets the moon, it does not blaze. It settles. Like ash from a fire long cooled, like the last warmth left in a blanket folded too soon. And still the moon moves. Not toward you, not away, just along its path, steady as the tide of hours that carry your breath into the dark. Each step brings a new fraction of shadow. Each turn reveals another sliver of what is lit, and always, beneath it all, that same faint illumination rises. Not because you wish for it, but because Earth, even in sleep, continues to glow. You do not see the full circle of this return. You only see its edge, the crescent's curve, thin as a fingernail clipping, bright on one side, soft on the other. But the light that fills the rest is not illusion. It is real. It has traveled. It has been reflected again and again by forests that have grown and fallen, by cities that have lit up and gone quiet, by children who once looked up and did not know what they were seeing. There is no clock that measures this glow. No instrument records how many photons leave your window at midnight, bounce off the highest cloud, and travel upward, silent, uncounted, to find their way to a surface older than time as you know it. The moon does not count them. It does not need to. It simply receives. And when you wake tomorrow, or when you do not, the same thing will happen again. The angle will shift. The crescent will grow wider or thinner depending on where the moon has turned. But always, beneath its bright edge, that quiet light remains, Earth's whisper returning, over and over, to a world that does not ask for it, but never refuses. The sky holds no memory of your dreams. The stars do not track your breath. But this faint glow on the moon's dark side is something else entirely. It is not yours alone. It is not mine either. It belongs to the way light moves when nothing is watching. To the way matter, even silent and cold, holds onto what it has known. You are not seeing a miracle. You are seeing a law made gentle. And still you rest. The crescent will fade entirely before long. The moon will slip into shadow, not of Earth's making, but of its own turning. And when it does, the light that fills its face will be gone until the next cycle begins again. But even then, in those first thin slivers of return, you will see it once more, not as a surprise, not as wonder, but as something you have always known. Because you are part of what makes it glow. And you are still here. Breathing. Waiting. Held. The dark part of the moon does not feel empty, even when no sunlight touches it directly. It holds the memory of light that passed through your atmosphere, bent by raindrops you will never see, filtered by dust from distant deserts, softened by the breath of 1,000 sleeping cities. That light, now dimmed beyond naming, finds its way upward, not as a signal, not as a plea, but simply because it cannot help but travel. It rises like mist from a lake at dawn, slow and weightless, until it meets the silence of space and still keeps moving. The moon does not call for it. It does not reach out. It only waits, in its quiet orbit, turning slowly through the dark between stars. You do not see the full journey of that light. You only notice when the crescent is thin enough to reveal what lies beneath, when the bright edge is barely there, and the rest glows with a ghost of your world's glow. That glow does not come from the sun directly. It comes from you, from the way your oceans reflect moonlight back into the sky, from the way clouds scatter it like crushed glass, from the way snowfields hold it long after sunset has faded. The moon receives this return as naturally as soil receives rain. There is no choice in it, no intention, just physics, quiet and unbroken. The angle between you, the sun, and the moon shifts by less than a degree each day. A fraction, barely enough to measure. Yet over weeks, that small turn changes everything. The illuminated half remains constant, always half lit, always half dark, but your position moves. You see more or less of what is bright. And as you move through this slow arc, the shadow creeps across the surface not as a wall, but as a tide, a gentle rise and fall of darkness that follows the curve of the sphere like water pulling back from shore. Even when most of the moon's face lies in night, even when only a sliver remains lit, you are still seeing the same half that has always been turned toward you. The far side never changes its view. It does not know your nights, but this side, the one you see, has known them all. And every evening, as the crescent grows thinner, it carries with it the echo of your light, returning to it like an old song half remembered. There is no moment when the moon becomes truly dark, not in these phases. Not even at new moon, when the bright side faces away and you cannot see its face at all. Even then, somewhere above you, sunlight strikes the Earth's oceans, bounces upward, drifts into space, and touches the unseen hemisphere of the moon. It is there, always. You just cannot see it from where you lie. But as the days pass, the angle changes again. The thin sliver widens not because the sun shines brighter, not because anything has changed in the sky, but because your perspective shifts. You are moving along your own path around the sun, and with each passing night, you turn slightly toward a different part of the moon's lit half. The crescent grows. The dark portion shrinks. And still, beneath it all, that same faint glow lingers, not brighter, not weaker, just present. It does not fade when the moon is full. It does not vanish at quarter. It simply becomes invisible, drowned by the direct light of the sun on the side facing you. But in those narrow crescents, just after sunset or before sunrise, when the sky still holds the last blue of evening, you can see it, the soft illumination on the unlit curve. It is not a trick, not an illusion. It is Earth's reflection, traveling upward and returning, as steady as your heartbeat. You do not need to understand how far it has come to feel its presence. You only need to look in those quiet moments when the world around you has gone still. The moon does not glow because it wants to be seen. It glows because light, once released, never truly leaves. It lingers. It loops. It finds its way back, even if only as a whisper. And so, night after night, the same thing happens again. The curve grows thinner, the shadow deepens, and still beneath it that gentle glow remains, not loud enough to wake you, not bright enough to name, but there, always there, waiting. You will not always notice it. You may sleep through its rise. But whether you see it or not, it continues. This slow dance of light and shadow, this quiet return of your world's glow to a surface that has watched over you since before you learned to dream. The moon does not change because the sky demands it. It changes because you are moving. And as long as you move, as long as your earth glows, even in sleep, this light will find its way back. You are not alone in this darkness. Not really. The air around you is full of echoes, not of sound, but of photons drifting upward, turning, returning. They do not know your name. They do not need to. They simply follow the path laid out by gravity and geometry, by reflection and time. And when you wake tomorrow, if you wake, the crescent will be just a little wider. Or perhaps, if night has turned its face, just a little thinner. But beneath it always that same quiet glow. Still waiting. Still returning. Still yours. The light that returns to the moon does not rush. It does not hurry through the dark between worlds. It drifts, as dust might drift in a still room after the window has been closed, slowly turning, catching on nothing, guided only by the curve of distance and the quiet pull of angles you cannot feel. You lie beneath it, unaware that your own world is glowing softly behind you, sending back what it once received. The oceans hold the sun's warmth longer than the land does. Their surface, smooth as breath held too long, mirrors the sky above even when the stars have begun to blink. That mirror is not perfect, it ripples with tides of wind and wave. But enough light escapes upward to travel the 380,000 kilometers, not in a beam, but in scattered whispers, each photon finding its own way through vacuum, past the silent satellites, past the quiet dust that drifts like forgotten thoughts. And when it reaches the moon's dark face, it does not strike with force. It settles. Like frost forming on glass overnight, it gathers where the surface is smoothest, on the ancient plains of Maria, on the broad, flat basins that have held still for billions of years. There it finds purchase, not bright, not sharp, but enough to lift a shadow into something softer than sleep. You see it only when the crescent is thin, because then your eyes are not overwhelmed by the glare of direct sunlight. And then you can feel the presence of what lies beneath, the ghostly curve that holds the memory of your day. There is no season for this glow. It does not come and go with winter or summer. It does not depend on clouds or weather or time of year. It depends only on whether Earth, from the moon's viewpoint, is reflecting sunlight, and it always is. Even when you are wrapped in blankets beneath a sky choked with cloud, even when your city glows too brightly to see stars, even when rain taps gently against the window, Earth still sends its light upward. The moon does not care if you are awake to witness it. It only knows the geometry, the angle of sunlight striking your world, the curve of your atmosphere catching and scattering it, the silent arc along which that scattered light travels back into space. And so, in those hours just after sunset, when the last violet has bled from the sky and the air feels cool against your skin, you may catch a glimpse, not of the moon's edge, but of its soul. The dark side lit not by fire, but by reflection. Not by power, but by patience. You do not need to know how many photons have traveled to make this glow visible. You only need to notice that it is there, fainter than a sigh, steadier than silence. It does not change with the moon's phase except in visibility. At full moon, the entire face is washed in direct sunlight and earthshine vanishes. Not because it has stopped, but because your eyes cannot distinguish one light from another when both are bright. At first quarter, half the visible disk is lit by the sun, the other half is dark, yet still touched by Earth's glow. But you do not see it because the terminator, the line between night and day, is too sharp, too stark. Only in crescent phases, when the bright sliver is narrow enough to let your eyes rest on the darkness beside it, does earthshine become visible. And even then, it is not always seen. It requires stillness, not just of the air, but of the mind. You must be quiet enough to notice something that does not call out. It does not flash or pulse. It does not announce itself with color or movement. It simply exists, a faint wash, like breath on a cold mirror. There are nights when you will look up and not see it at all. The sky may be too bright from distant lights. The moon may be too low, too near the horizon, its light swallowed by haze or trees. Or perhaps you have been thinking too hard about tomorrow's tasks, about words unsaid, about the weight of hours that have passed. And in those moments, earthshine is still there. It does not disappear because you cannot see it. It waits. And when you stop searching for meaning, when your thoughts slow to the rhythm of your breathing, when your body relaxes into the mattress and your eyelids grow heavy, it will be waiting still. Not as something to solve or name, but as something to feel. The moon does not glow because it is lit by the sun alone. It glows because Earth remembers how to shine, even in sleep. And you, lying here now, are part of that light. You are the reason the dark side of the moon carries a whisper of warmth. You do not need to understand how far it has come. You only need to know, somewhere between your breath and the stars, that glow is still returning. The air around you holds its breath, just as the moon holds its glow soft, patient, unclaimed by any need to be seen. You feel the weight of your limbs sinking deeper into the bed, and with each slow exhale, the world beyond the window grows quieter. Not because sound has left, but because your hearing has softened, letting the silence settle like dust on a windowsill. The moon is still there, turning in its silent orbit, neither rushing nor pausing, neither seeking attention nor avoiding it. Its crescent remains narrow, a sliver of white against the dark, and beside it the rest. The part you thought was empty is not empty at all. It carries the echo of your world. You do not need to imagine how the light travels. You only need to feel that it does. Sunlight strikes the oceans, the forests, the rooftops where no one walks anymore. It bounces off snow-covered fields and the glass of abandoned buildings. It gathers in clouds like mist caught in a net, then spills back upward, not as a beam, not as a signal, but as a gentle diffusion, a quiet hum of photons drifting through the thinning air. That light finds its way to the moon's night side, where no sun has touched for hours. And there, on dust that has known no footfall, it settles, faint, fragile, unremarkable to any eye that expects brilliance. And yet, when your gaze lingers just long enough, you see it. Not as a shape, not as a pattern, but as an absence made tender. The dark half of the moon does not vanish in shadow. It glows with borrowed light like skin warmed by a hand that has already pulled away. You do not know how many miles it has traveled, this light from your Earth to its surface, and you do not need to. What matters is that it arrives, that it does not break, that it does not demand to be noticed. There are nights when the crescent is so thin, so close to the sun's lingering glare, that even this glow fades into the twilight haze. You look up and see only the outline, barely there, and wonder if the earthshine has vanished. But it has not. It waits, as always, for the sky to still, for your pulse to match the rhythm of the night, for your thoughts to loosen their grip on time. The moon does not change because you are watching. It changes because it moves, always moving, in a circle that never repeats quite the same way twice, yet always returns. Each phase is a different angle, a different tilt of its face toward the sun and away from Earth, toward Earth and away from the sun. And in each turn, there is a moment when only a sliver catches fire, and the rest holds the memory of your world. You have felt this before, in the quiet after laughter, in the half-light between dreams, in the way a room still smells like someone who has left. The moon does not forget what it reflects. Even when its face is mostly dark, even when you cannot name the light upon it, it remembers Earth's glow. And so you lie here, no longer trying to see it clearly, no longer needing to explain why it glows. You simply let yourself be held by the quiet fact that somewhere beyond the trees, beyond the clouds, beyond the reach of your breath, the moon is still glowing with your light, not because you made it, but because you are part of what makes light possible. You breathe again, slow and low, and feel the air rise through your chest like a tide pulling back from shore. Outside, the sky holds its breath too. The crescent grows thinner, the earthshine fainter, but still there, still present, still returning. No one named it. No one measured it. It simply is a quiet echo in a vast and silent room. And you are not separate from it. You are the reason this glow exists at all. The air grows cooler where the window meets the sill, and the curve of the moon above it seems thinner now, not because it has shrunk, but because your angle to its edge has shifted slightly over hours you did not count. The bright sliver holds its line like a hair pulled taut across darkness, and beneath it the rest is not empty. It is filled with something quieter than shadow, something that lingers after the main light has passed. You do not see this as color or form. You feel it as depth, a softening at the rim of night where the surface remembers what was once bright on your world. The sunlight that reached Earth did not vanish when day ended. It settled into water and stone, into leaves still trembling from wind, into the dust above city streets now silent. Some of it rose again, not in flames or beams, but as a slow diffusion, a breath held too long before release. That light climbed upward, past birds asleep on wires, past the last glowing window in an empty building, past the thinning air where satellites drift without purpose. It did not hurry. It simply continued. And when it met the moon's dark hemisphere, it did not strike like fire. It kissed gently, patiently, as if testing whether the surface would remember how to hold warmth. The lunar dust, unchanged for millennia, absorbed what little reached it and gave back less than a whisper. No camera captures this well. No telescope sharpens it into clarity. It exists only in stillness, the kind that comes when your eyes are tired but not closed, when your mind is quiet but not asleep. You have watched the crescent grow narrower over days, each night offering less of its illuminated edge, and yet the dim glow beneath has remained, unfailing, unchanging in its patience. It does not brighten with your attention. It does not fade because you look away. It simply is, a reflection of reflections, a light that traveled from sun to earth, then again from earth to moon. A journey folded into itself like paper creased and unfolded many times. There are nights when clouds roll low and the crescent disappears entirely. You wonder if earthshine has gone with it. But when the sky clears again, hours later, perhaps, you see not just the thin arc of sunlit edge, but the fainter breath beneath it. It returns as quietly as a sigh after long silence. The moon moves through its path without pause or apology. Its orbit is not shaped for your noticing. The sun does not adjust its glow to suit your mood. Earth does not pause its spin because you are weary. And still, this light finds its way, not by design, not by will. but because the laws that hold stars in place also allow gentle things to travel between them. You do not need to know how far it has come, this remnant glow. You only need to feel that it arrived. That even when the moon is nearly gone from view, still carrying no light of its own, it carries yours back to you, not as a signal, not as proof, but as a quiet echo of what exists on your side of space. The darkness between phases is never truly dark, not for those who wait long enough. There is always this other kind of illumination, the one that does not come from above, but rises up from below and climbs into the night like mist seeking its source. And so you lie here, breathing slowly, as if your breath could reach that far, not to guide it, not to shape it, but simply to be near enough to feel its presence. The moon is not watching you. It does not know you are awake or asleep. But in this moment, between the turning of days and the slow turn of seasons, it holds a piece of your world gently, as if remembering how to carry light even when no one looks. The crescent will grow thinner still. The earthshine will dim further. And then, before morning comes, it will vanish entirely for a night or two. But you know now, this is not an end. It is only the pause before another angle begins. Another sliver of sunlight finds its way across space to touch your moon again. And when it does, you will be here, still breathing, still listening, waiting for that first thin curve to reappear, and beneath it, the quiet glow you have learned not to name. The moon, now nearly gone from view, slips beneath the horizon before your eyes have fully adjusted to its absence. You feel its departure not in light, but in the quieting of the sky, like a sigh that lingers after the breath has left the body. The stars remain, steady and distant, but where the crescent once hung, there is only depth. And still, if you wait long enough, if your eyes soften into the dark, you will see it again, not as a shape, but as a suggestion. The faintest smudge of gray against black, like the memory of a face seen through frosted glass. It is not gone. It has simply turned its face away from the sun, and in doing so, allowed your world to shine upon it. The earth, still spinning below, still glowing with the heat of daytime, still radiating the warmth of cities and forests and oceans, sends back a quiet glow, softer than moonlight, dimmer than starlight, but present all the same. This light has traveled far, from sun to land, from sea to cloud, then upward through the thinning air, until it touches the moon's night side, not with force, not with brilliance, but as a whisper carried on photons that have forgotten their origin. You do not see this glow because you are looking for it. You see it because you have stopped looking at all. The curve of the illuminated edge has thinned to nothing more than a hairline fracture in darkness. And yet beneath it, where no direct sunlight falls, there is shape, not defined by brightness, but by the absence of deeper black. It is as if the moon remembers its own form, not because it holds light within itself, but because your planet, far below, has remembered to reflect. There are nights when the air is still and clear, and you can see the outline of the full lunar disk, pale, ghostly, as though the moon had been drawn in pencil by a hand too tired to press hard. The bright crescent clings like a sliver of polished bone at one edge. The rest is there, not because it shines, but because it receives. You have watched this happen before in cycles that repeat without your notice. You have felt the weight of time in the slow shrinking of light, and now you feel its quiet persistence in what remains. The moon does not brighten when you close your eyes. It does not dim when you turn away. It simply follows the path laid by gravity and distance, and somewhere along that path, your world catches the sun's glow and sends it back. There is no music to this motion, no drumbeat of revolution, only the steady turning of bodies in space, each one a mirror for the other. Earth reflects sunlight onto the moon as gently as water holds the sky's color at dawn. The moon receives it without demand. It does not claim ownership. It does not shine brighter because you name it. You lie still. Your breath slows to match the rhythm of the night, not because you are trying to sleep, but because your body has learned that stillness is the only language this light understands. The crescent will vanish entirely soon. For a night or two, there will be nothing visible at all. The moon will rise with its dark face turned toward you, and you will see no curve, no glow, no edge, only absence. But even then, if you could look closely enough, if your eyes had the patience of stone, you would find that the surface is not truly black. There is still a trace, the faintest brushstroke of reflected light rising from Earth's atmosphere like vapor from warm soil. It does not come from above, it comes from below. And though you cannot measure it, cannot photograph it clearly, cannot name its source with certainty in this quiet hour, you know it is there. Not because you were taught, not because someone told you, but because you have waited long enough to feel it, the gentle return of what was lost. The moon will rise again, not as a full disk, but as a sliver, thin and sharp, like the edge of a coin held up to the last light of dusk. And beneath it, once more, that same quiet glow will bloom, not because you are watching, but because the universe has not forgotten how to carry your world's warmth back into the dark. You do not need to understand why. You only need to be here when it happens again. The air is cool against your skin, not with the bite of wind, but with the quiet hush that follows a day spent holding warmth. The moon is gone now, only its memory remains in the dark, a shape you carry without needing to see it. You do not miss its light because you have learned to feel where it has been. There are hours when the sky holds nothing but stars, small and distant, and still you sense the presence of something unseen. The moon turned away, its surface bathed in your world's soft echo. It is not gone. It is simply waiting, and in that waiting, it gathers what was given. You do not notice how long this takes. Time does not mark itself here with ticks or chimes. It moves as the air moves, slowly, unevenly, like breath held just past the point of needing to release. The earth turns beneath you, carrying your body through the night, and above, the moon travels in its own rhythm, always half-lit, always turning. One side burns with sunlight. The other receives what your planet gives back, not as a gift, but as an accident of angle, of distance, of stillness. You have seen this before, the thinning crescent, the faint glow beneath it, the way darkness does not swallow everything. It holds instead, it cradles. You do not know why the light returns in that particular shade, pale gray like old silk stretched over stone, but you recognize it as familiar, not because you have seen it often, but because you have learned to wait for it. The moon does not hurry. It does not apologize for its dimness. It simply lets the sunlight fall where it may. And when your world turns just so, the glow that rises from oceans and forests and sleeping cities lifts upward, touches the silent face above, and lingers there. There are nights when clouds drift low, thin as smoke, and you think the moon has vanished entirely. But even then, if you lie still enough, if your eyes soften into the dark, you will find a shape that does not belong to stars. It is the same curve you saw weeks ago, now hidden behind mist, but still there. The light that reaches it has traveled farther than you can imagine. From sun to earth, bounced off clouds or water or snow, lifted through atmosphere, and then carried across empty space to meet a surface that does not ask for it. It is not bright. It is not meant to be seen, but it is there. You do not need to name it. You only need to feel its presence in the quiet between heartbeats. The moon does not glow because you believe in it. It glows because your planet, with all its noise and heat and movement, still sends back a whisper of light. And though that whisper is faint, fainter than the rustle of leaves under snow, it is enough to shape the dark. You lie here now, wrapped in blankets, the room cool around you, the night deepening like ink poured slowly into water. The moon will rise again, not as a full circle, not as a bright arc, but as something smaller, thinner, almost forgotten. And beneath it, once more, that same soft glow will rise, not because you are watching, but because the universe remembers how to carry light between worlds. You have slept through many of these nights. You will sleep through many more. But even in your dreams, the moon is there, half-lit, half-remembered, held steady by gravity and silence. It does not call to you. It does not need your attention. It only needs the sun's light, your planet's reflection, and the slow, patient turning of space. And so it goes. The crescent will return. The glow will rise again. You do not have to understand how. You only have to be here when it happens, breathing softly, eyes closed, body still, as if your very stillness were a kind of prayer to the quiet mechanics of the dark. The moon does not change because it wants to be seen differently. It changes because you move, and the sun moves with you, and the two never pause to ask if you are ready. You lie here still as the earth turns beneath your ribs, and above the moon slips along its path, always half bright, always half hidden. The light that touches it is not its own. It never was. And yet, when the curve thins again, when only a sliver remains sharp against the dark, you notice something quieter. The rest of the disk does not vanish. It lingers not as a memory, but as a presence, a softness. A shadow that glows faintly, like the inside of a seashell held to your ear long after the tide has left. That glow is not new. It was there when you first noticed it, and it will be there when you forget how to name it. The earth, asleep below, still shines upward, its clouds, its oceans, its frozen fields, all of them catching the sun's light as they turn away from daylight, sending it back into space like a sigh released into winter air. Some of that light finds the moon, not all of it, not even most, but enough. Enough to paint the dark side with something gentler than night. It does not illuminate, it reveals. A whisper of what was and still is. You do not see this glow when the moon is full. The sun's own light is too strong then, too direct, too absolute, and the earth's reflection is drowned in brightness, like a candle snuffed by daylight. But when the crescent returns, thin as a fingernail clipping against the sky, the sun's brilliance falls only on one edge, and suddenly the rest becomes visible, not because it glows on its own, but because your world far below is still awake with light, and it reaches up to touch what was left behind. You have felt this before, in a room where the last lamp has been turned off, but the window still holds the afterglow of sunset. The walls do not shine, they remember the light that passed through them. So does the moon. There are nights when you think it is gone, when clouds gather thick as wool and blot out even the sliver of brightness. But if you wait long enough, if your breathing slows past the point where thoughts still stir, you will feel its shape again, not with your eyes, but with your silence. The air feels different then. Not colder, not warmer, just held. As though something invisible has settled between you and the sky, keeping time without ticking. And when the clouds finally drift apart, as they always do, there it is. The crescent, sharp now, and beneath it, that same quiet light, rising like steam from a cup long since emptied. It does not matter whether you are awake to see it. It does not care if your dreams are full of falling or flying, or the sound of footsteps on gravel far away. The earth still reflects. The moon still receives. And the space between them, vast and empty as it seems, is never truly empty at all. It carries what is given, not with force, not with fanfare, but with patience. You do not need to know how much light travels from your planet's surface to reach that distant rock. You do not need to measure its path or count the miles between clouds and crater. You only need to feel it. The way a touch lingers after hands have been withdrawn, the way warmth remains in a bed even after someone has risen. That is what earthshine is, not a phenomenon, not a calculation, but an echo, a gentle one, made of air and water, and the quiet hum of a world that never stops giving back. And when you wake tomorrow, or the day after, or the week after, you will see it again. Not as something new, but as something true, always returning in its own time, always half-lit, always waiting, not for your eyes, but for your stillness. The air above you holds no weight, yet it carries something heavier than wind, something that lingers after the light has moved on. You feel it in your chest before you see it, a softness where darkness should be sharp. The moon is not alone there, suspended beyond breath and distance. Even when its face wears only a thread of gold, pressed thin as old parchment against the black, something older than night holds to its surface, not from within, but from below. You think of still water in a deep well after rain has stopped falling. No ripple stirs it. The sky above is dark, and yet the bottom glows faintly, a reflection not of stars, but of all that once shone upon the earth's skin. The last slant of sun on rooftops, the glow from windows left open in sleeping houses, the silver sheen where snow still clings to branches. That light travels upward, not in beams or bursts, but as a slow diffusion, like mist rising through quiet trees after dawn has passed. It finds no destination but space itself, and yet some part of it drifts outward until it meets another surface, distant and airless, waiting without expectation. There is nothing loud about this meeting. No collision, no flash. Only the gentlest transfer, like a sigh settling into fabric long after the breath that made it has faded. The moon does not ask for this light. It receives as stone receives warmth from sun-warmed ground hours after sunset. The earth gives without knowing if anyone will notice. You, lying still beneath your covers, do not think of how many photons have traveled upward to be caught by clouds, then bounced again into the void. But somewhere between here and there, they find their way. And when you look up now, not with effort, but as one might glance at a familiar corner of a room where light has always pooled, you see it, that pale blush on the dark side. Not white, not gray. A color only memory makes, a hue found in old linen left to dry beneath twilight skies, or the inside of seashells held close to an ear long after the ocean's roar is gone. It does not change with seasons. It does not brighten when storms pass or dim when cities turn their lights out. It simply remains, a quiet companion to the crescent that burns so fiercely beside it. The sun paints one edge in fire, and earth answers with something softer, a whisper wrapped around silence. You do not measure how far this light has come. You do not name its source or trace its path through atmosphere and vacuum. It is enough that you see it, just as it is enough to feel the weight of a blanket pulled taut across your shoulders, even when no one else knows you are cold. There will be mornings when you wake without remembering why you looked up last night. But the moon will still hold its glow, not because you watched for it, but because the world beneath you never stopped giving what it could. And that is how things stay whole, not by being seen, but by continuing to shine, even in pieces, toward those who no longer remember they were ever lit at all. The sky does not hurry. It waits as long as needed. The moon moves through its arc without needing applause or explanation. Each night it returns, not because you are watching, but because the geometry of light is patient and the earth still breathes upward into dark. You close your eyes now, but even in darkness behind lids, you know, somewhere beyond thought, beyond dream, there is a quiet exchange happening between planet and satellite, between warmth given and received without sound. It does not ask for witness, only presence. And so you rest, and the light continues its journey, not to be seen, but simply because it can. The crescent fades slowly now, as all things do when time has no urgency. The glow beneath it softens further, blending into shadow-like ink dissolving in water left undisturbed. You feel yourself sinking deeper into mattress, into breath, into the long quiet between heartbeats. And still, that same light is there. Not brighter than before, not dimmer either, just present. As if to say, you are not alone here. Even when nothing else speaks, even when your mind has unlatched from thought, the world below keeps shining up. And above it all, the moon holds what was sent. No one named this kindness. No calendar marked its coming, but it is there, always in the half-light between full and gone. You do not need to understand why. Only that you feel it. And so you sleep. The earth still glows upward. The moon still receives. Between them, silence sings without words. The air around you has grown still, not from lack of motion, but from the quiet settling of things that have been moving all day. The moon, too, moves without rush, turning slowly in its circle, always showing one face to earth, never turning away. And yet, even as it holds this same side toward you, the light upon it shifts, not because the surface changes, but because the angle of the sun's gaze alters, just slightly each night, like a hand brushing across a windowsill at different times of day. You do not see the sun from where you lie, but you feel its absence in the coolness of the room, and you see its influence in the curve of light that remains on the moon. the thin, bright arc that holds the last breath of daylight before night takes back the sky. And beneath it still, the dim glow lingers, not as a reflection of stars, nor as a memory of brightness long gone, but as something given, something returned. The earth, dark now in its own turn, still holds warmth from hours past. Not the heat of noon, not the blaze of midday sun on stone or sand, but the slow, deep sigh of soil and sea releasing what they absorbed, rising like steam from a bath left to cool. That warmth climbs into the upper air, where it meets the cold of space. And there, in that thin layer between worlds, it becomes a mirror. Not glass, not metal, but something softer. Cloud, mist, vapor, all catching and scattering light that once touched your skin. And so the moon, passing through this glow, receives what Earth gives. Light not born from its own rock or dust, but borrowed, returned, held gently in shadow. You do not measure how many photons climb to meet it. You do not count the seconds between when sunlight leaves your window and when it returns, dimmed and scattered, to kiss the moon's night side. It does not matter if you know the name for this glow. It matters only that you see it when you remember to look. The crescent grows thinner now, each evening a little more pulled back, as though the sky is folding itself inward, tucking light away like linen into a drawer. But even then, when only a sliver remains, so fine it seems like a scratch on glass, the dim half still breathes. Not with the clarity of daylight, not with the sharpness of stars, but with the patience of something that has learned to wait. The earth does not shout its light. It offers it in sighs and whispers, in the lingering heat of pavement after rain, in the faint glow above distant hills where no one walks anymore. You think you are alone here, beneath blankets pulled high, but the moon is not alone either. It carries with it the echo of your world, your warmth, your air, your quiet hours, and sends it back as a dim reply. There is no signal sent, no message meant to be read. Only this, light given, light received, light returned without expectation. And so the cycle continues, not because you watch for it, not because you name it, but because the geometry of things holds true. The sun shines on half the moon always. The earth glows softly beneath it always. And between them, in that quiet space where your breath slows and your thoughts drift like leaves on water, there is a rhythm older than language. You do not need to know why this happens. Only that it does. And that you are here to witness it, not with your eyes open, but with your heart still. The moon moves now into deeper shadow. The crescent narrows further, becoming the memory of light rather than its presence. And still, beneath it, the glow remains, not fading fast, not vanishing at all, just softening, as if the night itself is learning to hold it gently. You do not move, you do not speak, but somewhere beyond your closed eyes, in the vast and silent dark between worlds, Something is being passed, quietly, endlessly, from one sphere to another. And you lying here are part of that exchange. And not because you chose it, but because you are here. And so the light continues. Still. Always. The crescent hangs lower now, closer to the horizon where the air thickens with the breath of night. Damp grass, cool stone, the faint scent of distant rain that never reached you. It does not rise as it once did, bold and bright against the deepening blue. Now it rests, a sliver curled like the edge of a seashell pressed to your ear. You do not hear its song, but you feel its presence, not in sound, but in stillness. The light that remains is not claimed by the moon alone. It is shared, held in common with the earth below. And beneath that thin arc, where darkness seems absolute, there is a whisper of gray, not shadow as absence, but shadow as memory. A soft radiance lingers, not from above, but from below. It rises gently, like mist over still water after midnight, rising to meet what little sun remains on the far side of the world. You do not see how the earth glows in that moment, how its clouds, its oceans, its forests and cities all reflect back the light they gathered hours before. You do not track the path of photons as they leave your window, travel through space, strike a patch of lunar dust untouched by direct sun, then scatter again toward your eyelids. It does not matter if you could name each step. What matters is that it happens, quietly, endlessly, as though the universe breathes in rhythm with your own. The moon moves slowly now, as if tired, turning its face away from the sun's full gaze. Each night, more of its bright side slips behind the curve of its own horizon. And yet the dark part does not vanish. It does not become empty, it becomes receptive.